When there's no hope loving for you who saw me before I knew who I'd be. What I have around me means nothing to me if I can't share it with you. Walking through all the dust, memories and frame a past we simply let fade. What I don't close the door, waiting the chance for when we'll be back again. You make me feel so crazy, still in love with you. You make me feel amazing when I'm next to you. You make me feel so crazy, my heart breaks for you.
भाई क्या सीन है भाई, क्या गर्मी है, क्या गर्मी है भाई। किसको फील हो रही है गर्मी? माँ कसम। Chat, today is 17. First of all, happy Ram Navami सबको। To start off, very happy Ram Navami guys। भाई हेवी गर्मी है यार, हेवी मतलब हेवी गर्मी, मतलब हेवी वे।
Gentlemates are looking to pick up the pace. They might be the underdogs in this matchup, but they'll be looking to burn hot on the stage. Yes, that's the Phoenix reference and disrupt the black and orange. Coach assistants, he always looks at the smaller details of his opponents. So has he found the antidote to what Fnatic want to do? Because they are here and they're going to try and keep the ball rolling all the way to Shanghai. A loss today could mean disaster, but practice is back on track. So expect fully back too. I think
मैपिक हो गया? अबे मैपिक का जरूरत है क्या फैनेटिक को? मैपिक का जरूरत है? कैसे 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 चैट? हेलो, व्हाट इज अप? भाई वाट लग गई भाई गर्मी में, कुछ भी बोलो। एक तो मेरा सच्ची बोलूं, मेरे नसीब में नींद है ही नहीं भाई, मेरे पूरे नसीब में नींद नहीं है। कल एक दिन मेरे को पूरी छुट्टी मिल गई थी, मस्त 4 बजे सोने वाला था और 12 बजे उठने वाला था। एंड गेस मेरे साथ क्या हुआ? लाइट गई। और लाइट ऐसे वैसे नहीं गई, लाइट गई, आधे घंटे में आई, फिर आधे घंटे में गई, फिर आधे घंटे में आई। ये चुतियाब चला कम से कम 8 साढ़े 8 बजे सुबह तक, सोचो। और मैं सुबह 8:30 बजे सोया हो गया। समझ में नहीं आता भाई, कुछ तो है मेरे नसीब में। सब कौन थोड़ा ऊपर कर दो, और ऊपर कर दो। ऊपर तो मैप आएगा ना, इसलिए मैं यहाँ पे रखा था। यहाँ पे कर दूं या फिर मेरे नीचे, फिर मेरे ऊपर, ये ठीक है। उधर तो मैप आएगा भाई। सब कौन चल भी रहा है मेरे को नहीं पता। हाँ बहाने दे भाई, क्या करूं भाई, क्या करूं। हमें लगा पिंकी के साथ शॉपिंग, नहीं आज तो शूट था ना, ऐसे टूल शूट था आज, मजा आया। काहे रेस्ट नहीं लेते हो भाई? नसीब में नहीं है रेस्ट।
24, so that has to give them some edge, right? And some room for improvement and some innovation.
Love you, Binks, bye, love you.
Breeze pick then. Do you think the Gentlemates didn't make much of that?
भाई क्या सीन है, चल रहा है?
I feel like they're walking into a
सब
trap.
कौन आगे पीछे जा रहा है चैट, मेरे को नहीं पता।
When they see Fnatic losing, oh wait, is this like is this something?
जा रहा है,
is this something that is, you know,
इसकी आदत है ना, अदरवाइज आप सो जाते हैं। हाँ यार वो भी है।
Fnatic, it's not that they lost.
भाई बहुत गर्मी है यार।
They lost in like a very unconventional way. They were missing shots. They would go in with 3, 4, 5 people blind, 2 people swinging into them, miss like 15 bullets on them, and then instantly get traded out. So I feel like they're walking into a trap here.
Yeah, there's no changes in the compositions as we're seeing, as we're expecting. If the preparation is here for both of the teams,
43 year
we need to see a
भाई
Durkit
43
that is feeling comfortable on the attack, that is having the effect that he needs to have, and rightfully so. If they're starting on the defense, he needs to have some edge. I think that we've had so many good showings of what a Yoru can do in a map like Breeze. We need to
चलो भाई, आज मेरे को क्लीन 13-0 चाहिए फैनेटिक भाई।
Why are we not seeing him as the best?
ट्वीट करे
I don't think he's
Fnatic
comfortable
2-0.
enough. I think that we also
Huh?
hyped up this Euro for him. So, well, he hyped it up, and the rest of Fnatic as well. That now, when we saw him play, he was a little bit lackluster. He didn't feel as comfortable as he was before.
37 years.
Just like Jet, and obviously Raze.
भाई ट्विटर पे बोल रहे हैं लोग कि ग्रे फॉक्स क्लोज देयर ऑपरेशन वैसे मैं ग्रे फॉक्स में हूं नहीं बस भाई ट्विटर का ले लो ना भाई मैंने समझो मैंने ट्विटर का वेरिफिकेशन ले लिया फिर और कोई बमचे आ जाएंगे और बोलेंगे इसने खरीद लिया क्या है वो सब चाहिए ऑलरेडी लाइफ में आरआर कम है
So let's start telling it with our casters, Pansy and Hypok.
Why is डर के playing Euro?
So much. Lovely to see Frankie
Agent
out here,
करके।
joined by Steel and Kukuka on the desk. Mike,
क्या लग रहा है गाइस क्या लग रहा
I
है
think the desk summed it up well. It's a turning point in the
मैं
season.
अगर आज
Teams
Fnatic हार गया ना मैं सच्ची गई मेरा हो गया भाई मेरा हो गया भाई Fnatic को देखो एकदम जानवर जैसा ऐसे लग रहे सारे इस मारे जेंटलमैन्स को देखो एकदम क्यूट एकदम जेंटलमैन लग रहे वो लोग
just showing kind of an awareness of what's going on around them, what other teams are doing, what's working well.
Mate जीतेगा
and trying to adopt a little.
2-1 पागल हो गया क्या 2-0
Across to the other side, obviously Fnatic have been
10k for verification इतना expensive
so there still is an opportunity here for
10k expensive है
not
Dev
necessarily
bhai.
come away with like a clean series win, but at least draw some blood, maybe instill some sort of confidence.
Yeah, I think that's the
चलो,
key element, isn't it?
ऋषि भाई
Just
भी है
looking
अभी
at
तो।
what takeaways we're seeing here.
बोल लगा
A lot of
लोलू,
people
तू
looking
लोलू।
for one, Durka to look comfortable on Yoru, to look confident on this role. And beyond that, see Fnatic kind of playing up to expectation.
ये
On the
जगह
outside,
किधर
can
देखा हुआ
Germans
लग
be
रहा है
disruptive?
ये जगह देखा
So
हुआ
far,
लग रहा है
that's been
किसको
played in fantastically. What an opportunity to shine.
किसको देखा हुआ लग रहा है वो
That's confidence. And that
किसको
was very
वो
well
जगह
played.
देखा हुआ लग
Finding
रहा
some
है
space in the wall to play from. And the spikes left in no man's land.
और
sadly
तुम
for
लोग बोलते हो
Logan.
डर के भाई मेरा
It's not
स्ट्रीम नहीं
looking
देखते
likely. And no, not going to happen. Durka off to
चार
a
मार दिए
blistering start here.
You get one of
चार
those
मार
with
दिए
a Viper Wall like that in Yoru.
Yep.
You get one of those rounds comes here to kick things off on Breeze. And 4 kills on the board for him. Great progress
भाई
towards the
सोच
ultimate
लो
already.
ये किसने इन्वेंट किया था
We're obviously looking for numbers
कैसे
today
चेक नहीं किया है
from Durka. Looking for comfort, looking for that impact once again. Sure,
हेवी मारा भी डर के ने
definitely what you want to see coming out of the pistol round.
कम से कम ML20 ट्वीट कर ले शक्तियों का सही इस्तेमाल करो
Back in a position to do some damage here to Gentle Mates.
Gosh.
आउटप्ले होगा इधर बहुत
towards the
भयंकर
as well. That's
मजा आएगा
a
देखने
big factor going
कभी
forward.
कभी आउटप्ले भी देखने को मजा आता है
Wonder if he gets the opportunity to utilize it. Again, we're speaking about ult. You also look on the other
Let's
side, right?
see
You're looking
what
at the tank there as well,
Gentleman
building
does
early,
right
potentially tack
and
us.
wrong.
Talked about it at the start as well. I love that little video
समझ रहे हो?
content we got from Bayer. They're talking to Natank about that idea behind the
Love is
dual
Rudra
list, how
bhai.
they kind of lend
पूरा
towards it,
giveaway
like
on
Lau
YT
did,
on
complementing
different
that aggressive style
scenarios.
that they like to play with.
मतलब
Right
YT
now,
पे
we're not going to see
giveaway
it in this
करेंगे
round. More than
but
likely, I mean, we only got a ghost and a couple
कुछ
of
रहेगा
classics, so I wouldn't be
customs खेलना
surprised if it's
रहेगा
not really in effect here.
कुछ
But I like
डिस्कॉर्ड
the
पे बातें
concept.
होगी
I want to see it executed
कुछ
though.
ट्वीट करना
Marshall's
रहेगा
well with that,
मुझे
so
और
he's
श्राइड
at
को
least
शायद
find a
टैग
pick.
करना
Yeah.
होगा
We'll
कुछ
come
इंस्टाग्राम
through.
शायद फॉलो करना होगा
Attack
ऐसा
us
कुछ
for
ना
the
कुछ
first hurdle.
अलग अलग जगह से गिव अवे करेंगे क्योंकि 1 लाख छोटा अमाउंट नहीं है
Work
बीपी
with it here.
समझ रहे हो
I think initially maybe was spotted from Chronicles and no real desire to give away a peek, but Alpha's still curious.
ट्विटर मेन रहेगा ट्विटर फॉलो करो मेरा
You know
1
what,
मिलियन चाहिए मेरे को
to the
ट्विटर
cap,
पे
Got to be a little careful here. Poster forced away. They're taking space here, gentlemen.
We
They're trying
friends is
to
going
work
to
the
be
map, see if they can
Mumbai.
punish anyone from
Please give
Fnatic
some
for
picks, by the way.
overpeaking, trying to
All
take too
members
much
emote.
information back.
Emo.
Gonna have to somewhat respect this. Yeah, nothing really gifted to the tank.
Play-
He was desperately trying to find
play
that
with the vision.
opportunity. No one really opening up
50k
here.
Dana.
Fnatic sitting very, very
50k
disciplined on this.
50k sorry
Chance here for Durka to find more actually. Boaster doesn't take him away.
Yep. And he has
50k,
played another.
50k,
That's
माफ
Whaler's
करो।
gone. So
एक लाख
right
गिव
on the
अवे
verge
अरे
of the
माफ
allowed
करो
two away
गलती
for
से
himself.
निकल गया ऑक्सीजन
Logan.
ब्रेन तक नहीं
Let's
पहुंच
try a bit
रहा
of timing here. Oh, I couldn't quite connect.
10 seconds
So
left.
again, you're looking for Durka to build, and I think both are even allowing that there. They are trying to get that ult coming through, and Andalusia flawless here in the second. Fnatic very disciplined.
वेरी नाइस केतुल भाई मेरा स्ट्रीम ज्यादा देखा करो
5 alive.
बस भाई आपका
No
गेम प्ले
further
कब होगा
investment required here.
भाई इसके बाद करेंगे यार रूटर अभी बोल रहा हूं अंडी
That's
मंडी
it,
किसने कुछ
one
बोला
away
था
from the ult now for Durka as well. So a big tool at their disposal, potentially for a retake. Obviously on the defense, not really going to see Durka
हाँ
go
तो
crazy into
ऑल
the back
इमोर्टल्स
lines.
भाई जो
Well, maybe
प्रीमियर के
defend
लिए
himself
प्ले विद द विजन
after the
की
first couple of
राउंड
rounds.
में क्या करने का है अल्ट पॉइंट्स
There's
उठाना
always a
है
chance.
इकोनॉमी भी रखना है कैसे फाइट लेना है एक
Game
विजन
plan
के
there
साथ
from
खेलो
Boaster. Keep things as clean
सिर्फ
as
गेम्स
possible.
के लिए मत खेलो and you'll do good.
Gentlemate's going to be able to disrupt that at all.
Always take
Dirk's up
10 to
yeah,
15
all the
seconds to
space
think
in
about
proactive, don't
क्या
mind it, almost
करना
played
है
in by
round
the shot
में
behind him. The timing
और
could be excellent in this.
उसको primary
It's going to hear all these
goal.
steps too. They're sitting so deep towards A,
Yeah,
Mike.
they
They're allowing this space to be taken to
50
put
के
this
right
in
50 के
motion.
right. आज ट्वीट नहीं है
The
कुछ
timing
ट्वीट
might be
नहीं है
right.
भाई
I
क्या
don't think
ट्वीट है भाई
Logan's
इजी
even
है
considering
2-0
going back through
फनाटिक
the camera. We'll spot this over. There's an issue.
आप मेरा
There's
लो
still an
देख
issue.
कैसे
They
अभिषेक
have
भाई
to go to the side. The pressure's on. Fantastic flash from the
है
tank.
He can go deeper here with the ult if he wants to.
घुस के मार रहे हो अभी
Considering,
फनाटिक
yeah,
को
no.
लेकिन
Takas
प्रॉब्लम
wanna
क्या है
find
मालूम है
Durka.
ज्यादा घुस के मारा तो
Chronicle
हो
already
सकता है फनाटिक
considered.
बढ़ के
Yeah, they're eyeing this one
तो
up. Couldn't connect the tank.
आराम
Really
आराम से
good
मारना
round here.
पड़ेगा
Again, it is the bonus, but they did come in with a couple of rifles for Fnatic. So
Guys,
does
flawless
Bolster and Leo
G3
get
है
anything out of this now?
We'll look to do some damage here, force the repurchase.
एक आचर
at
अच्छे
all.
पर हाथ से फनाटिक सामने
Takas will be the first.
अबे तो
Taking any damage just yet.
फनाटिक और जेंटलमैट्स का बे
But Gentlemate's
फनाटिक
fairly
कितनी बार
comfortable to sit back
फाइनल्स
on this. It
आई
doesn't
है
look as if
ट्रॉफी
Fnatic are
उठाई है
really
जेंटलमैन
too
अभी भी का
urgent
टीम
in
है
terms of hunting
कैसा
things
फेवर
down.
करे जेंटलमैन्स को
Toxins going up.
कास्टर्स
Yeah, Bolster and Leo happy to just see if one's gifted.
Toxin screen down.
Or maybe actually.
लियो
no,
भाई
it's
गन
just
गिराएंगे
the
मेरे को
other
लग रहा है
Takas got to be careful. You want to keep those rifles up. Leo already finding a tank. Takas going to try and stop
भाई,
the rock.
ये
Bolster
वाली
gonna try and
skin से
dip
भी
away.
खेलते हैं
No
लोग।
HP, but he's been caught there. Gentlemates, very nice response. Again, bonus round from Fnatic though, but they took the space there. Like what I was seeing from Gentlemates.
Yeah, for sure. It was, again, I don't think this is something that should have come as a surprise too much, but how deep the tank's able to get is what's really, really surprising there. Obviously, Takas the one to follow up on him.
Yeah. So far, so good. And also in a tank. Not having to burn that ult there. Nice to keep in the back pocket coming into the buy round.
Yeah, again, kind of tempered aggression. Didn't want to overheat too much,
Yeah.
but like I said, there was a chance to really dig a little deeper there.
Oh, speaking of ults though, Durka go and walk about easy.
डर के डर के डर के डर के डर के डर के डर के
Oh, and he's teed up Chronicle. Look at
बाप रे।
that. The hunting squad behind
Pin
the ult.
करके मारा बे।
Setting that emotion with real intent to shut it down. Now they can start a funnel
भाई
in
मेरे को एक
towards
बात
the site.
बताओ ब्लरी नहीं है थोड़ा सा
Looking to take this back, but it looks like Gentlemen do want to take a fight.
ये
This isn't
ये
something
blurry
they're
नहीं
willing
है
to
ये
just
एकदम
instantly get the
crispy
ball
है
down for,
Full
but
screen में क्या
Durka
हो
in the
जाता है
back
भाई
lines. Dispatching of Takas. And that spike yet to be planted. Ayaz
क्या लगता है
drifting,
chance
trying to find a little bit of
chance
safety,
है
but there isn't
Yeah.
much safe here.
I was going to say, a weird stalemate
Gentlemates
here
का।
where actually
I think they
might
have
be a chance for
a
the spike to
solid
make its way all the way
10%.
through the defender's spawn. A little bit of hesitation here, maybe.
वैसे टी
Chaotic
शर्ट क्या है
in the
कंफ्यूज
comms.
कुछ टी शर्ट नहीं
Bears
ज़ेब्रा
is still
हूँ
here. He's found Durka. He's looking for a second, but going to get shut down here. Spike dropped. Whalers left to try and recover this, and not much left to do.
नहीं
Fnatic
पता
will
हाँ
find a
ना
third.
Love that call though, Mike. Using the ult there from
Gentlemen
I'm
भाई
surprised
जेंटलमैन
again,
के
even you
बहुत
look at
फैन
the
फॉलोइंग है
minimap
कुछ भी
initially,
बोलो
then you think, yeah, it's going to be difficult to
Ascension
guarantee
जीते
some
ना,
value
इसलिए
off this, be it information, be it a kill on the other side. But Chronicle's here so quickly.
Love seeing
ये
that,
सब
though. We're
बराबर
talking
दिख रहा है
about Fnatic
बे।
elevating, looking like they're playing as that five again, backing each other up, coming up with concepts, and
भाई
even
खेलने
the
का मन
adaptation
कर
from the
रहा है।
bonus to the buy, right? The bonus round went through Tube, didn't have the
9-3, I
success,
think
denied
10-2.
by the camera coming out of Logan. Okay, next round, we've already adjusted that, we've identified it, and let's problem solve. Like seeing it, it's a good course correction. And I mean, Chronicle now 2 away from his ult, he's making nice progress there, and that wasn't a tank
भाई लेकिन एक
burning
चीज देख
his
रहे
in
हो
that round.
Fnatic
So
heavy
again, if
वाला
you're looking at the smaller
नहीं कर रहे
benefits too, this is a
disrespect
good
वाला।
tick in the box for Fnatic, but
उनका सिर्फ
Gentlemen
यूरो
still
पुश
with
कर रहा
enough
है
of
और
a
बाकी
purchase
लोग
here to be a
प्रॉपर
problem,
डिफेंस पे बे
to be a threat, but patience. I think they're trying to figure
हाँ?
out what they're up against here.
Almost here.
मेरे को लगा था
Tank
घुस-घुस
with
के
Sheriff
मारेंगे।
and you almost
Give him the
पिंग
gun.
पे अगर
Yeah.
टॉप पे रहे तो
Especially
शायद
for Sheriff,
प्लेऑफ्स
give it to
नहीं
Logan.
खेलना पड़ेगा
know
प्रीमियर
what he's
का
capable of. Utility invested
टॉप
up
पे
towards
नहीं रह
B
सकते
here,
यार
so
अभी शायद
we
सारे
post
मैचेस
up,
खेलने पड़ेंगे सारे
try and
मैचेस
slow
नहीं खेल
this down
पाएंगे
if at all possible. It is
खेल
always just
लेंगे
a fake
प्लेऑफ्स
though.
क्या सीन है आ रहे तो आ रहे कौन सा
And the
Press
clone
है।
sent in. Now
कोई
actually
सैलरी नहीं
Bayaz.
देता हम लोग को मैं ही हूं
A
रुपए
chance here to catch
कौन
something
सैलरी देगा
potentially in mid here as Alpha to figure out the timing.
Yeah, but look
Actually,
at
it's
these
Chronicle.
rotations.
थोड़ा
They are so
गैप
quick
रह
to
गया
this as well.
यार थोड़ा गैप
Chronicle going to deny that first step towards at least the plant that they were potentially
They've
going
missed the
for.
window here.
Yeah, they absolutely have. The support systems are already there. Durka slipped the net too.
पड़ी
Chip damage done. Chronicle not really backing away.
Oh.
Could have maybe waited. Untradeable there.
Hey,
Backline
be-
dealt
aim
with.
hey,
Gentleman's
be,
digging in
look,
the heels. Finally, Alpha corrects the ship, but it's Bayaz on the lurk. This could be huge.
ये दो मारेगा,
Timing everything
लग रहा
though.
है.
Whalers and Takas
दो
need
ल-
to keep
दो
their
लग रहा है
attention
मेरे.
focused this way. Good
एक.
turn from attention from Alpha, but still,
दो.
there's no reason to deny for now. Push! A booster!
Oi,
He's
full
got
हो
this.
गया.
He's got this every day of the week. Fnatic, fantastic. On the playback through with the Red Bull clutch coming in for
डर के मैं
Booster. But
बोलते.
keeping cool there in that
Aim
really
है
quite
बे, aim
hectic
है,
round at
aim
the
है,
end.
aim है.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's a chance here for
Owner
Bayaz in
salary
a
की
position.
बात
He's
कर
the
रहे
one to invest the drone to really sell that fake. And
क्या
unfortunately,
टास्क
I
लंबी
think he
गेमिंग
just
करते हैं
misses
हाँ?
the mark a little bit. I was talking about maybe catching Chronicle ahead of this A site hit, but Chronicle's like, well, we know it's a fake. I'm just charging through mid here. It's going to be the weaker area of the map for Gentlemates. He's the one to actually come through, prevent the spike from being planted initially. As does come through with two, but again, in terms of the
भाई
position,
क्या
just
क्या
played
skills
out
use
this
कर
round.
रहे हैं यार?
And again, the one thing I will say when you're talking about Fnatic, and again, I think their recent form has left a little bit, you know, a lot of people wanting a bit more, but they suffered a loss on this map. Just last time we saw them, they've clearly been working
मुझे लगा
on
आप
it. Feels like
पेनल्टी
a
का
lot
मैच
of
नहीं करने
synergy
वाले
based
नहीं
stuff, the amount that
मैं
they're
एक
playing
घंटे
off
पहले
each other,
घर पे
quick
आया यार तो
rotations, the
डिनर
correct
विनर करके
reads,
हो गया.
a lot of the fundamental stuff, the kind of more in-game leadership stuff, the responses, the protocols look solid so far. But it's hard to take context because we don't know where Gentlemates land.
Well, I mean, the other thing is you can only ever really call it an off day when you see the next reappearance of that map, the performance.
अच्छा बे
how
स्टैट्स तो
Fnatic
देख रहे
approach it.
जेंटलमैन्स के ठीक है साइड
Well,
के
they're able
अंदर
to,
लेफ्ट राइट हो रहा है
clean certain things up. I mean, already
बट
here,
कैसा
Durka,
डिफॉल्ट करने का है
say himself,
वर्क
had a stinker
टाइमिंग
last time.
Yes.
Individually, numerically.
But look at him now. Starting to feel comfort. Reading Gentlemates quite nicely. This adaptation towards middle, not feeling the pressure on the extremities. A commitment through tube as well, noted. So again, crossing the T's and dotting the I's. There's no freebies here. Durka is everywhere. Omnipresent on the map. And Bosa now knows that, okay, mid might be next. Gotta be careful of this. Everyone in the right place. A tank
भाई
with a
मारता है यार
keeping.
गेम्स
Some
ऑन कम
safety to
करके
this.
बराबर है
They've got themselves a plant. They need the backup to it. And Logan with a Sheriff. It's a quick reminder, but it's a stark one. This guy's nasty with it, and that's what I'm talking about. Alpha's fallen. That's an upgrade. Can Chronicle and Leo break
Oh,
back
the nade
through?
didn't land. Actually landed next to the wall here, not on the back side of the pyramid here. But Leo's found one. The tank will fall. Chronicle next to try and find Takas.
Ooh, this is so close. This is so
Yoru
sketchy.
जीतेगा ये fight.
Logan's a problem for later. They still need to clear past Takas, and Leo's taken down.
ओ
my
एंटी
word.
एंटी एंटी
A reminder of who
अरे
these two
है
are.
टीम है
Clutch always capable when they are standing. Throw Alpha, throw anyone in there. This is looking like Fnatic of old a little
Six
here.
क्या
We're
बोला?
seeing some of that nice chemistry
आज
between
अंकी
them,
का
but
शूट था
a dicey round towards the end. Some of that individual prowess highlighted there by
लोगन
Gentlemates.
अच्छा मारा बे
Gentleman's made a bloody good go at this, to be
Yeah.
honest with you, of what they had.
After the start,
Yeah, I mean, two openers found from Durka. A fantastic shot from the tank and two follow-ups,
भाई
actually.
मेरे को हु आर वी
Logan.
पेनल्टिक करके क्यों सुनाई दे रहा है मेरे को
Still enough utility at their disposal to dislodge this post-plant hold of Gentlemates. We do come away with that, like I said, a lesser purchase here, so damage done, but now they have some ultimates at their disposal. Takas wants to potentially lead the way here.
maybe going to come
1 लाख गिवअवे
Bayaz.
भाई
Anyone
50,000 का
could
गिवअवे
potentially
है
work off the back of this. Chronicle going to be spotted.
लेकिन
He's
देखते
gonna
उससे
answer
बड़ा
back
भी हो
with his
सकता है
ult.
मेरा
So
दिल बड़ा
what's
है
Takas do with this? He wants a bit of everything. It was all a fake, all a ruse towards A. They
पहले
are the
300
fakey
के
boys.
subs तो करो
And how do they plan to clear the back of pillar? Takas actually has a pocket to play from, and Logan's already found Leo.
ओ लेफ्ट से मारा
Durka, Alpha, and Chronicle. Oh, God. Durka can't stop now. After a shocking week before, looking like he wants to correct numerically. And Durka's answering back with his own ult. Spotting out the players, and Alpha already going to find Logan. They're chipping away at the numbers here. Chronicle towards Bayaz. It's all information free-flowing and no plant, no time on their side. Gentlemates in a bit of a
Oi!
predicament. A
भाई
shot like
चिपक
that
रहा है
could
इन लोग का
certainly
भी
help.
एम
And Durka now found he's banking on Chronicle to cut through this space as quick as he can.
Flash and the clone still to work. Oh, what is that? To diff Takas here, and Chronicle, he's found the tank as well. The
अरे
flash on.
क्या
Both
भाई
ways,
खेलने
actually.
दो ना गेम
Oh, and the tank, he's isolated one. It's a 1v1. Durka against the tank. Heavy hitters for both sides.
30 seconds.
Durka's
time.
read it though.
भाई
course he
डरका
has.
का रीड देखो डरके
Confident
का
in
रीड
his
देखो
choices. Oh, does he even catch the cross? He's
डरके
considering
का
a large
रीड
middle.
He might
देखो
catch side cross. Oh no, he's not swinging
No.
bridge.
Oh, a
ओ
different day. That would have been a shot hit, but he's taking his time here, and rightly so. The flash comes in. He's blind. Pre-fire. Spam, and the tank's got him.
ओ
Durka
तेनू
a tank.
I mean, this flash is just so deep, it catches full effect on Durka. Confidence from attack to follow up, and I think actually Durka hits the panic button a little bit here, trying to spam.
भाई ये लोग
onto the
का
angle
aim
in case an attack
actual में
swings.
अच्छा है भाई, ये लोग का aim
Chaotic
actual में अच्छा है भाई,
exchange over towards
चिपक
B
रहा है
site
बे।
here. Initially, it felt like Fnatic were going to be able to hold on there. Doesn't come to fruition though.
चिपक
Gentleman's
रहा है
find a
ना?
second. We'll call a timeout here.
टाइम आउट, ए लंबी टाइम आउट ले सकते हो? मैं एक गेम खेलूं फैनेटिक में पट से? लंबी टाइम आउट लो जरा, टेक पॉज, खेलने का मन कर रहा है।
Wondering if it was more of an existence
Actual में
timeout,
अपने
pumping
से
the brakes, maybe
अच्छे,
identifying something
अपने
early
से
they
मतलब
want to
अपने से
correct. Again,
target
you'd
ना
argue
करो
that we are
please।
seeing the tank kind of saving a couple of these rounds here, made the last one possible for sure. And maybe wanting that overall approach now.
नाटक भाई मार रहे, नाटक भाई बिना
Going
नाटक
through
करके
options,
मार रहे, क्या
notepads
लिख रहे हो?
out.
नतांक भाई ये
Having a chat.
What page are we on?
I can't
I
count
would
that
say,
high.
yeah, we're still at the top.
Okay, so we're in the
Digging
early
too
stuff.
deep just yet.
Yeah, we're not in the OT strats.
भाई सबसे बेस्ट नाम मेरे को क्या लगता है?
Now with
टकास
three ults
भाई,
of their own.
हाँ
Just
अपने यहाँ पे
Fury in the middle
झकास
left.
है, वहाँ पे टकास है,
Alpha as well.
क्या बोलते हो?
Necessarily game changes, but just closing out that first ult cycle now with Durka and Chronicle.
हर बार जी को मतलब
Already
बीच में
spending
भाई,
theirs.
बात तो है यार।
Yeah,
काश यही
previously
comment आधी
Gentleman's
hater
able to
करता।
actually coordinate a lot of pressure towards A here to try
आधी
and
हेटर भाई,
pull off that fake.
अच्छा comment करो कुछ
Even
भी।
so, still two members for Fnatic
Huh?
over towards B. Unable to really slow that down though.
फर्स्ट टाइम ये टीम नहीं, नया टीम है।
Bit towards mid. Don't know if I imagine Durka might have heard some steps here. I don't know how meticulous they're going to be clearing through this. Durka, the timing's everything.
Fake teleport. Cutting through.
He has no idea. Oh, now he certainly
भाई
does. The
free
tank
kill
turns.
मिल
It
रहा है
doesn't
हाँ
matter.
डर के को।
2-for-1 discount for
वो लोग
Fnatic. Yeah, they
क्यों
lose
नहीं देख
Durka,
रहे
but they take
पता
down the
नहीं।
tank and Takas. The tips of the spear are now gone. What
लेकिन
can the
फिर भी
three
जीत
now
सकते हैं यार,
achieve? This is
3v1
brutally
है
hard to try and
साइड के
get through.
अंदर।
It's an awful
ये
time.
मैं होता है, ये बंदा गिव अवे कर रहा है। Love you.
Scanning ahead.
Far from Bayers. We'll note Alpha's whereabouts roughly, but Hunter's Fury
20 बंदे
sent from
spot हुए,
afar.
20 बंदे।
It's just a clean up here.
You talk about combination work. Alpha
छोटा
teed up
छोटा
by
गलती
Leo.
ना।
We're seeing some vintage
Recon कोई
scenes here,
मार्क नहीं
Mike.
कर रहा है,
Nice
smoke
to
कोई
see that
देखने
coming
लगा।
back into effect.
Aim
It's
है।
something that we saw kind of the desk alluding to as well. Kind of the
Miscom
combos
से
that
लग
they
रहा
were
है।
known for bringing out,
Aim
Steel
है।
highlighting it.
लव यू शोर भाई।
Kukuka on the desk kind of
और
discussing it too,
टीम
but we're
सबसे
seeing them kind of...
एक डेढ़ महीने बाद है।
It almost feels like a relapse, but in the best way. Like, we're seeing some of the stuff that made Fnatic such a difficult
Huh?
team to deal with.
फास्ट एंड फ्यूरियस में हो रहा है।
So I was loving the
spin up.
4x speed code POV.
भाई ये
Yeah, I mean,
ये
it
भी
comes
देखा हुआ
back.
लग
We
रहा
talk
है।
about obviously Durka having an off performance previously.
मैंने लगाया
Fnatic have
था।
never been that kind of individual sort of team. It's when they work as a unit
क्या मारते
that they
भाई।
do look best.
क्या मारते।
Cool. Again, the one to punish Takas trying to throw a Marshall in to an eco round.
नतांग का देखने गए बे,
Three
नतांग भाई
Alpha.
घुस के मार रहे हैं, उनका
A
पीओवी
solo
दिखाओ।
task to hold down. He does have a little bit of support further afield.
बंस भाई आप
gentle
जी
ways
के रोस्टर में
their sights
किस
set
किस को
towards
सिलेक्ट
him.
करोगे अगर कर सकते तो? मैं
It's
हो
got that
गया
same vertical trip.
T-bone.
Was it a little deeper this time? Just looking at there.
गोल्डी भाई
So there's one over towards default here.
अन्ना
Gentleman's got to be careful on the way in.
15 months Binks भाई, इसी खुशी में एक
There you go.
एसिटल पंडेंट दे
Audio
दो।
heard.
सस्ता है यार, ऑलरेडी इतना बड़ा गिव अवे कर रहा
He's actually been kept safe by this. Creeping a little bit closer,
Huh?
but he's not under scrutiny yet. You can see
Nah,
the
अच्छा
same
pricing वाला
reveal.
नहीं ले
Rinse,
सकते।
repeat, and succeed. Gonna take down Bayaz. But
Tricks,
Natak's actually
tricks
broken
ले
through the
सकते,
back lines,
tricks ले
but by this point the support system's coming into play. You already have that rotation from Durka. Sadly
ले
for
सकते।
Gentlemates are not finding any sort of impact in these rounds here. Very robust from Fnatic.
And the protocol's just on point here. He said Alpha not feeling any pressure whatsoever. And the recon coming through at exactly the same time, setting him up for further success.
गोलो फिफ्थ, गोलो कहाँ से फिफ्थ भाई?
Tough now, 5-round deficit.
देख नहीं रहे
To
हो?
round 10.
अभी न्यूज़ वाले बोल रहे हैं एकेडमी जा रहा है वो।
He's only really in the tank of Bayers that have any sort of tangible funds to take away.
रॉसी के साथ भी नहीं खेल सकते।
Dirk is sitting on 16 to 6.
रेडेड लॉबी खेलता मैं इमॉर्टल 3
There's been a lot of
पर मैं
question marks
21
around this
में
man.
फ्री
but
प्रॉपर्टी
there's a
हो
lot of
जाए
credit to be
डन
put
से
to this.
फ्री
He's having a
प्रॉपर्टी मिल
very
रहा है
good
मेरे
game.
को
Now
डन
remember last time
से
Dirk went on this walk, he was backed
बाहर
up.
नाम
He
लिखूंगा
had the likes of Chronicle by his side. And
Shout
look
out
at the
to you
response
के
from
साथ
Fnatic. It is not just one Alpha's out in middle. This is going to be a brawl and a half. Bloody hell, is this deathmatch here? Boaster's out there finding the tank. Dirk looking to maybe back away from here.
I love this though, even just the sound cue to make a couple members of Gentlemate's turn.
भाई बेस में रुका दे बे सिर्फ योरू का अल्ट कुछ नहीं उनके पीछे जाके अल्ट मारा टिपी आउट किया
Now that's the paranoia, right?
बेस में
Clearing
रुक
all the
गए
way back
लेकिन
through your own spawn, basically. We'll explore towards beach.
टाइमिंग था भाई ये क्या हेलो क्या है इसका
Dips his
सीन
toes.
भाई फ्री
He
मार
gets
रहा
out.
है
Chronicle to double down as well. Takas will fall.
आप ही
And these
देश
are the
की
rough
गरीबी
rounds where
को
Gentlemates can't even have a say in it.
निकालोगे
They don't even get a chance to set up.
फटाफट
The default just completely shut down before it has any chance to take effect.
By the way देश में गरीबी नहीं
I
इंडिया इज अ
don't
रिच
think these two are going to
कंट्री
get
हमारा
much luck
दिल
here, if
बड़ा
I'm
है
honest, Mike. But does this look
क्या
more
बोलते हो?
comfortable from
डायलॉग
Durka,
तो था
or is this that Gentlemates aren't the same, you know, sort of
Oh,
challenge?
I mean, a lot of the examples we saw from
30
Durka was just straight up whiffing, not hitting shots, not being, you know,
बिल्कुल
as
चलती कैसे
clean
डर के
or
भाई से
on point as we have seen
भाई
in the
सब क्या
past.
क्या स्किन्स है भाई
This again putting himself
क्या
into
क्या skins
positions
है?
where he
ध्यान
can
मेरा skins पे जा
succeed
रहा है।
once
ये
again.
भी
So
वही
obviously his
skin।
confidence isn't knocked. But yeah, definitely individually,
10
he is
seconds left.
certainly
भाई क्या
delivering
बोलते हैं
this
स्किन
time around.
को
Been a couple of really nice pieces around this though.
Yeah. As I said, it's not just that
भाई,
individual effort. You're
डर के
seeing the
भाई के
entirety
क्लोन
of
को
Fnatic
मारा ना
behind it.
इसने ये गया
Fayaz is very blind,
देखा?
and Durka is there to
डर
put
के
him out.
भाई
The
के
misery
क्लोन
flows
को
out
ना
around.
मारो उससे भी दर्द होता
A strong lead, and again, I think it's hard to take full context because Gentlemates are
Preload
new
है
to
तुम
this
हो
still.
preload
Yeah, and
है
what's rough is this is a
तुमको
round
wait किया
where
मैंने
Gentlemates are on a purchase. They have
Yes.
4 ultimates to use in this round.
तुमको wait
And
किया
that's
जो
why
जो
Fnatic
लोग
decide to
बोले
be
ना
very,
preload
very
तुम ही हो
aggressive, make use
preload
of Durka's
Wait
ultimate
किया मैंने।
themselves.
Binks
And
one
double
chat
down, they're
zero
invested behind it. Chronicle's trying to swing again. Boasters coming out of double doors. It's, like I said, they are looking to
अपने
secure these
कैलिबर
rounds. And
टीम
like I
के
said, that's what you
सामने
want to take away
तो
from
हग रहा था
Gentlemates with
लोअर
these
लॉबी
ultimates
ब्रैकेट
available.
में मार के चौड़ रहा
They
है
don't even
पर
get
भाई
a
आपको
chance to
क्या
really
चाहिए
set up.
ना
Find
मारे
any information
देश के
across the
बेटे
map
डर के
before
भाई
Durka's in the back lines.
हाँ राइट
Okay,
को
this
बोले
time a little
नहीं
bit of a
ये
different look
नहीं
here,
है
though. We are
अपने
seeing the
लेवल के
operator
नहीं
out play
खेलना
for Durka.
क्या चाहिए भाई
And the switch up of position too. Alpha over towards that B site.
सामने
Both
वाले
there as well,
एटलीस्ट खेल के
backlines.
सीख रहे कुछ
But you're right, the issue is that
मासूम लेकिन
Gentlemates,
कांड हो हाँ तुम
yeah, they don't have a team running at them this round, but they're still operating with just, you know, a sheriff here and there, a guardian or two.
सबका रेड डॉट क्रॉसर
It's
है
so hard for them to have just a normal round here. Alpha trying to make a go of it, going to deny the tank instantly as well.
Snake bite here though to slow things down behind it as well.
They just can't get to the site. Look at the stall. Whalers finds a way in. Leo only going to be good
मैं
for
देख
one.
रहा हूँ
Treated
miss
out
किया
by Logan. Chronicle comes through.
कैसे
It's all on
जितना
Durka.
जनरल मैच बता दे
1v3. You got some magic for us now. No
ये
plant
नहीं?
in play. A quick TP. Hello. Oh, that's audacious. Good trade for Logan. They keep it safe.
Yeah, it's
3
probably
for
random
Gentlemates
for it.
here.
Again on the force as well. You expect this to come through in the previous. Ults get invested behind this when Gentlemates feel as if they have something to cling on to.
Go.
Whalers is the one to open things up here. 2 beautiful
भाई
shots from
बेसिकली
Guardian.
ये लोग फुल वैंडल राउंड हार रहे
Fairly.
और हाफ बाय राउंड जीत रहे
I mean,
जितना
a
मैंने
lack of
नोटिस किया
consideration to be
तो
honest with you.
सिंपल है
on
भाई
the
टाइम
side of
आउट
Fnatic
लो और
there.
हाफ
That was
बाय
even a
खेलो
possibility.
That goes there.
So chance here to recover, I guess.
लेकिन ये फेनेटिक्स अगर फुल आ
The
रहे हैं
final hurdle for Gentlemates in this first half.
क्या डिफरेंट कर
Looking
सकता
very
है ग्लोबल
different.
स्पोर्ट्स
Potentially
परफॉर्मेंस
a
के लिए
10-2, 9-3 and now
Yeah.
on the brink of
Mistakes
maybe
कम कर
closing
सकता
this
है
out 8-4. Do you feel like a big win for them
Oh, absolutely.
to even sit at a 4-round
ट्रेड
deficit?
गेम को अच्छा कर सकता है मिस्टेक्स कम कर सकता है
Timing on this.
एडवांटेज को कैसा यूज करने का
Fakes
उस
on
बारे
it
में
not really
बात कर
working. I
सकते
mean,
हैं
Alpha's going to be happy sat there. He's been very, very comfortable at this point.
जीतने
A
के
little
बाद
bit more
पार्टी
of an
कर
attention
सकते हैं
towards middle coming out from
Positivity के
Durka,
लिए।
Chronicle and Leo. You can see the ults coming in from Takas.
शॉपिंग
Try and
कर सकते
isolate
हैं
on the
कोरिया में
site, see
कोरिया
how
में
Boaster handles this. He looks for the second line, and he finds the tank drifting. Oh dear, it's a fumble from Takas
ऐसे
and a
घूम के
tee up
मारते
from
थे, क्या
Boaster.
सीखी है
You'll
बे?
take that every day of the week. And now middle is still a problem though. Logan finds a little bit of value, but then Durka doubles down.
कहाँ
Spike
कहाँ
now
से
left
आता है भाई ये
in
डर
a
के
very
लिए
tight
कहाँ कहाँ से आता
position.
है
And yeah, Durka's just denying all of this. I
Odin चला
don't know
रहा
what
है
Whalers
Vandal
can
से।
achieve. Nothing. Yeah, that
मैंने बोला था ना,
fizzled out
9-3
quite quickly there, Mike.
I mean, fair play to Boaster. catching
Bola
obviously
da.
the kill onto the tank here as he tries to get ahead of the snake bite maybe, or just brute force his way in, but nobody to follow up on that. Takas maybe, I don't know if he missed time.
Chat के लिए
coming
भी
out the
कुछ
ultimate,
सोचो
wanted to be
बंस
around
क्या
the corner,
चीज?
and he's kind of, I mean, I'll be honest, caught with his pants down really
Pretty
at that
much.
point, and Boast is allowed to fully reset off that first kill because there's no
शादी के
follow-up
बाद
to the
glow
tank.
पाया है.
There's no
हाँ, I
second
love
player
you.
to draw Boast's eyes back towards main and allow Takas to
Chat जो भी
really
लोग देख
backstab.
रहे हैं like subscribe करो.
But, like I said, you've got to credit the utility usage here. It's a 9-3.
Having dinner.
Tough start here for Gentlemates.
Yeah,
Tofu curry rice, Korean tofu.
this is their map pick.
Yeah, and have to make this composition
It's Korean rice.
really
Huh?
excel on the defense
Korean
here.
rice.
We'll see.
हाँ, madam.
It looks like aggression's the name of the game, right?
Out of charges.
Looking that way.
Oh, madam.
Initially just throwing a few things at Fnatic. Maybe see what sticks.
No. वो डालो पेरी
I
पेरी.
don't think anyone's been spotted just yet.
पेरी पेरी डालो.
No.
भाई streamer को गया?
Certainly.
मैं गया.
Paranoid about it, and now sees two progressing through tube. You can see the tank trying to come on over. B, maybe a support system through
Tank's
door.
ready here with a flash. If they do open this door.
But I'm looking at main as well. This split's
Good
going to be
gallows,
really tough,
yeah.
especially now Bears are lost out. And the tank needs to win this fight. They're trying to back away. Really good flash. Going to find Alpha and try and progress the... Oh, my word. Made
डर
a
के भाई
good
मार
attempt
रहे
towards it,
बे,
but they'd
डर
already
के
lost
भाई
out on
मार
main as
रहे.
well. The plant should be here.
FF
Whalers,
चलो.
Logan and Takas.
चेक कर रहा था उल्लू बना रहे मेरे
There's a
को.
lot of presence in middle.
ए वो जा क्यों नहीं रहा है टीपी
Leo
आगे?
plays this as well.
Yeah.
माई जी
Dirk has
आप
maybe
डर
post
के
up on
भाई
it as
से
well.
एक चीज में
Tough
आगे
angle
हो.
break. White swing.
ये गया.
Nah, not going to get past Leo. Takas, you got something for us here. 1v3. Yeah, Leo's a little low, so 1v2.5.
वैसे इतना जल्दी हो गया
Tough
तो
for
एक
Boast's position,
आध
though.
गेम
Yeah,
नहीं कर
that's
सकते.
really rotten to deal with.
और सच्ची एफ है क्या बताओ?
Look at how much they're making him work for this. It's so horrible to try and deal with. Takas is getting nothing for free.
Easy
Fnatic
day,
make it up to
easy.
10. Looking, I mean, there was
Easy
a little
for
bit of
Fnatic.
threat there, Mike, but it was handled well.
Yeah, it was. I mean,
Nice,
the
nice,
tank
ठीक है.
has to kind of double down on this. He has to try and...
और पता है तो है
Beautiful
हेटर है
shot there. Didn't
हेटर
catch that off screen, but Dirk's shot onto Bayaz was fantastic.
हेटर है.
But yeah, the tank has to try and convert that into a kill, unfortunately, in Tube to really have any sort of recovery in this round after Bayaz falls.
No.
A little bit of desperation here, but Fnatic double
there.
digits
Yep.
on the board.
तेरा stop value बढ़ा दो.
Oh, it's
Is it?
scary now, though, isn't it? Because it's just so quick to 11. You're going to need...
So that plus
I
one,
don't know
minus
what you can
one.
get in this. You feel like you're going to be facing...
भाई
11
जल्दी हो गया तो
regardless, right?
गेमिंग थोड़ा इधर
So,
करने के बाद उधर
can they
कर
maybe
सकते
get
हो.
the tank
क्या
building that all up? Is there something they can try and
Take him
bank
out
on? But Takas
नहीं,
not being
दो.
given much room to work. If we've been praising Dirk, we've got
जल्दी
to
हो
also
रहा है
look at the
लेकिन.
other side on the
ऐसा
other
खत्म
Yoru.
कर रहे हो
For
लोग.
Takas, I think he's only got 3 kills so far. He's
और
not
उसके
been
बाद जो
having the same
देर
sort of
swings.
impact. And, well, he won't be getting a chance to make it up to 4 kills.
आकाश भाई का हो
Just,
गया
it
लगा.
has been a bit of a lockout for him. And again,
आकाश भाई is
patience
ready
being
for some
displayed.
map too.
Fnatic allowing Gentlemates to take a look, take a chance, but no one really going to be extending beyond that. They've already found Takas, who was drifting towards middle.
भाई Fnatic को क्या हो गया भाई इतना
Plenty of
slow
space
कर रहे
and
हैं.
time for Fnatic to work with. And actually, preemptive rotation coming out.
Fnatic
Dirk
के
is fake
कोच
only
ने
gonna make this
दिया है
worse
इनको
now.
कुछ तो बूम बाम.
Got a TP all the way back across towards tunnels.
And B's completely open.
Yeah.
क्या हो गया ये लोग एक मैच
I mean,
हारे करके कुछ
you
तो
got to
बूम
gamble
बाम मिला
sometimes,
रहेगा
right? You got
बे.
to roll the dice. Maybe they were hoping there was commitment behind this, and they
Yeah,
might be able to
even
find Durka.
discipline के साथ
That could be
खेल रहे हो
something.
He's probably happy to just give it away, to be honest.
Oh, well,
वो देखो.
guess not. And Durka's almost got his ult.
Well, he's going to get off the plant here.
I got the spike.
We'll have it available for the third round of the second half.
Fnatic का
24
lucky
take, by
charm
the
is
way.
here. Pink. वाह वाह वाह.
Orange stick.
Absolutely lights
Wow.
out. This is what you want to see, really, with questions hanging over his head.
मैं support कर रहा हूँ सबसे
Definitely what you
ज़्यादा.
want to see in the first map of this series. He's not done just yet.
And that's the ult.
Well, he is.
लोगन भाई
Yeah, he
मारते
already
तो
had
है
it from the-
पिस्तुलास से.
Plant, but still, yeah. Fnatic got to be a bit cautious in this. Don't want to overdo it. Yeah, Bayaz.
Yeah.
Last one here, and it's shut down. Fnatic move on to 11. Gentlemates, it starts now, right? And it's a very small window to try and make impact happen.
Yeah, and unfortunately with
क्या
the
sinful buy
value
करेगा लग
that
रहा है
Fnatic
Fnatic.
have been able to get off Durka's ultimate alone,
Binks bhai, is it okay to compromise
argue
and
they're
say
going
sorry
be
to
able
save
to find
relationship?
themselves
It's
a
up
way
to
into
you,
this
yaar.
round now, which will give them map point. Will
It's
break
up
the
to you.
bank once again.
Depends
of
from
Gentlemates.
person to person.
Almost in financial turmoil
कुछ
now
लोगों
in
का
this
ego
half.
ज़्यादा रहता है, कुछ लोगों का self respect ज़्यादा रहता है.
This bonus round looking scary.
वो लोग नहीं बोलते.
The ult
कुछ
to
लोगों का
supplement.
relationship ज़्यादा matter
Yeah,
करता है, वो लोग
two
बोलते हैं.
scopes in the previous, so actually
To you.
Found them.
just two bulldogs. That's only the weak part of this purchase.
मारता तो
Where did that?
है
Did
बे.
Attack even see him? He must have done, but it
नतंग भाई
It felt like a very-
मारता तो है.
small amount was seen. Well read by the tank as well. Really nice read from him. Expecting that pressure point to come in through the double doors. He's going to need
Molly
some
आएगा
help
क्या?
here though. He can't do it
Molly.
alone. Bayaz
Molly.
going to lean a little
आया.
closer towards yellow. And the tank trying to stall out. Still worried about main, rightly so. Got to be careful. Oh dear, Fnatic finding value
कैसे
elsewhere.
clean किया?
Finding all the players
Clean
trying to hit
कैसे
that
मिला एक
back
सेकंड में?
line.
हेलो?
And now it's just Bayaz and Logan. They even lost out on the tank at the same time. Bayaz gets spotted, but he outdoes Durka. So a 3v2 and a pause. Fnatic looking to see if anyone's going to
मेरे
overextend
हिसाब से
here.
यहाँ
Freeze once
सामने
again, cuts
क्रॉनिकल
out.
सप्रेस फेंकेगा और
Durka.
तीनों ए जाएंगे कि ये लोग को
So
सिर्फ
he's trying
सिटी
to
देखते हुए जाना.
capitalize on selling the
even
rotation.
aiming.
Bayaz has given up a site. Well, he's
मेरे को लग
crossed
रहा है.
here. He's back up in towards Tube.
यहाँ से वहाँ नाइफ फेंको
He'll try and get proactive here in the downtime.
ए
Could
जाएंगे.
cause
30
a
seconds
big
left.
issue actually
Yeah.
if he gets himself in towards main. So with Alpha
चलो.
losing, there's a real lack of information.
अब
across
भी
the
आ
site right now.
सकते हैं एमिंग.
Fnatic previously did take the space behind site. Planting front side this time. Boasters seemingly aware of the possibility.
Between the knife from Chronicle, the dart from Leo, it
अच्छा,
seems like
मेरे
the
को बचा
consideration
करके
is
आवाज
there.
आया
They
मेरे
cleared
को.
quite a bit. But still, it is a problem to try and hold this, right? They're kind of pinned on the side. Roll reversal. And now you're going to see if Logan can maybe find some value. He's got a 1v1 to try and win. Boaster swings the wall and loses. Logan now gets to step a little closer.
Do it
Bayaz needs to now
bolte.
take a little bit of the attention back.
Buddy.
He can't do it. Chronicle sat safe from this angle.
बस मैं
What can
आपका और
Bayaz do to
मेरा
try and break in? He
same
doesn't have the darts
है
to depend
life
on.
में दोस्त
Can't
हम
reveal
लोग
any of his
धीरे-धीरे.
positions, and he can't get past Leo. Fnatic
Love
up
you
to
यार.
12 now, the bonus converted. And this is when the issues start, yeah.
भाई
It's not been a hard
चिलिंग्स
game
कर
for
रहा है
Alpha.
भाई. चिलिंग्स कर रहा है वो.
Sinks into his chair.
Oh, that's what the tank saw. Fair play.
Yeah. Yeah, Fnatic able to catch
हेलो बंस हेलो.
everything and more in mid.
क्या
This
जी
rotation
नेक्स्ट
comes
सीजन
through.
इंडियन
Gentleman's
रोस्टर
feeling a
ट्राई
little
कर सकती है.
frantic
मैं
there.
जी में नहीं
Maybe a
हूँ.
little panicky.
बिकॉज इंडियन
Score
रोस्टर
line
के
pressure
साथ
has to
भी
be
हारेंगे तो
considered.
इंडियन प्लेयर्स का एक्सपीरियंस
Into
तो
now,
मिलेगा.
Fnatic
इस
map
पे आपका
point.
क्या ओपिनियन है?
Rifles here.
जानना चाहता हूँ मैं. पहली बात
His
मैं नहीं
Guardians
हूँ.
to round it out.
जी
though.
मैं जी क्या करेगी इसका आइडिया नहीं है. ना ही मेरे को ऋषि भाई रोज रात
And
को
the
कॉल
response.
करके अपडेट देते हैं.
Instantly
Okay.
sent away. Natang not going to get what he wanted here, but it's trying to set this up. The pressure is coming through Tube, and it's working so well. Tank
खत्म कर दिया
comes
बे.
alive. 3 quick
मैं
kills.
देखा
off the
था
back
फुल बाय
of
वैंडल
Valor.
नहीं
Everyone's
होता.
attention turned. They didn't expect
हाफ
that.
बाय गार्डियन
Alpha
वार्डियन पिस्तौल के
trying to sit up in the
चार का
chair,
चार
but
रन
he's
लो
got
ऐसे
a
जीते
big
शायद.
From the previous.
वैंडल कर्स है.
He's not had the most fulfilling
इसके
of
बाद
games, and
पांच
he's only
इंडियन
really
रोस्टर की भाई हो सकता है.
been on the receiving end of a couple of rounds.
हो सकता है
Now
हम
a
जीत
chance to
जाए.
shine.
हो सकता है हम हार
Okay,
जाए.
clean
कुछ भी
enough.
हो
70
सकता है.
HP still to play with.
फ्यूचर
But a
किसने देखा?
1v3 now. 1 minute.
He's aware Logan's going to try and find something coming out of B or mid.
लेकिन क्या उनके
Seeing the X-ray there, Logan
एक्सपीरियंस
doing
के लिए
just
जी
that.
पूरा कॉस्ट उठाएगी. ये तो जी को
This is
पता.
a awkward cross now. So, Gentlemates cling to life here.
But I
आप
like
क्या
that.
चाहते हो?
I like
ऋषि
that
भाई
play
आपको
of
कॉल
Tube.
कर रहा है आपको एक्सक्यूज.
Yeah, I mean, again at this point,
एलेक्स भाई को कॉल करते हैं. एलेक्स भाई से मेरी रोज
don't
बातचीत
have the
होती है.
rounds
रोज.
to play
मेरे
with.
को ये भी
These are
पता
the
है
sort of
कि
executions you
PRX
expect
में
to see to
next
capitalize on that. Take
जो
maybe
नया
one
बंदा
or
आने
two
वाला है,
members
वो
down or
कौन है?
low on Fnatic and kind of
एक
weaken them
हिंट दे
ahead of a
सकता
site here.
हूँ. इट्स अ रेस मेन.
Unfortunately, I think we're only going to see maybe one or two of those,
हाँ
depending how
समझ रहे
long
हो?
this run does go.
This goes here.
Fnatic still fairly
लेकिन
comfortable.
सपोर्ट तो फिर भी जी को ही करूंगा. हाँ यार
Say
अपनी
that,
टीम
there's
है.
two Bulldogs of
कुछ
the
भी करे.
Guardian to round this out, but Hunter's Fury and
एटलीस्ट
Durka's
इंडिया
ultimate.
मैप पे तो आया है.
So a chance to maybe synergize those.
रेफर सी.
Durka
अरे
to just
हो सकता है वो तुम्हारे
spoon
सामने
feed
हो
an entry
यार.
of the information.
But I do quite like how deep Gentlemates are
गोल्ड
sitting
पे
here.
गोल्ड पे गोल्ड पे
I'm a
गोल्ड.
bit worried about
I think
this
it's
though.
because of that ultimate, to be
Yes,
honest.
yes.
They're almost
We
playing
both
to stack up on B
बहुत
and
आराम है और
concede
attack
a lot
में.
of space on A.
I'm scared of them walking mid.
Yeah.
This is a coin flip of whether it works or not. Oh, this is so dangerous. It could work out. Hands in the air on the other side.
They're going to
क्या
hit the snake.
कितने लोग गोल्ड बाय वैलो मिस कर रहे बताओ मैं अरेंज
Yeah,
करता
Wales
हूँ
definitely
क्या
have
बोलते हो
missed.
All the time.
वॉच पार्टी के बाद
Yeah,
आपका
but
रैंक
now
बहुत
onto
अलग
Logan.
है
But I don't know. I don't think they saw Whalers though.
Well, yeah, both stood.
ठीक है ठीक है
Yeah.
ठीक है
But he's been found.
ठीक है,
Heard
ठीक है,
that
ठीक है।
utility earlier
मारा,
on, but the
मारा।
plant's going to come in and the site's still under control.
हेलो बंक्स हेलो बंक्स हेलो
All
दीपक
came through from that. Chronicle going to invest. Alpha waiting for the support to come back through from.
करो अरेंज ठीक है
Main,
वॉच
see if
पार्टीज
anyone's
के
trying to
बाद
hit
वॉच
that
पार्टीज
flank,
कभी
but
खत्म
still-
होगी 23rd को ना 23rd
Whalers,
24th के
big
बाद
shot on Dirk.
प्लान
That's
कर
that's two. Chronicle can't be res now. Yeah, information, but what's that going to do for you now? A slow death in the end.
Didn't even get a kill credit.
लेकिन किल
Scruff
कैसे
is
नहीं
the
मिला
target for the 2v4 now.
Gonna need some big boy aim here. Not gonna happen, Logan. It's all on Leo, but he has
भाई
to close the
देख रहे हो
gap.
ना
Man, it's not gonna happen.
पांचवा राउंड ये लोग कौन से गन
Holding
से
on
जीते
now.
देखो बुलडॉग गार्डियन
Holding on.
देखो बे
And Chronicle just thinks he has another 5 to 10 seconds here
भाई
to
gentleman
obviously
जीत
kill
जाएगा,
himself
पता है?
with the fragment. I believe he was 7 HP
लग
before.
रहा है
Obviously
मुझे।
pops the ult. He's trying to get himself
हाँ।
down for an HP reset, but it draws Durka into an odd spot where he gets punished. Really, really awkward situation here. And unfortunately at this point, the two remaining members forced back into main.
हाँ नहीं कुछ ना करना
No way to recover that.
एफएनएस का रिएक्शन देखो जी भाई
Okay,
तुम लोग
buy now in
इतना
the hands of
ओपिनियन
Gentlemates.
करते हैं एफएनएस भाई ने क्या
Chloe
किया
left.
इंडियन वैलोरेंट
Shattered on the other side. Really just that hero rifle with Chronicle,
या
two
फिर जी
guardians,
के लिए क्या
two
किया?
sheriffs. Leo's ult is still there, but on the other side, no ult yet. Bay has one off from his.
क्या करोगे ओपिनियन
Be a little careful. Gentlemates, how disciplined, how patient are they going to be here?
Fake maybe off the back of Boaster's wall.
With the rifle
Chronicle's
too.
knife as well, yeah. Flash and the Vandal here, but yeah, we're really looking for him to make as much
But
noise
man,
as
what
possible.
if
maybe
FNS
pressure towards
joins
one.
the-
Zorn Bay has a
हम लोग
little
का आधा
deeper,
जिंदगी ने what if
but
में
the
गए
tank's still here.
Hey, look, Gentlemates run those
what
fakes
if
too.
मोने comes back
Goes Bay has to find Alpha, that's big. And
what
holding on to the
if
side is
texture
Natank.
duelist होता और
Yeah,
Rossi
Leo's ult can
Sentinel
go through, but it's not going to find too much. And the tank's closing the gap. He wants him gone. Gorgeous work from Gentlemates here, not falling for the fake. This would need miracles from Chronicle. 1v5, 30 seconds.
फॉरेन
Yeah, I think
वैलिडेशन का
30 seconds
चूल्हे
left.
not
लोगों
all
में
she's going to write for this one.
भाई मतलब ठीक
But
है यार
Gentlemates are
मतलब
holding
उसने
on,
जो
Mike. I
बोला
mean,
उसने गलत नहीं बोला
Chronicle
India
took a lot of damage from
should
that,
have
though,
at
down to
least
45.
5
If he got
players
it clean.
considering the
There we go,
population
Logan.
but उनमें
Gonna
से
find it in the
गेमिंग में
end.
कितने
I'm
हैं
curious to see the Hunter's Fury invested here, to be honest with you. I
भाई
mean,
देखो
not sure of exactly.
टेक्निकली एफएनएस बाय के लॉजिक से ना क्योंकि अपना पॉपुलेशन इतना है हम लोग 5 प्लेयर लेके हर गेम में बेस्ट होनी चाहिए थी पॉपुलेशन के हिसाब से तो समझ रहे हो पीजी में बेस्ट टीम जो वर्ल्ड में जाए सीओडी बेस्ट टीम वर्ल्ड में जाए पबजी पीसी वर्ल्ड में बेस्ट टीम इतने है ही नहीं भाई गेमर्स वैलो बेस्ट टीम लॉल बेस्ट टीम एपेक्स बेस्ट टीम अपने में पॉपुलेशन ज्यादा ऐसा नहीं होता यार है नहीं प्लेयर्स क्या करे कर रहे वो लोग ग्राइंड फिर भी नहीं हो रहा सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं समझ रहे हो सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं और सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं लेकिन और का कंडीशंस भी तुम लोग को पता है आधे और ना फिर सैलरी देते ना फिर बराबर सोर्सेस देते गाफ मारते प्लेयर्स के अलग प्लेयर्स उनके बाद में गाफ मारते हैं वो अलग क्या कुछ नहीं होता है भाई यहाँ पे क्या कुछ नहीं होता है थोड़ा थोड़ा करके ग्रो हो रहा है गेमिंग सीन्स अभी अभी इंडिया का नाम आया है जी के वजह से समझ रहे हो कुछ तो हुआ यार पहले रॉसी को इतना नाम मिला अभी गोलू को इतना नाम मिल रहा है कल परसों शायद 2 प्लेयर को मिले बाद में जाके 5 प्लेयर को मिले कुछ भी हो सकता है समझ रहे हो लेकिन जिस हिसाब से हमारे कंट्री के लोग ऐसा हेट देते ना ये बाकी यहाँ पे नहीं होता भाई तुम लोग देखो T1 भी जब ही हारी थी इतने सारे मैचेस सब लोग हेड्स अप किंग ये वो यू ट्राइड ये वो यहाँ पे अपने इसमें ऐसा नहीं है कान मार दूंगा किल योरसेल्फ ये वो कहीं छोड़ आप DRX में जा रहे हो?
He's gonna swing this.
Okay.
Deadly duo,
One for
deadly
one
trio आएगा.
trade.
जिंगू और फॉर्सेकन
But that
के
it
साथ
does
deadly
create that
trio.
issue, right? This map is vast. Those rotations take a long time. Taking that one player down will mean that Gentlemates now need to be very cautious with where they commit their players.
Yeah, you don't want to see a further commitment
क्योंकि वो
really
एक
towards
दो
a
तो
1v1
जीतते हैं.
or even
भाई
an
अच्छे अच्छे
engagement
टीम्स
ahead
के
of
साथ हम
sort of
लोग
side
क्लोज जा
pressure.
रहे हैं. जिनके साथ हम कुत्ते जैसे हार रहे हैं उनको मालूम पड़ रहा है क्या
Fanatic.
गलती है. वो करेंगे.
Freeze behind it.
जब भी ब्लीड को आ रहा है तभी
Whalers
बोला
drifted.
लकी है. जब भी लास्ट टाइम स्टार प्लेयर्स थे, मोने भाई
Slow
थे,
things down,
टेक्सचर
just
थे,
looking to shoulder towards the
The
box here. Is that it?
Rod
Invested.
himself,
Neural theft as well
प्रोडिजी
to come
बाय
out.
रॉसी भी थे.
And the tank on the back of it.
तब भी
Little
बोला
ahead of the
उसको ये
curve,
खेलने
honestly.
चाहिए था. उसको रॉसी भाई को अलग से
Find
हिट
anything.
मिली थी. वो बेचारा परेशान था. करूँ तो क्या
Tag
करूँ.
through, but that will leave the
रुकते
front
किधर
door
हो तुम
open
लोग?
for Fnatic.
You are hearing Hunter's Fury come
रुकते
through
किधर हो?
Chronicle, unaffected by this.
अभी टेक्सचर बाय मार
Fnatic
रहे
before standing now
तो भी
gets into
जी
the
की
post plant.
मैनेजमेंट की गलती.
Alpha's position could be dirty. Look at these potential flanks, yeah. You got to keep in mind Boaster as well. There's layers to this. The pressure through middle is Natank and Bayaz to try and keep hope alive in the flash.
अब
I mean,
तो
Natank
जिंक
still
करके ही जीत
somehow
जाओगे.
comes out of that, and Bayaz digs his
भाई
heels
क्या
in.
हो गया भाई?
Go, but it's still Leo
अचानक
alive.
से जेंटलमैन 2.0
Find a
कहाँ से आ
great
गया?
for him. He has to get out now off
ये
the
लियो
tap.
जीतेगा भाई. ये
But
लियो
here we
जीतेगा.
go. Choices,
Hey, 1v1
choices.
है,
What
लियो
do you
जीतेगा.
do? Bayaz now
1v1 ने.
halfway achieved. Who's gonna diff who
लियो
here?
जीतेगा.
Bayaz out of
बोला ना.
half, and he's been put to
सब मस्त के लिए डर के
bed.
आसपास ऑक्सी और समथिंग सब अच्छा खेले.
Took the timeout, and then they take the round 13
सब
to
अच्छा
6
खेले.
to
बॉटल
close this
रेड.
out.
Yeah, a moment maybe to just
झूठ
catch their
बोलो
breaths.
झूठ.
We'll see, maintain composure, but convincing
Good
overall
bowler.
here from Fnatic, Lauren.
Yeah, it is, and Lotus on the horizon coming up after this.
हाँ चलो अभी हम डिस्कस कर सकते हैं, बात कर सकते हैं. बताओ बताओ भाई क्या सीन है. मैं तो हूँ भी नहीं जी में, तो भी थोड़ा बात कर ले. तो वैसे भी आधे लोग ने चाटू बीटू ये तो बोल ही दिया है. मॉर्टल रेड भाई सच्ची रेड. मॉर्टल भाई आर यू वाचिंग माय स्ट्रीम? साइड हटो. मॉर्टल रेड के साइड हटो. मेरा आइडल पहला है वो. मॉर्टल भाई आर यू लाइक वाचिंग माय स्ट्रीम यो? सब काउंट स्टक तो वो थी यार. आई मीन सब काउंट
ये फुल स्क्रीन करना था ना तेरे को.
हिल रहा है क्या? लव यू मॉर्टल भाई.
नो रेड. ऐसे ही बुद्धू बना रहे.
साला चैट 1
मालूम
0
ही था
क्या
मेरे
क्या.
को.
मेरे को भी लगा था यार. मतलब उसने ऐसी बोला रहेगा, ऐसा कुछ हो गया रहेगा. मेरा चैट हरामी है. चलो चलो किस किस का पॉइंट है भाई? हैवी वाला पॉइंट सुपर चैट करो. इजी वाले पॉइंट नॉर्मल लिखो. लेट्स गो ब्रो. द पॉइंट इज वी वुड ग्लैडली वॉच 5 इंडियन प्लेयर्स इन जी लूजिंग देन रैंडम प्लेयर्स ट्राइंग टू विन. चलो इस पे आते हैं. वी वुड ग्लैडली वॉच 5 इंडियन प्लेयर्स विनिंग रेदर देन लूजिंग वाले पॉइंट पे आते हैं. ठीक है, किस किस को चाहिए ये पॉइंट पे बात करो. हाथ ऊपर करो. हाथ ऊपर करो. कि आज तो हो जाए भाई. हाथ ऊपर करे. 5 इंडियन प्लेयर वाला हाथ ऊपर करे. मॉड्स जिसने भी 5 इंडियन प्लेयर टॉपिक डाल सबका नाम लिख के रखे. ठीक है ठीक है. अभी मेरे को 2 क्वेश्चन का आंसर देना. 2 क्वेश्चन का आंसर देना. पहला क्वेश्चन का आंसर, तुम लोग में से कितने सारे लोग जो अपने रीजन के प्रो प्लेयर्स हैं उनके मीटअप्स पे जाते हो, और कितने सारे लोग VCS से देख रहे हो सपोर्ट करने के लिए. कितने सारे लोग? सब लोग तो बोलना मत, मेरे को पता है कितनी वॉचिंग आती है. ठीक है, तो सब लोग तो बोलना मत. तो वहां पे अपने सारे लोग किधर जाते पता नहीं. हाँ, वहां पे कितने, ये +1 वाले छोड़ो, बाकी लोग भी हैं. ठीक है, कितने सारे लोग. इतना ही अगर सपोर्ट वपोर्ट वाला फंडा था तो मेरे हिसाब से VCSA को सबसे बेस्ट वॉचिंग आनी चाहिए. सबसे बेस्ट वो लॉजिक के हिसाब से इतना ज्यादा सपोर्ट है. बताओ, ठीक है। और दूसरी बात, अपने इतने सब रिसोर्सेस, ठीक है, इतने सारे रिसोर्सेस के साथ, इतने सारे बूट कैंप के साथ, पार्टियों के साथ, आफ्टर पार्टी के साथ, एंड लैक्स ऑफ सैलरी के साथ, जब प्लेयर्स को एक ही चीज करना है, ग्राइंड, तो ऐसा अभी तक अनबीटेबल टीम क्यों नहीं है बनी VCSA में, या इसके पहले के इवेंट में, या उसके पहले के इवेंट में?
ये देख, व्हाट इज VCSA?
किधर
VCSA
है?
है
क्योंकि
क्या?
उनको तो सब मिल रहा है।
अरे भगवान।
हाँ भाई, अपने प्लेयर से रेडियंट रैंक पुश नहीं होता है, प्रो प्लेयर से, अपने प्रो प्लेयर से रेडियंट रैंक पुश नहीं होता भाई। सबसे पहले तो इनको ये मोटिवेशन लेना चाहिए कि बाहर के लोग, PRX जैसे टीम हो गई, ये सब टीम्स हो गई, बाहर के लोग चैंपियंस खेल के, मास्टर्स खेल के, फैमिली टाइम स्पेंड करके, गर्लफ्रेंड के साथ टाइम स्पेंड करके, मेरी स्ट्रीम देख के भी हमेशा लीडर बोर्ड में टॉप 5 टॉप 10। कैसे? कैसे? कितने कम ग्राइंडर से पता है? टेक्नो है शायद, वेंका है शायद, कितने कम ग्राइंडर्स है, एंड ये टॉप 5 एकदम खतरनाक हैवी बाप ग्राइंडर्स, रेडियंट्स, बाप प्लेयर्स कभी एक टीम में होंगे? नहीं होंगे। क्यों नहीं होंगे? कि या फिर उनको दूसरे ऑर्ग में शायद सैलरी ज्यादा मिल रहा है, या फिर दूसरे ऑर्ग में उसका कोई प्लेयर है जिसके साथ उसके साथ बॉन्डिंग है, ये कुछ वो भी नहीं होने वाला है पॉसिबल। समझ रहे हो? समझ रहे हो? अभी आती है एक और बात, अगर अगर फॉर एग्जाम्पल अगर जी को 5 बेस्ट इंडियन प्लेयर्स चाहिए, ठीक है, ठीक है, ऑलरेडी इतना एक्सपेंसेस है उनका, जो कि बहुत है ना, मेरे को पता है ना, तुमको पता है, इतना पता है कि बहुत है, कि ऋषि भाई ने बोला हुआ है बहुत है, ठीक है, और उनको 5 प्लेयर्स उठाना है। एक तो चलो गोलू है, उसने प्रूव कर दिया, एक तो गोलू है, 4 बंदे लोग का बायआउट कितना होएगा पता है? और बिना बायआउट करके आए तो भी जी प्रॉब्लम में, बायआउट करके आया तो भी जी प्रॉब्लम में, ठीक है, वो भी सीन है। तो ये सारे सीन्स का क्या सोल्यूशन है? सोल्यूशन हो तुम लोग, जो लोग खेल के ग्राइंड करके कुछ हंगर के साथ कुछ कर सकते हो, मे बी नॉट नाउ, मे बी 2 years डाउन द लाइन, जितने लोग देख रहे, तुम लोग ही सोल्यूशन हो भाई। कब तक तुम लोग बोलोगे भाई उसको ऐसा करना है, इसको ऐसा करना है, उसको ऐसा करना है? बाप प्लेयर बनो ना मेरा स्ट्रीम देखते देखते, क्या बोलते हो? SK Rossi always grind in Radiant. Hatim bhai, very nice scene. Very nice. But my point is not Radiant. My point is the leaderboard. When people are reaching like 1300, 1400 elo, and people stay in top 5, top 10 throughout the season, season after season. ठीक है, अपने इधर if the only, क्या बोलते हैं, ओनली वो है विजन टू बी इन द रेडियंट, भाई मैं एज अ CC बन चुका हूँ यार 2 बार, एज अ CC। समझ रहे हो? 2 दिन का ग्राइंड लगता है अगर सीजन ऑफ द स्टार्ट बनने का है तो, मजाक से हटकर 10-15 घंटे कर दिया, 30-30 किलो मिलता है, मैक्सिमम 3 दिन का ग्राइंड लगता है अच्छे प्लेयर्स को, ठीक है। तो ये मत बोलना कि ये रेडियंट था वो रेडियंट था, रेडियंट होना अलग बात है, प्रो प्लेयर्स को रेडियंट टॉप लीडर बोर्ड में थ्रू आउट द एंड ऑफ द सीजन टिकना, टॉप 10 में आना अलग बात है, ठीक है, ठीक है। और मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा हूँ कि रॉसी प्लेयर नहीं है, रॉसी बहुत बाप प्लेयर है, मैंने खुद उसको सपोर्ट किया है, मैंने उसको खुद बेस्ट विशेस दिया है, आप उससे पूछ सकते हो, ठीक है। लेकिन 5 प्लेयर उठाने का, उनका बायआउट करना इतना इजी नहीं है, समझ रहे हो? करी को देखो कितना ग्राइंड किया, अब जाके सन का 6 प्लेयर हुआ है। वही बे, इतना अच्छा कंटेंट क्रिएटर बना है करी, इतना अच्छा 6 प्लेयर बना है, कितने सारे बे। भाई मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना, बाहर के 6 प्लेयर है, हम लोग को तोड़ेंगे बे। अभी हम लोग अभी उतना पीछे पीछे जा रहे हैं। VCS से वॉच पार्टी क्यों करूं मैं? क्यों करूं भाई? मैंने इसके पहले किया हुआ है, अपने रीजन का वॉच पार्टी किया हुआ है। तुम लोग का ही कमेंट्स दिखाओ, कोई प्रीवियस अगर मैंने स्ट्रीम किया रहेगा ना, वॉच पार्टी किया रहेगा, तुम लोग का कमेंट्स देखना। ची ये क्या चल रहा है, ये क्या हो रहा है, लॉल, ये वो, ऐसे सब चलता रहता है भाई, ऐसे सब चलता रहता है। क्या मजा आता है, क्या मजा आता है? तुम लोग खुद लिखते हो भाई। मेरे को एज अ स्ट्रीमर मेरे को क्या मजा आएगा ऐसे देखते देखते? मेरा ट्वीट तो तुम लोग के प्रो प्लेयर्स ने लाइक किया हुआ है जब मैंने बोला था वॉच पार्टी एनएच के। मैं एनी टाइम मेरा 3 जो रीजन का मैं कर रहा हूँ, जिसमें पैसिफिक भी है जो कि अपना रीजन ही है, 3 रीजन का मैं ऑलरेडी कर रहा हूँ, मैं एनी टाइम वही चूज करूंगा यार। लोगों को सीखने मिल रहा है, देखने मिल रहा है, क्या करने का है क्या नहीं करने का है। हम लोग का बकचोदी होता है वो अलग, वो सब सीखने मिल रहा है, तो मैं क्यों इसके ऊपर अपना VCS से भी करूं? भाई मैं एज अ नॉर्मल व्यूअरशिप, नॉर्मल व्यूअर, मैंने 1972 में बोला था डबल कंट्रोलर। वो डबल कंट्रोलर अपने रीजन तक आते आते कितना टाइम लगा है पता है? पूरे एक चैंपियनशिप खत्म हो गया, पूरे एक चैंपियनशिप, फिर भी आधे टीम से नहीं हो रहा। EMEA में यूरो मेटा आ चुका है, वो भी NH के। बताओ क्या करूं मैं, क्या करूं? पॉइंट नहीं है बे, मैं बोल रहा हूँ भाई बंद कर दो। बहुत कर लिया यार, क्रिटिसाइज कर लिया, हेट भी मिल गया भाई। देखो मैं भी बहुत फ्रस्ट्रेटेड था जब भी पॉलवी ने ऑफ उठाया था, मैं भी बीटी का आया था। बीटी का ना ठीक है, लेकिन हेट नहीं देने का यार, कंस्ट्रक्टिव क्रिटिसिज्म देने का, हेट नहीं देने का। भाई क्या क्या लैंग्वेज यूज करते हैं वे लोग, क्या क्या लैंग्वेज यूज करते हैं। पाव किलो का कुछ वैल्यू के लिए नहीं किया रहेगा वो लोग ने, कुछ भी ना सपोर्ट के लिए ना कुछ कुछ नहीं किया रहेगा, सिर्फ पेज कीबोर्ड वॉरियर बजना है। हैवी हैवी मतलब ऐसे लड़ लोग कहाँ से आते मेरे को समझ में नहीं आता। और आधे लोगों का तो ये आई सपोर्ट रॉसी बिकॉज इज इंडियन। भाई ये सपोर्ट है बिकॉज इज इंडियन, मतलब वो अच्छा प्लेयर है वो करके नहीं, बस इंडियन है सपोर्ट करेंगे, ऐसा थोड़ी होता है यार। इंडियन है ये बोनस पॉइंट होना चाहिए, ओनली पॉइंट नहीं होना चाहिए। लोगों का अभी वही हो गया भाई। भाई FNS इंडियन है क्या? करी इंडियन है क्या? भाई चेट भाई इंडियन है क्या? हाँ भाई
Somebody's being flashbanged somewhere in the universe.
हालत टाइट है यार लोगों
Silhouettes
का।
of it. Dead space all the way through tree already though.
I mean, playing as 5 just
बायर तो अभी के प्लेयर्स का हुआ होगा, ट्रांसफर्स होता है,
be aware of it somewhat
और
because
एक टीम प्लेयर दूसरे टीम में जाते हैं तो
Yeah,
ट्रांसफर्स
the
होता
pressure
है।
coming through heaven and also this tripwire being dealt with.
और वो बायट का प्राइस कितना क्या है
right? It's like,
वो
oh, it's
मेरे
just
को
an
नहीं
ATAC. Oh
मालूम,
wait, no, Fnatic aren't actually
But
on the attacking side.
कंसिडरिंग कि
But
अपने
you
यहाँ
can
से
see
कौन
there are
सा प्लेयर
exchange
वहाँ
of
गया
space.
था और
Both are seemingly
कौन
aware,
कौन
trying
आए
to keep
हैं,
control of some part of CT, but the issue
मेरे
is
को
they
नहीं
get really
लगता
locked
कुछ
off.
हेवी प्राइस
They
है।
don't have favorable numbers to fight that. They do take down
Please,
Takas,
Nandrox,
but
love
they
you,
still
love
need
you
some more
too.
pressure on the site itself. We're looking for this post plant now. How much they have? Stunning flash from the tank.
Well, good
Gorgeous.
start.
You couldn't ask for a better
चलो
one.
let's enjoy the
Abuela's
match.
deeper angles should have paid off there, but he doesn't quite get what he wants. But you can hear it ticking. Time.
बस कर बे,
Not gonna be
तेरा
on their side.
ज्ञान
Yeah, this
पका दिया,
should be
हाँ
done.
ना?
I've got to say it. Natang
मेरा
having a
gameplay missing
belting
कर रहे हो तुम
round
लोग?
here. Genuinely very topsy-turvy though.
was.
Gentleman's
Entire
कीजिए
map
तो
gets
पता
flipped
full
here
vandals
on
में.
A site.
ये
Again,
सब
with no real
मिलके
resistance on the
ऊपर
way in,
जाए।
there is still a chance for the tank to make use of
This
the
is
flash.
log love it
Absolutely does.
Why don't you start coaching? I have no time for coaching. Bro.
Yeah, I love the decision making as well.
I can do coaching for
Gentlemen,
1
to
hour,
dig a
1
little
and a
deeper.
half.
Yes, they're punished
max.
on that aggression in, but
मेरे
they
पास आज
actually
सोने का
maintain
time
control
नहीं
of
है.
heaven, which is pivotal in terms of a pistol round
Simple
in
है 8 hour
particular.
resistance
I
आएगा तो
argue that
तुम
maybe at that stage of the round, utilities lacking, these crosses are going to be
हाँ मेरे लिए
punishable.
Yeah.
आ गया रेड
Love that
मॉडल
from
के
Gentlemen to get themselves on the board
चैट में
here.
सुपर चैट देके
Really,
क्या
really nice from them.
ऐसा नहीं करते यार अभिषेक भाई
Taking the space they were
क्यों
given.
दूसरे के चैट पे
having
जाके
that
सुपर
utility
चैट
late.
करके रेड करवा
Just the icing on
Not
the
a good
cake.
thing.
Now, outside of this round, only Alpha coming in with a Sheriff and wow,
Likes
Logan
देखो छी
making
like भी नहीं करते
quick moves of 2.
कुछ भी हो
Should
माँ
be
बाप को
clean.
इन्वॉल्व नहीं करना चाहिए किसने
Maybe
किया
hoping the
involve?
tank gets that ult ready to go here, but he is on the other side of the map. So it'd be, if anything, Alpha his chance to get that one up and ready to go. Maybe over towards CT. Alpha now doesn't particularly
चलो
love that wall coming in,
अभी
so you have to wait this one out.
मैचेस
Plants
देखेंगे
there,
ठीक है
5 still
अभी
standing,
मैचेस देखेंगे
and the tank chomping at the bit. Once in, a little early on that one, but still, job done. That's the ult, ready to go for the buy round. And now Leo and Alpha, well, not much more left to do. If they can make it costly, maybe take away a rifle or maybe a bulldog. Make it a
Where is
little bit
Chop?
trickier.
पता
They'd be
नहीं.
happy, but you're probably not going to have much more of a say. And if anything, Takas now wants to farm his ult up.
I mean, if Takas finds these last two, Leo. Sharp with
एक और
classic.
मारेगा लग रहा है ओ ऑलमोस्ट का
The
ऑलमोस्ट
tank hits him with the drive-by though. Matt Spectre gets upgraded.
भाई अगर ये राउंड जीता ना
To
जेंटलमैन्स
come into
मजा
the
आएगा
buy round here. As you noted, early progress already.
मजा आएगा क्या बोलते हो
Secure the running back.
Fnatic 2-0
सॉरी
Chance here for
It's okay.
Gentlemen to
Next
just
time
find
मत करना.
a trade out here on the back of that ultimate early.
नॉट अ गुड थिंग
Fnatic are going to, sorry, respect that,
पिंगदी
play a little deeper
अपनी
here, try and
भी
mitigate.
जो
some of the
जीएफ
risk
जो है
early
घर
on.
वालों को पटाके 2-4 टिप्स मिल जाते तो मेरे से टिप्स चाहिए सिंगल वॉट के ऊपर कुछ नहीं है मैं बोल रहा हूँ
That noise is really upsetting me.
भाई इस पे बोल रहा हूँ सिंगल
Rather
वॉट
unpleasant.
मेन है
Thank you, Durka. Can you pick his skins again?
मैं तो
so he
बोलता
doesn't
हूँ
do
मॉम
this to
डैड
us?
को
Oh
भी
dear.
बोलो उनको
He is a lucky
सिंगल और वॉट
boy.
करके
Takas was so close by to that. And pressure across the map, really. Very hard to get that
और मेरे को
comfort.
जॉब
Already going. You can see
लगी
it.
अगर मेरे को जॉब लगी
Already trying to lean a
तो
little
मजे
forward.
ही
Wailers
मजे
gets
बाकी
caught
आप
drifting.
चिंता
That's the
करो
spike.
इतना
I
ध्यान
don't...
ना दे नहीं मैं सिर्फ
If someone
मेरा
takes over
views
your
दे रहा
position, if they clear this,
I mean,
Love
the
you.
tank can retrieve it with his
thank you for the
ultimate,
5
but
pounds
probably not how he
thank
wanted
you
to do
Rintesh bhai
things.
thank you for the 5
I mean,
whether or not things are
yeah.
going to stabilise a little bit now. But I mean, Fnatic have given it up. They're happy to just say,
Well, I mean,
have it if you want.
Yeah, and
They'll burn the
Gentlemates don't
clock
know
down.
that.
Yeah, exactly. Burn
Yeah.
the clock down a little bit until Gentlemates figure that
भाई
out.
दिमाग तो है भाई
But if they
भाई
decide
आप
to leave
जाने
this
दीजिए
door
हमारे
open,
लोग
Don't
कभी
need to
नहीं
do that.
समझ पाएंगे मुंबई से एक
did you hear that?
they didn't. Luckily,
महाबिन
Okay.
करके
they didn't.
कभी नहीं चाहिए भाई लव द वे
Okay,
होंगे
well,
यार
Spike's there.
बात करने
But
से ही
what
change
are we
होंगे
what are we up to here? I'm a little nervous.
They
Yep.
figured it out.
Yep. What the hell just happened? Mike,
थोड़ा सा फ्री
wasn't
किल
the
मिल
best
गया
plan
उनको
there, really.
No. Don't want to see that on the
थोड़ा
replay, but I
सा
think we
I
might.
think we will.
Free
I
kill.
think we will.
Plant comes
Love
through,
you,
though,
this
Logan.
bye.
Attack has a chance to maybe recover this.
Takas, really the only one.
ये सब छोड़ो
I
ये
mean,
कास्ट पैंसर
Logan's
पैंसर
got
बोल
52
रहे हैं
HP and a
excuse me
bulldog might be able to do something, but no kid, no
Phoenix ने
paranoia,
थोड़ा सा
no
cute
smoke.
place
The
कर
angle.
दिया.
Yeah, Logan's going to find one, try and slip a little bit deeper towards CT, but the smoke going to go up from Poster. Almost caught him, but not close enough. Poster there. Fnatic with 3 standing, Diffuse coming in, and going to be honest, a little bit of a fumble there from Gentlemates.
Yeah, 4 alive.
चलो अभी अपना अपना ज्ञान साइड में रखो गेम प्ले देखते हैं प्रेडिक्शन बोलो जेंटलमैन्स या फैनेटिक मैप 2 के लिए वो बोलो
Yeah, that's rough.
How can
That's
you
really rough.
I love him. Just dog in the studio.
did like 1 million
Never heard you
damage.
bark on
You get
cast
0
before.
perks, bro.
Don't worry,
वो बोलो
Chronicle, you did all the
फैनेटिक
damage.
या
You got 3 assists.
जेंटलमैन्स
We believe
ये
in you.
बोलो
यार I always get confused.
You're fine.
you get
My
confused
assist king.
हाँ
Poor Chronicle. Can we just note
Yeah.
every assist he gets, just so he, you know, gets
Well,
the
now
What do you get
platitude
confused?
he deserves? Right, I'll make a little note.
क्रॉनिकल्स और
doesn't
लियो पे
catch
गेट
too much
confused
here.
फेस पे you get confused
I was tempted to go down and
मतलब
mute
फेस देख के
the
तो जज करते हो
PC.
कौन है क्रॉनिकल से या लियो ये गई पे ये गई
At least here, Gentlemates
देख रहे हो ना
looking for an entry point.
फेस से जज कर रही हो क्रॉनिकल से के लिए देख लो चैट you heard it first
Rubble. Actually, curious purchase. You look at how things have settled.
जीजी गो नेक्स्ट
Bears
कैसे हो
just
नावी
looking
में
to run
मजा
it
आएगा
down
भाई
a
मेरे को
little bit.
लग रहा है
The front man
हो
alongside
सकता है
Antec,
अपसेट
who's currently cooking. Not in the way you want to see it.
No, you can't come in here.
Never mind.
That was horrible to witness.
I take my words back
It's like an assault course. And just got isolated at the end, so not going to have the
गेमिंग
run
कल
he wanted.
देखते हैं अगर ये जल्दी हो गया ना 9:30 10:30
Kind
Are
of
they
lost
still
all the
trying to
punch
end it?
there,
Brutal
do
guy.
they?
Yes.
The KJ utility's gone. Like there's a rifle in here to maybe upgrade for Bayaz, but already Fnatic are reading
Leo's
into that.
30 seconds
already over
left.
here. Looks like they're going to go for a dry hit, which a bit dangerous. Chronicle might be getting some more assists, but certainly no
Great
more
play.
kills.
Traded though.
He does.
भाई थोड़ा थोड़ा
Leo
बीच
trying to
बीच
lean
में
a
ऐसा
bit closer,
स्पार्क दिखता है
disrespecting
पता
the smoke
जेंटलमैन
and trying to get ahead from this, but you can already see the box position taken up here by Logan. That paranoia, yeah, going to be an issue. Leo can't really play out from this one. Needs to wait on the support here, but he's on his own. He's got to be
क्या
careful.
कुछ नहीं हो रहा बेचारे के
Oxer and
साथ
Durka are coming, but they're a little bit later to the party than maybe he would have liked.
Util to force him out of position.
Durka,
भाई
look
क्या
at that,
sexy
dives
blind
right
दिया
up
वो
in.
मैंने
And he was teed up for success. The paranoia just perfect, and yeah, that is stunning
भाई
from Durka and
क्या
Fnatic. A
sexy
quick,
blind दिया
clean,
बूस्टर ने
and what feels like a brief round.
Fnatic
Tie things up. Two apiece.
Fnatic
You're right, yeah. Fnatic showing
Fnatic हो गया ध्रुव भाई
on the way back in
नो
here.
मोर क्वेश्चन नेक्स्ट टाइम को भी सेशन करेंगे तब बात वरना
I
गेम मिस
wonder
हो
if he's
जाएगा
listening. No, nothing. No.
Well, we were just, you know, because of the Odin.
अमित भाई उसको अगर है
Six, I know
मन
he
तो
loves
उसको
Odin.
सब स्पेक्स और वो एफोर्ड करना पड़ेगा ब्रो
2-2.
चाहे वो
Well,
फैमिली और
hopefully,
फ्रेंड्स
Gentlemates
से लोन लेना
not
पड़े
defeated yet.
या बैंक से
Not on
लोन
the
लेना
faces.
पड़े
No.
या कुछ करना पड़े
Just focused up. Oh,
जॉब के लिए कैसा लोन वोन लेके पढ़ाई
No, it's
करने
not
बाहर
gone
जाते
well.
हैं कैसे
Losing out on the spam battle 108.
That's what you get for doing this.
Please don't spam. I mean, there's.
Do it again.
Hey,
Faster
got a
hitting the
guardian.
skins.
I'll do it again.
स्किन्स दो
Skins का वो skin के Odin वाले
भाई लेकिन स्किन्स देखना कैसे कैसे यूज कर रहे हैं ना ये लोग
Unconfirmed damage.
मेरे को तो दो तीन ही मजा आता है बे रिवर हो गया प्राइम हो गया कुरुनामी हो
See
गया
him not very happy
और
about
सेकंड
it.
बाय हो गया
Maybe.
मैंने ये लगाया
33 HP. Puts himself behind a squishy box, actually.
ये वो है ना मेगा पंप
Good. Well, fortunately, he doesn't have the Odin anymore. That's boxed
Mage
up.
pump.
Picking up the roll. And the attention on the other side.
ये
of the
राउंड
map,
ये
the Fakey
जीतेगा
boys back in
जेंटलमैन्स का राउंड है
practice.
गन देखो क्या
But
क्या
they're really committing to this site. And they've
जेंटलमैन्स
got
का
the
राउंड है
spike here. And what? The other two are so far away.
Maybe just trying to capitalise on Gentleman's
कहाँ से
created some
Gentleman?
pressure towards Rubble, but unfortunately it's
Didn't feel threatening.
कुछ
ये
भी
राउंड
बोलता
मतलब
है
आने वाला मेरे को
Don't
लगा
worry.
भाई ऐसा
more assists actually.
there
If you got
30 seconds.
Has he got a kill
those.
yet? No, I did. Oh, God, I did.
Snakebite was good though.
जीरो लेटेंसी जिग्स मत करो यार
Support player Michael
उस
just...
पे भी मेरे को गालियां पड़ रही है आजकल
Oh, look at that.
Look at that one. So well timed.
Logan, don't try and tease with
भाई
the crowd.
सोलो लेवलिंग कब आएगी भाई
It's not going to work. He's waiting. There's a kill. There's a kill.
Wait, was that the first?
I don't
वेल
know. We'll check on the board.
प्रॉब्लम अभी ये है कि फ्लॉलेस है ठीक है और अभी बहुत सारे फेनेटिक का अल्ट आने वाले
He's up to 2. 6
रेस
assists.
किलजॉय
I mean, you
अल्ट
said it
ऑलरेडी
before.
है
The
शायद
assist king. And there's his
फेड
highlight
अल्ट आने वाला है रेस अल्ट
Oh,
आने
there was
वाला
actually.
है
That was this
Yeah, he got
this round.
cast on the first one. I thought he
अभी
was out for the
प्रेशर
whole
है
of those.
अगर अभी कुछ तो
There he is.
करके जेंटलमैन जीत गए
Alpha
तो
just stealing all
फिर
his
स्टिल
kills.
इन द
That's
गेम
crazy.
वरना
सब correct.
3 in a row now for Fnatic. We need
bro?
gentlemen to answer back
I
pretty
have
soon.
Except
Like
Accept
coming
नहीं
in, we do
आएगा
have the ult for Takas. And
वो समझ
early
गए
spot on the
बार
player.
बार
Look at the
आते हैं।
damage. Yeah, no escape.
Beautiful
Again.
combo.
Yeah, you can see the work they've been putting in here.
Oh!
And he's found the
God.
victim. Oh dearie me, he can't escape that though. And Durka gets out with his
मेरे
life.
से तो नहीं निकलती
Now Leo, yeah, does go down.
भाई
Chronicle
ये
to try
भी
and find
स्पैम है
damage
अभी
this time around.
Yeah.
Reveal his position. Whalers a chance maybe to creep up on him.
मत
Alpha's there
दिखाओ
to
यार ये सब अभी
safety
अभी
net.
क्या होने वाला है पता है गोल्ड लॉबीज में यही है
got himself into a weird spot now, but
Oh, one away from the ult. Bears.
बोला हैरी पॉटर जैसे आगे
on the
स्टोरी मोड
utility
सीरीज
rack,
आएगी
Michael
आएगी
creeping back onto this angle. Wailers.
Killing machine.
Yeah. Really looking to match the assists now.
That's it.
What ahead of this though?
Oh, look at him now.
जॉर्ड बोलते
Finally reaping the benefits of all of that work he was putting in earlier. There he is, small smile. He's like, yeah, no more assists for me. I'm getting all the kills. And yeah, I mean, I almost want to see a timeout from Gentlemakes maybe or something. I mean, they've got a lot of ults to bring in. I don't know what the buy's going to look like behind it though. It's a bit shaky.
क्या हो गया
पूरा map
Not happy with that round. No. I like the way we've gone back to mini coaching style.
Yeah.
Disappointed hand in the air.
4 in a row, disappointed.
Let's track them.
भाई लेकिन
Be better.
ओडिन मेटा तो हो गया है भाई ये मैप में
But yeah, ultimates here. Whether
एग्जाम
we
आ
do
रही
see any
इतनी पढ़ाई
investment.
कर रहा सब सैक्रिफाइस कर
Gentlemakes.
दिया हुआ मैं सोचो मैंने 4 मंथ हो गए नहीं देखा
This. Oh, he turns back in
कोई नहीं
time.
एग्जाम्स
He
के
was
बाद देख
blind as anything, but still came out of it just enough to see the pixels out of place. And look at the damage done.
भाई ये थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम हो सकता है
Tank
क्योंकि
Bayaz,
और बुटा के
down
अल्टी
45,
मारेगा
Tank
लग रहा
obviously will
है
heal up.
क्या लगता है और बुटा के अल्ट
Sure.
ट्राई करेगा नेक्स्ट
Boaster
राउंड के
got
लिए रखेगा
flashed off the angle there,
हाँ
but isolated from Durka a little bit. Durka was kind of left out to commit to that 1v3
और
or 4 situation. So we're going to tank a rifle and the ultimate.
करेगा क्या ट्राई करेगा करेगा
पर
Still, it is a 3v4.
इससे
करेगा।
नहीं होगा ये गन नहीं चलेगी
But
Can
just seeing the
do.
rolling thunder, and I mean any
Yeah.
duelist ultimate being available, to be honest with you,
Toxins
Huh?
going up.
makes damage a real possibility.
नतंग से गन नहीं चलेगी वैंडल बोल रहा है ऐसा बोला तुमने ये गई फातिमा जी
Waiting for this. Okay, there's the answer from Chronicle.
Well,
बी
that's going
जाएंगे
to force
तोड़
them in
के
towards B.
बी जाओ
The tank's in a similar situation. This time around, no real threat from the ultimate through the door, unless Boaster creeps back that way. No, the tank's on site already anyway.
I like this position from Logan though. Could be pretty about the timing.
Oh.
Alpha just crests the corner, turning his attention towards that B site as he should have done. But it's Bayaz with
कैसे
the
बे
was
ऐसी चल
aggressive
के
lean there
रन
towards CT.
भाई
and
क्या
catch
चल
on
रहा है भाई
timing,
हेलो
Chronicle wasn't looking the right
अरे
way.
ये पीछे
And now
क्यों
Boaster
जा रहा
looking
है
for their work cut out. But they found Bayaz, and now the tank needs to find one while his ult's still going. He knows where the other player is, and now
वो
Boaster put
पीछे
through his
क्यों गया?
paces. Smoke is there. Does that reach it? Certainly does. Boaster
Oh!
burning alive.
बाद में क्यों क्लच किया
Big impact this round, gentle
अब
mates.
भी बोला था नहीं चलेगा
Getting this
Super
one
auto.
building back here,
Team
answering
Mare.
back to those 4 rounds in a row.
I'm just curious of whether or not the
Bro.
tank, because it looked like the tank throws
Team
the
Sam.
flash. I'm talking about the early round, sorry, when Boaster's
नहीं
isolated from
चलेगी
Durka,
बोला
but
था।
Durka fully commits towards the challenge.
भाई ब्रिज के पीछे
Yeah,
है
maybe
उसके पास
just
भी
on the
डालता है
top
यार
of mound there.
जस्ट इन केस
I think he actually comes back to reset for the
Yeah.
paranoia.
अच्छा राउंड था लेकिन अच्छा राउंड था
But yeah, it's was the butterfly effect here. That rifle upgraded the start of the round.
बहुत
Comes
radius
full
था बे।
circle. Maybe existence not expecting a round win there. Calls a timeout
भैया जी
to discuss the
जीतने
the
तो
buy
दो।
round coming up. Plenty of
भाई जीतने तो दो
ultimates available.
एक
I hope he
सेकंड
wasn't going to talk about the running back. It's gone. It's gone.
What is it?
There's no fudge here.
You
भाई
don't
पैंसी
get
का
the
चालू हो
right
गया
right
हंसना
now.
पैंसी का हंसना
I'll
चालू हो
start
गया
breaking out Harry Potter quotes and no one wants that. He's going to sacrifice himself.
पिंकी का गुस्सा कर दिया भाई गलत बात नहीं गुस्सा नहीं होता
Yeah. Good
Yeah.
चैट
chance for
50,000
to springboard
बीपी
off that, to
पॉइंट्स
be
का
honest with
गिव
you.
होएगा पर पर्सन
Like I said,
या
you look
फिर
towards
एक
the rolling
बैटल
thunder, this
पास या फिर
composition alongside, like I
एक
said, any
नाइट
duelist
मार्केट से
ultimate
स्किन
really gives you
मिलेगा 25 लोगों को या
a good
शायद 30 लोगों को या
catalyst
जितने भी
for
लोगों
any
को
round.
ठीक है
I
300 के
do want to see it
सब्सक्राइबर्स
not
के
just
बाद
be
तो
on the
जिसने
shoulders
सब्सक्राइब
of
नहीं किया है
Tank, though.
जल्दी
You know what I
सब्सक्राइब
mean?
करें
Like he's sitting on 11 to 4.
पैंसी का लाफ इज
He's
कंटेजियस
doing
हाँ
great. It
ना
was a 4K from him last round. He is getting them rounds, but I want to see it to
भाई
be a
मेरे को लगता है
collective
मेरी
effort.
हंसी सबसे
Taka
गंदी है बेटा हंसी
still
नहीं
one
निकलती
kill here. I want to see them start to, I don't know, make it work as a collective. He's not been having the best game today, but see what they can do now. A little bit of a timeout there, just coming out of this.
आई लव यू बंदा
Plenty
लव
of
यू
options to play with. So many different
तो
options.
जिसने सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया सब्सक्राइब करे ठीक है
And the observers just want to
All
bring
you have to
pain
do
by
is
only
subscribe
showing
and
that
keep the
perspective.
bell
Thank you.
notification
Fair
on
enough.
and
Yes,
you'll get
thank
to
you,
know
observers.
कि
I've
giveaway
turned
कब
the,
है और
program
कैसा है
all the way down to
और
you.
पार्टिसिपेट
yes,
तुम
Sil.
कैसा कर
Thank
सकते
you.
हो सिंपल
Sounds like Durka can hear us as well.
Oh, Boaster though, trying to offset the timing. And actually, it's Durka to find Takas as well. So they've dealt with one side of this approach, but we know that the faking boys of Gentlemen will be on the other side of the map.
Isn't the sort of thing you want to see on this round. With this setup, these ultimates available, you don't want to see a split focus. Unless you see maybe the Rolling Thunder invested with a smoke or something to sell a fake.
एक चीज देख रहा हूँ मैं, Fnatic heavy respect दे रही है.
A little odd here.
Oh, Alpha's, he's got support, and I like that, but look how quickly they've already got to this one. They've got to find a response here, and a Dankane stopping, finally denied by Leo. So the lockdown will come through. Logan has to back away.
Leo tucks into the smoke as well. Yeah, Logan.
Right for the
Yep.
wary. 12 seconds left. We'll have to give this one up to the clock.
10 seconds left.
Be a response found here from Fnatic very quickly.
And I just wish they had a couple more bodies there on the start. They could have maybe even traded out Leo there potentially. I don't like the split push when they have these ults, when they've been having that level of success on the side. You know what I mean? I'd like to see them come out this as 5.
The thing is as well, you've Bayaz caught ahead of the ball here as well. There's no further commitment behind this. You've got to start asking tough questions like, why is he there?
TDM match खेलने का रहेगा.
What are you trying to achieve on this?
What's he trying to do at that point of the round? Because they're faking on the opposite side of the map to the Killjoy setup. It's just they're never going to have instant value of like leaving a double lurk that is your initiator and duelist. And like you've said, unless you have those extra bodies in place on the other, a team like Fnatic on a good day will just shut down those.
हो सकता है जो पहला मुझे नाइफ किया उसको मिले.
Back to it.
Yeah, same thing again, Bayaz and
लेकिन उसके लिए सब्सक्राइब करके रखो तो तुमको मालूम पड़े.
Taking a good amount of chip damage here too.
या ये भी हो सकता है कि 50,000 VP से ज़्यादा VP का giveaway है.
Maybe in the tank being here could have helped out, but they're not moving anyone.
Now, yeah, if they want to fake it, they need to remove this utility, and Alpha's been pulling it further and further away from the choke point because they've been finding value off it time and time again.
Fnatic
Now, I was going to say, pathing-wise, this
normal
could be
clean वालों के लिए मतलब
what's
वैसे सब
required, but
push
Focal shuts
वाला
it down
गेम
pretty
प्ले नहीं
quickly.
दिख रहा है
Gentleman's
मेरे
going to
को
try and find
इनके कोच ने कुछ
some
तो भरा
timing
है.
towards B here. Now, this is where two ultimates, being the Rolling Thunder and the Showstopper, can cause a ton of damage.
कैसा sound है
Close
इसका?
quarters.
Fnatic are very close by though. But you're right. Look at the ults the Gentlemates have to work with. This should be enough to keep them back. But here's the counter swing. And Fnatic succeed. Chronicle better. Teed up and delivers on it. Logan trying to find Alpha, he finds the wrong end of the stick on that one. His Whalers in a 1v5 and the ults have come in. There's nothing he can do here. Fnatic, fabulous work back there. Really timing it well to apply the pressure. But the fact is they were so focused towards CT from Gentlemates, they just completely left Chronicle with options.
It's tough now, you look at bigger picture, we're talking about the snowball round was potentially on the brink for Gentlemates. And unfortunately, the Rolling Thunder and Showstopper.
गलत हुआ है.
I mean, it's a tough way to see it
इसका
get
support
shut down.
Fnatic baby.
You could argue it's used proactively, but execution lacking just a little bit.
भाई please Instagram related कुछ ना रखे Instagram और bot
Back on a broken purchase as well.
Please. अरे सब जगह रहेगा यार अगर तेरे पास Instagram नहीं है तो Twitter वाले giveaway में join कर ले वैसा.
Who you want to see
और दोनों नहीं है तो
first,
Discord वाले giveaway में join कर ले. अगर तीनों नहीं है
I was going to say controlling the tempo, but Takas actually puts his
custom कुछ
life
रहेगा
on the line
custom
here to try
related
and follow
उसमें
up on that
join
with a
कर
double
ले. लेकिन
satchel.
कुछ ना कुछ सब जगह रहेगा क्योंकि बहुत बड़ा giveaway है ना. तो सब जगह थोड़ा जगह से winner select करेंगे. जो Valorant नहीं खेलते उनको क्या giveaway होगा मेरा दिल. Love you.
No, he can't though.
What?
No.
Whalers now, just that Vandal. 1 to 7.
I'm tired.
It's not, I've got to say, Gentlemates don't look comfortable here. This is obviously Fnatic's choice, but they're not looking in their comfort zone at all.
They look a little lost for answers.
Yeah.
Difficult to really figure things out. If the plan is for two people to really command that much pressure,
map के बाद.
and then you could argue that the game plan's never really getting off the ground.
Yeah.
It's not finding any traction whatsoever, which again Even all said and done,
भाई ये
6-3
क्या है?
still recoverable here.
Absolutely.
A couple of rounds left here in the first half. Oh. Bayaz.
भाई क्या हो गया भाई? हेलो.
Not to get
Time.
caught.
They're down to 10.
आप तो अभी आए थे ग्रुप में.
It's just
It's too late in the day.
It is, and they're there. There's so many players on this site already.
भाई हेलो देव भाई.
If Gentlemates want to stop Fnatic getting this 2-0, they need to do a little
भाई
more
ये
here.
एक सेकंड दीप भाई ये क्या लैंग्वेज है? I have waited many nights for you. Excuse me.
मेरे को पढ़ने देना.
मैंने पढ़ा.
No, it definitely does. I think we saw similar.
3 month free membership मिला. अब तो
Scenes
खुद के
for
पैसे से लिया.
Gentlemates
Love you.
previously.
I love you. And what if गोलू तो कोई
Good
दूसरा
comps.
इंटरनेशनल और बैट कर ले?
Comps though.
What if?
Tell you what could really change the tides though, an attacking Cypher operator.
Yes.
दीप भाई क्या लैंग्वेज
Let's see if I
है?
can get drawing on this one.
I mean,
मेरे
it's
लिए
rough
नाइट्स
because
में आप रुक रहे हो?
right here.
Excuse
Gentlemates
me.
have struggled to pin down opening engagement, so to now have
भाई
something that
फैनेटिक बीट
indicates
छोड़ के
slowing
खेलता है ना.
things down
दीप
even
भाई लव यू यार.
further.
काय सेंटी हो क्या हो गया
Navi
बताओ?
esque rounds.
यार देखे मैसेज.
यार देखिए मैसेज नहीं ठीक है. क्या हो गया दीप भाई?
Existence has taken a leap
काय
out of
सेंटी हो रहे?
one of Angel's older books.
Yes, yes.
जज सिंह अगर आपने
I
इतना
feel like
लंबा
that's not an
मैसेज
existence call if I'm
इनडायरेक्टली
honest.
पलक जी को इम्प्रेस करने के लिए बोला है.
Okay,
So,
so
she's
right,
not
space
single.
gets
Just
taken at
say.
B. Should be a plan to follow. Nothing to really dissuade that. Taka's going to take the space that was available, but
Love you,
Leo does
Bangla,
have,
love
I think,
you.
quite a bit of kit to
I mean,
retake this
Fnatic
area.
basically have everything to
Yep.
get back at this.
There it is, and Takas is now in a bit of a
भाई
predicament.
बेचारे के
Gets
साथ
cleared
क्या
off
कुछ
with no
नहीं
pressure
हुआ
to stop
यार.
it as well. With no double pump, with no pressure points early, they have all this utility, and look what it's doing. Whalers has now decided the operator should be a shotgun, and funny enough, it didn't work very well. So Logan now
Operator
has to,
should be a shotgun
feign
बोल दिया
falling
है.
away, but he can't because the diffuse is going to
Gotta
come
face the
in.
music,
इस
yeah.
रेंज में चला रहा था.
Gotta
well.
sit back and watch this one.
Why don't you
Pass it
watch
by.
party VCLSN? अच्छा नहीं लगता मेरे को.
Half will seal the deal.
मेरे
8-3 now.
साथ मेरे और रॉसी भाई के बीच
Financially.
में दुश्मनी हैवी हो गई है. तो रॉसी को सपोर्ट नहीं कर
Be
रहा.
a
समझ रहे हो?
मत बोलिए
purchase
सब
here for
बिना
Gentlemates.
कंटेस्ट
एंटीदा के
पे
सामने
डाल देंगे.
भाई
this situation.
एंटीदा
The last
और मेरा
person you
एक
want to
बॉक्सिंग
see
मैच
the
होने
kill
वाला है.
ahead of this
इतनी कलेश
retake,
है, इतनी
getting
कलेश.
started is
समझ रहे हो?
Durka.
भाई लोग बिना
And
कंटेस्ट
even come down to
काली
it,
भाई
carries
सांप
the
है.
showstopper
Yep.
across into the next.
And I love seeing this. I'm so glad
और
we got to
मेरे
see
पास
it because
पिन भी नहीं है.
the alarm bot has been kind of giving it away, right? It's been
समझ रहे हो?
the amount they've had to
ऐसा
work to
हर
try and
टीम
clear
में
that
कोई ना
utility,
कोई
to try and do
problem
all
है.
of this, but it feels like it's just not ingrained into the steps that Gentlemates
एनएफ
are
भाई के
taking.
साथ मेरे तो दोबारा
TP
प्रॉब्लम हुआ है.
I mean, like, yeah, Logan's just trying
तो उसको भी
to
सपोर्ट नहीं
draw
कर रहा.
some
Yeah.
people away from the choke points.
Which kind of works because now they're having to turn attention. I kind of like this. Gentlemates now taking the space that has to be respected.
But look at the spike.
Careful now.
This is all
They
a
might
fake.
start questioning, going,
एक का
There's
तो
no
हाथ
plant yet.
फ्रैक्चर हो गया. हाँ.
still no
एक्सक्यूज मी
plan.
यार बेचारा
Goes to
है.
take his TP
मैं
as a
जानबूझकर उसका
fact
नाम
finder.
नहीं लिया. तुम लोग
Doesn't
ना.
have the ult there if he fancies it. And I think the penny has indeed dropped. A nice fake here. This worked out actually quite well for Gentlemates, but it is still a 5v5. And you look at the ults that Fnatic have, some of those are very influential.
Sahiba ke
That was positioning,
fracture
it's
में आपका हाथ
outdone.
नहीं है.
Takas
ना बेशरम लोग
claims
हैं.
some space for himself. And they've completely evacuated site.
Yeah, respecting
Hopefully
the
he recovers
showstopper.
full.
Joke's over. You're
गेम प्ले
dead.
भले ही
back
नूबी
now,
रहेगा
Sen.
उसका.
I'm a little nervous they're this deep though. They are going to have to clear back through, and yeah, the tank's done really well at that. Bay has to follow suit. Yeah, this is much better. Chronicle
भाई
gets handled. Takas
पहले
gets
जेंटलमैन
involved,
मारते हैं.
and they
फिर
carve away
अचानक
a
से
little bit of remind,
छोटी
but
छोटी
it's
गलतियां करते
not
हैं.
been a comfortable
फिर
half
अचानक
by
से
any
मारते हैं.
means.
No, absolutely
That's
not.
it.
And even this
That's
last
on
one's
Clips वाले
almost
channel
like
का content
a
है.
lifeline thrown to Gentlemates, to be honest with you.
Yep.
क्लिप्स वाले चैनल को भी
And
पता
it
है
gets a little bit more pace
कि अगर
thrown into
क्लिप
this
करके
fake
डाल दिया
towards
वो भी
C.
गलत वे में
And
पट
even
से
here with the
कॉपी
pit, again,
But-
you're relying on audio cues on the outside. Like you said, the plant doesn't come, but ahead of that, Fnatic just fully rotate, fully give up the rest of the
आज
map.
ट्वीट कर देना
What they
चाहिए था
have looked
फैनेटिक
very comfortable
आज
at sitting back
उनका
and
रिटर्न
allowing
करने
Gentlemates the time
इनका
and space to set themselves up and getting dissected, to be honest with you, on the,
फर्स्ट
on
बैक
the
कोच
retake.
कब
Nice work,
पहले
guys.
मैं सोच रहा हूँ चैरिटी बिगिंस एट होम करके
Surgical
पिंकी को
precision.
डायमंड से
Thank you.
फ्लैट से
Are we hot
हम
mics right
इमोर्टल
now?
लेके
Are we-
जाए क्या बोलते हो हाँ?
Probably.
Yes.
Right.
मोटिवेशन
4
है इसको भी
rounds. I
इमोर्टल
want to see a
पहुंचना
pistol
है
round here, if I'm honest, for Gentlemates. could even that scoreline up a little bit.
एक साल
I don't mind
dedicate
being
करना
proactive
पड़ेगा.
either.
Are you ready?
Work with what you got.
6 months में
I mean, yeah, this is a full
Huh?
look at the
6 months के अंदर
tripwire over towards.
Alpha's taking a look.
भाई T-Bone गया है Immortal.
Let's say, yeah, this was the intention.
Did you
from
just
the get-go.
compare yourself with a
Alpha
goat
the Sheriff
bone?
can do some real damage from there,
Huh?
but that
Did
will
you
be
just say
नहीं
he-
उसने भी
he-
कभी
Indicator
hard
for
work
Gentle.
किया था.
just
Hey, did you
Well,
just say
Shippy would have got a ping off the minimap there, actually.
भाई क्या clip
Okay,
है?
this is nice. This actually could allow them the gap close here, and it does. The tank set in motion. Takas on the follow-up. This is lovely
Vital bhai,
stuff.
thank you for the membership.
Much
Vedant bhai,
better.
thank you for the one gifted. Guys,
Okay.
जो भी वो lucky बंदा है, Vedant bhai को
Boaster
कस के
and
चुम्मी दे के
Chronicle.
thanks बोले.
Lots to handle. Boaster's going to take the fur. No, not like this.
भाई ये
Oh,
कैसे?
dude, looks so
5v3
ready for
था.
Gentlemates to take that big step in the second half here.
दीप भाई
But
काहे
denied in the
सेंटी और
end.
क्या हो गया वो
Fnatic
बताओ.
will be happy with that one.
आप बहुत deep जा रहे हो.
Reset into a much deeper hold here after losing out on Mount.
आप बहुत deep जा रहे हो यार दीप भाई. Love you यार मेरी जान के टोट्स.
Both a little confused as to what's coming out of the crowd
Who
there.
are we? Fantastic.
But yeah, I
It's
mean,
called support, Boaster, all right? I know you've had a rough couple of weeks, but they're on your side.
Both to find the two
आई
crucial
आई
kills
गाली
there
दिया
to really,
गाली दिया अजी कोई
I guess,
गाली दे रहा है
slam the brakes on.
गाली दिया यार जिस
Slow
जिसको भी
things down
गिफ्टेड
there.
मिला दीप भाई का पकड़े
And
ठीक
I
है
kind of like
दीप
seeing
भाई लव
Existence
यू
get a
यार
little fired up by seeing the loss in that, because you could tell the gravitas of
अच्छा
that
वो आप
round
अभी अभी
that they just
Yeah,
lost.
व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप
Yeah,
में
the bigger,
थोड़े
the
टाइम
biggest
पहले आ
swing there
जाता
is
ना
to actually
अकाउंट
get
खाली हो
themselves
जाता मैं
past
जिस
Mount.
हिसाब से आप
Obviously,
सेंटी हो रहे हो मेरे को
succeed
लग
in
रहा है
having 3 people on the flank, but then things fall apart when they can't get onto site and trade effectively. It's definitely the more tilting part of it to go wrong when you're in a 5v3.
ओ वो यूटिल देख के उनको
coming
लगा
back
सी
onto
पुश होने वाला
site,
है
especially in a pistol as well, where it's
भाई
like
मेरे
bodies thrown
को
on
क्या
angles,
देखने गया पता है अभी
forced
जेंटलमेट
deeper,
से
and
गेस करो
overwhelm
चैट
individuals.
वो बी और सी पुश वो वाला पुश देखने का
Logan's
मजा आएगा क्या
caught
बोलते हो
enough of an audio cue. He knows where they're heading, and Gentlemates will have
चैट दीप भाई का
bodies
पकड़ो
on
जिसको मिला
sight. 4 of them here. And still
Come
a
back,
lot of
mate.
utility in play. Bayaz, the tank, they've got a fair bit of kit now.
Fnatic too strong यार
Takas even still has that paint shell as well. Can they deal with this?
Need apology
That
video
late
for
pivot
God
towards B,
tomorrow,
you know, but
10:30
that's
AM.
done that in
Take
the
it.
past.
मैं उसको private में बोल दूँगा.
नहीं
Aerial
पब्लिक
weapons for 30
अपॉलॉजी चाहिए
seconds.
पब्लिक
The stack has been read.
I'm
I mean, that's a
sorry
ton of
people.
information. Whether they still commit here.
Okay, okay. Oh, that almost breaks
committing.
my heart. Because they got the read right. I liked what they were trying to do in Logan there.
Sorry,
but I
T-Bone,
mean,
sorry,
hey, welcome
good
to
bone.
bigger weapons, better utility, and good synergy, good spacing. No
या
threats
फिर
and
गुंड बोन
spam through the
गुंड बोन
cage.
बोले
Alpha gonna find Logan in the end, and it's double digits for Fnatic.
भूल गया था
So you need
गुड बोन
Gentlemates
ठीक है
to put something up here.
Hey,
in
did you
round
just
3
say
in the second
गुंड
half.
बोन वो अलग क्लिप
I
आता
mean,
था
I am
second,
sorry,
a bit of a
T-Bone
freebie
Doug
for
Goes,
Durka
the
there.
#1
Like I
rated
said,
player of
the
India
reveal-
Cypher.
रेडेंट
For
नहीं
Leo.
चल रेडेंट वेडेंट
Giving the game away.
मेरे लिए तो है
On a
भाई.
side.
है ना chat?
कद्दू
इसको sorry बुलाओ,
See it
इसने मना
flawless
किया
कद्दू
अभी.
का रेडेंट
इसको sorry बुलाओ.
नीचे झूले
Into this round as
नीचे
well.
ये
Money gonna be
मैंने
sitting
सुना.
comfortably
असली का
already
रेडेंट
on
है
T-Bone
भाई
को बहुत
Durka
खराब
too.
लगेगा ये.
असली का मैं खराब लगे तो लगने दे
T-Bone को बहुत खराब
Bayaz
लगेगा यार.
feeling
उसके
the
एक्सीडेंट
Sorry.
चैलेंज नहीं हो रहा है
Rightly so. I mean,
Radiant.
Fnatic are behind this. They are.
रेडेंट का एक इज्जत रहता भाई
I could say
वो
rubble.
तुझ से radiant है.
They got it. Gentlemates hold on.
एक और solid, एक और solid.
It's not really spamming away particularly here. Could be in the right place for it though.
Yeah, Bayaz has had a
एक
ton
और
of
फ्रेंड गया क्या चैट
audio cues.
Here we go. That's one.
ओ
could have been a
ऑलमोस्ट
second, it wasn't.
ऑलमोस्ट
It was actually Alpha to claim Bayaz in the end.
ऑलमोस्ट
Still, it's revealed a lot of what Fnatic are up to, so the rotations are coming in, but Tank is still a little bit ahead of this. So isolated, the Durka can take the space. He wants more, securing the site as he goes, but the timing right for Logan, but on a second glimpse, Durka catches him. His Chronicles find Whalers, and now the support system's gone. Oh, this is lonely work for Logan, but he might be able to get a little
क्या
bit of
लगता है जीत
done.
सकता है
Durka's
क्या
gone,
कबूतरी
but his support gets taken away. Logan, a nice attempt, but it's not
Clean
enough.
जीत रहे,
It's too
वे
alive, and
clean
Fnatic
जीत
make it
रहे.
to 11 here.
काम ना करे
Gentlemates fading away.
Yeah, unfortunately with the flawless in the previous, Fnatic are going to look
स्पैम
fairly flush.
स्पैम करना वो
financially.
बेनिफिट नहीं है मेंबर का इमोजीज है बेनिफिट
Gentlemates will be
और जो भी मेंबर्स बने हैं वो लोग व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप ज्वाइन कर सकते हैं
Nice clean up as well.
Land
Was
in
out
the
for
Nevo.
divine entry there. Looks as if it was going to be Dirk.
माफ करो यार.
He's
We'll
silent
see,
है.
Gentlemate's timeout.
माफ करो.
And I think
He's silent
now's the
है.
time to kind of revisit that question we come into this series, or certainly I had coming into this series, which is, you know, what have
Actual में
Gentlemates
land
really
में
been
हूँ.
doing in
एक बार
terms of
MVP
their
बनने के बाद
perspective,
बुलाया
the
नहीं
meta
कभी मेरे को
currently, and
land.
how they
Yeah.
want to approach, obviously, this much longer stretch,
क्या
I
हुआ?
guess, versus VCT teams this year. And I think we come back to some of the things we've raised on the cast now about
कौन सा WhatsApp group? हमारा members
difficulty
only WhatsApp
finding
group है.
answers, or you know, how to overcome certain things. Breeze, I think the examples were Fnatic just being.
But did you
decisive.
notice something?
Didn't
Something
really
नहीं
know
है
how to
PRX.
adapt to that.
Yep.
Here, I'll be honest. For me, it just looks like the playbook's a little off. They've not had the right approach overall. to
कितना
the
बचा
first
300
half
के
at
को?
all,
Chat
in
किस
my
किसने
eyes.
subscribe
They've
नहीं
not
किया?
found
नंबर बढ़ाओ.
Success in areas
देखो
that
बढ़ रहा है
they've
क्या वहाँ
really
पे?
invested behind.
लाल
And
बटन
this is the
दबाने
point,
से वो
unfortunately,
नंबर
you
बढ़
do
रहा है क्या?
look
देखो
back at, well,
लाल
is
है
it
लाल है करो.
accomplished, or is it kind of everybody on the same page?
एक साथ दबा के देखो ऐसा
And it
हजार
is- that
बिजार
is the
बढ़ता है
tricky
क्या?
part when they run such a kind of
क्या पता कल ही
off-meta
giveaway
comp
चालू हो जाए.
so
क्या
This
पता?
is
regularly.
feast
You
or
never
famine.
know.
It's the same sort of thing as running a Reyna. Unless you're going to have the Phoenix dropping 25-30 every game.
भाई
and everybody
सच्ची
else
बोलो
is able to
सब्सक्राइब
pull
बटन
their
दबाओ
weight,
करके बोलते हो ना तब भी
just
बढ़ता
doesn't
है
look
बे.
good, does it? That's the
थोड़ा
tricky
तो
part.
हिलता है मजाक
And
चेक कर
again,
वरना
yeah, the
हिलता
tank
ही
is
नहीं
putting
है
up some numbers. It's not, but
तुम
it's
लोग
not
रुके
enough.
रहते हो जब
It's
मैं
not
बोलूंगा
enough.
The
करके.
second leg to that is that Reyna or Phoenix performance needs to really force the opposing team, you know, back in their shell.
Yes.
Fnatic just aren't that sort of team.
दो बार दबाए,
They'll
एक ही
find
बार भाई,
space
एक ही.
elsewhere on the map to counterbalance whatever you're trying to do with that heavy front line. I think that's ultimately what we did see certain examples in the first half.
Yeah.
I mean, Perch is looking way better than I thought.
एक
Actually.
बार जी से खेलेगा
Yeah,
बोल
for
रहा है कोई
Gentlemates,
एक्सक्यूज मी
no
टी शर्ट है.
real
Excuse me.
gaps in utility either.
बेटी भी हो सकती है.
It does
What
feel
is
like
that
do or
person?
die
I don't know.
हाँ?
in round 16
What?
here.
उसको फुटबॉल प्लेयर बनना है.
Lost bonus will be
खेलेंगे
there
ना
for the
कंप्यूटर
next,
पे
but
फुटबॉल.
backs against the wall now.
Okay. Logan,
Ah,
Takas,
so good,
Whalers. This is it. It's got to be right. The paranoia is being cooked up here. Gets posted on both sides. Whalers going to catch it on one. You can see Logan now forced away as well.
But if
The
usko
second
aur
hit going to
gunner
come through
banna
now. Fnatic want to commit towards this one. Then as Dirk can step
30
forward.
seconds left.
Whalers in a lot of
Kuch
danger.
सुनाई
You
नहीं
can
दे
see
रहा,
how
पता
hard it is to hold this site
भाई
actively.
मैं एक
You
चीज
almost have
लैंड
to
में
give it up
जरूर
a
देखना
touch.
चाहता हूँ.
Play it
फेड जब
back in,
चीज
and that's
करेगा ना
exactly what
इसका
they're doing with the
हेडफोन निकाल
running
के
back.
साइड में
The tank tries to take the
खेलते
space, but it's Logan to deliver the fatal
खेलते
blow.
हेडफोन साइड में.
Trades
They can't
back
remove the
and
headphone.
forth. No plant yet. All players on the right side of the map,
They
and with
can't
13 seconds, Takas trying to
Can't
get
remove
close
the
here.
headphone,
Outdone by Durka.
rule
Block
hai.
secured. Time on Fnatic's side. Bears in the
देखो
tank.
उनको कोई कुछ
Gotta
नहीं बोलेगा,
find
he's a
value now.
legend.
Durka ready. Does get caught by the flash
मेरे को
though.
दो
That's a
सेकंड लगा
chance,
समझ में.
but it's traded. Bears
Love you,
now
Abhinav.
1v2. What you got for us here? Anything up the sleeve?
Almost
No.
था,
Leo's not gonna
almost
allow
collect
it.
था, almost.
Fnatic make it to 12, and Gentlemates left to rot on 4.
He said with the force coming through,
क्राउड सपोर्ट तो है.
when it did,
30 seconds.
the purchase will be uncomfortable here.
Fnatic.
It's just, if you make this comparison to where,
Fnatic.
you know, Gentlemates did group and hit
दही
the side
पूरी
together.
प्लस शिकंजी
just
प्लस
the
भाई
difference in
शिकंजी
utility,
अच्छी
the
रहती है
different-
ना.
the protocol list on the
शिकंजी
way in,
sweet ना.
the execution,
Yeah.
unfortunately,
हाँ?
stark contrast
शिकंजी नहीं मालूम
to
तेरे
be
को.
made.
It's a drink, I know.
Three Guardians, two
भाई
Bulldogs.
वही है
TP for
अच्छी
Logan.
रहती है शिकंजी.
Healthy रहता है ना.
भाई मस्त रहता है टेस्ट में.
Logan just on the verge here, 2 by door as well. The problem is this
शिकंजी is like
probably
फालूदा.
won't catch everyone that he wants here.
No.
I think it might just catch
almost
Durka.
like
I don't think
it,
the others
Baba.
were affected. No, and Fnatic so
Faluda is
ready
made
for
of
this.
milk.
Catching them by
Because
door,
he's
catching them on the
good.
door open as well.
नींबू
Oh,
पानी
man.
मतलब
This is going from
नींबू
bad
पानी
to
लेकिन
worse. You've got the
उसमें
lockdown ready. Chronicle's got his ult too. Everything coming together. You
रहता
can
है
already see
ना.
it now. They have to dip so far away here, Gentlemates.
खाने टाइप.
It's down to the last 3.
अबे उसमें कुछ रहता है बे.
Retake
White,
versus
white.
Fnatic with utility, with lacking weapons,
उसमें
You're
सब्जा
just
रहता
hearing
है.
it.
Yeah,
बोल रहा हूँ
but
उसमें कुछ रहता है.
layered on
That's
top
not.
here.
ये भगवान.
So just give an
From bad to
example
worse,
रे
isn't it?
फालूदा
Tough
करके.
times now ahead.
सब्जा.
Speaking of timing,
Not sweet.
keep in mind
bad.
Bears and Leo's timing on each other, but both already going to find both of the players near the site itself. And Bears drifting into the eyes of Leo. Yeah, Bears going to get 1 and a second. He's got his ult. He needs more though, and they are putting
Alpha
bodies
J, जो
on the
बन
line. It's
किए हैं.
13 to 4. Fnatic really trounce Gentlemates here. This map didn't feel close.
It didn't. Felt like
भाई
a
जल्दी हो
major
गया
gap between these two
बे
teams, unfortunately, today, and concerns continue to
Gentlemates!
Gentlemates, like I said, don't want to beat a
Gentlemates!
dead horse, but coming back to some of the
अच्छा,
real
fanatic बोल रहे हो
fundamental issues with what we've seen so far.
भाई अभी होगी crazy game
Doubling down for Fnatic, return
ठीक है अच्छी
to
ना
form, looking clean, looking
Fnatic
composed,
strong not
looking
a
in
problem
control of a lot of these rounds. Durka returning
there is a lot to learn we have to do what reviews
of old, you could
lot
say.
to learn not a problem
Looking
Gentlemates.
fantastic on the Euro this time. I guess
You
this is the
did
urban
good.
myth from Twitter that we've heard about.
Yeah.
ये
No,
भी
I
Twitter ही
think you're
बोला।
right. I do
Huh?
want to highlight specifically map
सब
1
अभी तक
felt
Twitter ही बोलते हैं।
more competitive
Yeah.
than map 2. I think map 1 we saw a lot of the better looks from Fnatic that we've been waiting to see. A lot of the synergies looking good, seeing kind of Leo,
By 8
Alpha
seconds,
working
कौन
together,
जीतेगा?
Durka towards the top.
KC
Chronicle
या
having a great
Navi?
game actually,
Let me
especially map
think
2 after
this
saying the
very,
assist he was getting ended on 11 with, I think he was top fragging in the server, so
KC.
certainly a good performance from
KC.
him. But again, Fnatic
कैसी
looking
जीतेगा
good today, I
कैसी
think, starting to correct some of those doubters out there.
कैसी
But
जीतेगा भाई
again,
ये गेम
Gentlemans
क्लोज
maybe
आने
not
वाला
the
है भाई
opponent yet
चैम्बर
to
को देख
fully
रहे हो कितना
test them.
स्मार्ट
I think, yeah,
व्हाट्सएप लिंक दे दो
Come back to
वैसा
something
नहीं
similar
है
as well that we
व्हाट्सएप
said
करो
last
व्हाट्सएप
week, which is
अरे
you
यार
are still
मेरा
going to
सिर्फ
cut
stage
Gentlemates a
था।
little bit of slack.
Of course you will.
No roster change coming in. Obviously, they're very early on in the lifespan. There's still hope for this team, but
100%.
I think we're at the turning point of now where we do need to see some kind of marked improvements along, whether that be performance, whether that be some of the composition changes that we're seeing. There needs to be something that we can pin our hopes to.
chat as per the rules and regulations of equality episode 1v1 आज पिंकी सोफे पे सोएगी समझ रहे
मैं तो गाना गा रही थी
मेरे को नहीं मालूम भाई देखो सिंपल बात है भाई दिस इज फ्रॉम एपिसोड 1 ऑफ द इक्वालिटी बुक क्या बोलते हो
Loose on the Euro today, and it paid off.
Raj,
Tell
तुम
me
सोफे
how
पे
we
सोया।
finally got to see
आज पिंकी
the Euro that you've been talking about and hyping on social media for so long.
सही बात है सही
Yeah, I
बात
mean, I was waiting to play Euro for like 2 months now, and then first game on Euro didn't go that well. Today, after the game, I was like, okay, I know what I need to fix. I fixed and talked to coaches, took some notes, and then started playing better on track instantly. And then,
बस का मारने का
I
ice cream है
was
ice cream
really well prepared this match, and it paid off.
So what did need to change? Was it just an individual thing, or did you need a little bit more support from your
I
team
don't
to
know.
set you up?
पोस्टर
I
का
think
देख
it
रहे
was
हो
a bit
बकचोदी चल
individual,
रही
like I
है
was making some silly mistakes against Giants, and I kind of a bit forgot how to play it, like I played it in practice, because in practice it was always awesome.
व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप की लिंक है यार तुमको डिस्कॉर्ड लिंक करके वो सब करना पड़ता है
Is it quite difficult then when you do get on this stage and suddenly something doesn't quite
Mods,
feel
help कर दो।
right and what you've been practicing
Link
doesn't
sir
come to
please can
fruition, doesn't get
we
shown?
have a
Is that
talk show
difficult?
instead of gaming today नहीं
Yeah, sometimes it's difficult, especially with this agent. I think it's the hardest agent to play, but
We
also the
can't
strongest. And
we'll do
I
talk
feel
show
like,
after the watch party like after
I
23rd
kind of like had a bad start to the game, and then
सब gaming वेमिंग खत्म हो जाएगा
it
watch
kinda
party खत्म हो
transferred
जाएगा
for the rest of the
I
game,
will
so it
have
was,
a
like,
cast
bit hard to-
member on the
hard to play
talk
against
show
Giants, but then I think after
On
the game it
stream.
was easy to recover.
मेरा plan
You
क्या
definitely
हुआ
have momentum on your side today. It's something that Boaster was actually talking to Yinsu about on their podcast earlier
Twitter
this week.
का
The
blue
comfort
tick मत ले
zone and how you
क्योंकि
guys
वो
feel on
अब
stage is very
खरीदना
important
पड़ता
for
है
Fnatic.
बट इंस्टा का
What's
तो
made
ले
you
ले
feel
वो फ्री
more
में होता
comfortable
है
today?
हाँ क्या
I think the boys
फ्री में होता है इंस्टा का
like we came with a good energy
फॉर्म
today.
भरता
We knew what we were doing, and we also got win against Giants, so that gave us
सबका
like
बोल दे
extra momentum
गाइस
and
सब्सक्राइब
extra,
करो
like,
300
good
के पे
feeling to
गिव अवे
play.
है जो लोग अभी
And
अभी
we
आए
knew,
हैं
like, oh, we're not underdogs, and let's just play our game. And every time we play our game, everyone's having fun, and when we're having fun, we're destroying.
Yeah, what's your favourite, what makes you have fun? Is it getting out on Odin and passing it around the team?
Yeah, I'm the new Odin player suddenly. It changed like yesterday, but yeah, I mean, just playing together and winning
भाई
makes
इसको
us
बोला
all
गया है
have
तो
fun,
ओडिन
just,
चला
like,
करके
doing stuff together, even in real
हाँ
life.
इसको
Like,
बोला गया है
they like to play like football and stuff, and Icelanders coming in with I don't play
हक
that
भाई
much,
से
but,
बोलो
like just coming there for the spirit.
यार मेरे से
What do
नहीं
you play
बोला
then?
जाता
You're
यार
not a touch and grass person?
करते
Not really. I mean, I didn't play because I really wanted
गोल्ड
to
टोर वाला
like,
डिस्कॉर्ड कब
touch
होगा
upon my
अभी
Euro
करेंगे
a
ना
bit
खास
and
दोस्त
fix
के
it.
साथ
So I was like, I don't have time for like series or other stuff. I was like, I need to focus on my Euro. I will watch VODs, I will take notes, play more of the game, and it paid off.
I think we'll organise a game of ping pong. You and me, somewhere in Berlin, we'll find somewhere to go. You need to have a break from the PC. But you know what? All that time on Euro has clearly done you so well. Congratulations, Zerka. Fantastic performance from you and the boys today. Now, we are going to take a short break, but when we come back, we are going to have an absolute banger on our hands. It is the Yellows versus the Blues. KC versus Navi.
ऐसे समझ रहे हो ऐसे प्रोजेक्ट देता था
brightest light in the world, bro. I can't take my eyes off you, bro. Bro, I did like 1 million damage. He gets 0 frags, bro.
He's mad because I was spamming. Look at him. I did 9 damage.
He's still there, bro. You little wanker. What you do, bro? That's the team, bro.
तुम रहने दो EMEA के ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स ये गया भाई ये गया भाई अभी खतरनाक मैच होने वाला है अभी खतरनाक मैच होने वाला है
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola.
Navi winning. KC. ख्याति लाओ मैं लिख के देता हूँ KC won today. ख्याति लाओ लिखा मैंने देख रहे हो कैसे blur हो गया It makes me happy to see you finally reach 300k as a sub for the first time since the days of PUBG. फोन पे देख गिवअवे में पार्टिसिपेट इन होगा नो पीसी मतलब फोन पे देख गिवअवे में पार्टिसिपेट इन होगा मेरे को नहीं समझा
Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
मुझे नहीं समझा Happy to you, love you. अमेरिका से नहीं इसके बाद हम ये नावी वर्सेस केसी के बाद हम हैवी रूटर शिफ्ट करेंगे हैवी आज तुम लोग को दिखाता हूँ हाउ टू रीच 500 इलो भाई मेरी गेमिंग इंप्रूव तो हो गई है फिर से लिख भाई गलत हो गई स्पेलिंग क्या चीज मेरा कमर ओ वंश भाई आपके सर पे नंबर क्या है ये लो मेरी रिंग फिंगर लो Did you say FNS comments on G? Yeah, I respect his comments, but do I really care? No. Oh. कान पे कर लो खड़े खड़े रूटर नो प्लीज क्वालिटी खराब है भाई सुनो काम है काम में जो भी काम मेरे को दिया गया मैं पूरा करूंगा ठीक है जितने लोग आएंगे उनको मेरा प्यार जितने लोग नहीं आएंगे वो लोग कल यूट्यूब देखें सिंपल ना कभी तुमको फोर्स किया है ना करूंगा ठीक है बस भाई टी शर्ट कहाँ से ली याद नहीं 50 कंप्लीट करना और नहीं तो क्या 20 कंप्लीट ओ तंडू
Cheers! ये मैं कुछ स्टोरी डाल ब्रो पीना मत
रुक जा मैं वॉशरूम का क्या है पानी भी लेके आया
मेरा फोन किधर गया था ये ना इधर ही था लाइट चेंज करना पड़ेगा कौन सा इसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं हम नावी को ना ब्लू लाइट So good. शहर को काहे गाली दे रहे हो? हाँ? Matching, no?
Welcome back to VCT.
खुद खाने के पहले
And
फोन
there's
को खिलाना
now not just
compulsory. Yes.
VCT3, but there's VCT4 because we are joined by Leo from Fnatic. This is the first time you've joined us on the sofa here.
केसी भी तो blue है, दोनों blue ही है. ये केसी का color है.
Yeah, it is on.
I mean, I was here last year, you know, back here again.
Oh, Leo
I'm
आया.
tempted to say no, it's not working. If you can just.
You should have done it.
We'll let you know. I love that this is your first time here and you're just like, I just want to check that everything is working. We've got your back, don't worry. Talk to us then about that fairly swift 2-0 against Gentlemates. Obviously, you planned it to go that way, but were you expecting maybe a little bit more resistance?
I mean, we definitely didn't underestimate them.
Every
team is hungry to play us and beat us, so for us, it's just about coming in hungry to the game. Like, we probably didn't have the other games, but we felt super confident coming in. They have a very different playstyle, I think, to other teams here in Europe. It's just about us understanding how they play, and I think it showed.
Yeah, also, I feel like the last
nice top also.
Like skyrocketed. We're seeing, you know, the Leo that we saw in last year. The Gecko was very impressive. Do you like playing it? Is this something that it fits into your comfort zone, or was that a hard task for you?
I mean, definitely fun.
Games on
different agents. I feel like when I
Gecko's very fun.
Yeah, Gecko's fun. I mean, just playing different agents is always fun. Like, I've played a
Yeah,
lot of
Peter,
solo,
mango
so
milkshake.
I mean, anything different is just it's nice when you practice to do different
Arigato!
Last week when you played Breeze and you guys lost against Giant X, it looked like you guys had everything going right, except like you didn't
अभी
convert a
तो
lot of the
challenge
kills.
देने की भी
You feel
जरूरत
like
नहीं है guys.
when
ऐसे
they
ही
picked
dance कर लेता है
Breeze into you this time, that was a bit of them walking into a trap type of thing.
Arigato!
Like, we picked it last week, so
It's
it means we were confident on it. So, and just we watched the game back, and it was like, yeah, it was a lot of just
Vada pav banna
we weren't hitting our shots and like some basic
Vada
stuff.
pav kha lo, friends.
So, I mean, definitely when they picked it, it was like we're gonna win 2-0.
Yeah.
With
इनसे
these
ना हो
comps you're
पाएगा.
playing now, given that in 2023 you chose your comps and you stuck to them throughout the year, do you feel like it's
सुनना
going
है.
to be a similar thing?
सुनना,
You
मैंने
find the agents you want to play
सुनना
against and
सुनना
then you
सुनना
now
सुनना
having a
सुनना गाना है इधर करने वालों तेरे को गाना नहीं मालूम
Agent is
सुनना
changed, you have to change. But I mean,
तो
right now
टैन हो
we're
क्या है
comfortable
आज?
with what we're playing with.
क्या
Sometimes I
भाई
see
धूप
like
पे
a
खड़ा था
map
क्या?
changes or a new
बहुत
agent or
गर्मी है
whatever, you know.
पैदल
आगे
गए थे
face
ऐसे
wash
धूप
कर
You do
लेना,
micro adjustments
टैन
within
हो
that,
गया.
so I don't know
Tan
how
हो गया
often you
तू.
guys use like we just saw the Odin all the time on Lotus. Do you guys make micro adjustments about either setups or weapons used or how you approach the map within the maps that you do play and the agents that you do play?
I mean,
Chill.
definitely yes.
मस्त chill.
I mean, maybe
but this is
it's
heat
different from map to map. I feel
No.
like some
Mango
maps
is
you
heat.
constantly have to try new
Cooler
stuff.
do
but,
अंदर cooler
certain
डाल.
maps
Actually में
you
mango is
know
heat
what's
ask
good and you
I
stick
know,
with
but
it.
it's not
I
actually
mean,
heat
it's dependent on like the map, really.
Leo, while we've got you here, how do you feel about talking about
There
other
was a video where I saw.
What do you want to know?
Wow.
Oh,
What is going to be an incredibly close match coming up. Although at least this is what we suspect because it is KC versus Navi. And interestingly, now we've spoken to you about your compositions. Last year, Navi, they were kind of known for liking to
Those are
change
strong teams,
things
Vivek.
up quite a lot with their compositions. This year though, this team that's been together for so long, I know AORUS obviously had some time away, but he's come back. They're facing this team with obviously an old school coach and new school players.
वॉचमैन ने देख क्या लिखा मुंह में लोगे वाईफाई मैं तेरी मम्मी को जाके दूं रात को आज प्रसाद काहे कूल बनते हो बे
Each other, I think they have like a trio that's
Reduce
played
heat
for probably
con-
like 3-4
No,
years,
it's
so, I mean,
actually
they're super comfortable
good,
together, and,
but
they're
you need a
definitely
coolant.
strong team.
Yeah, exactly. If we think about the compositions and what you were saying, for the entirety of 2023, we saw a Navi that was a threat for many reasons, and one of them was like changing compositions. 9, 8, 5 different compositions.
Bye, thank you for the membership.
Crazy, and it of course affects the level of preparation that the other team can have against you, because obviously it looks like they're always like reading onto you, and they're able to change stuff up compared to what you guys did last year. Literally the complete opposite, right? You were very comfortable with the composition that you were playing. How do you think it's difficult to prepare against a team like this, or do you feel like even though they change the compositions, Navi is always Navi?
बस मैं esports कभी खेलोगे stream के बाद?
Is it difficult to adapt to this compositional changes, or do you think that the way the match game is always the same?
I mean, yeah, the way the
hair fall हो रही है, any tips?
क्यों हो रही है?
You have come to the right place.
क्यों हो रही है? Find out करो. Dandruff है, stress है.
या कोई बंदी तुम्हारा दिमाग खराब कर रही है.
On certain maps, it's
कुछ भी हो
I don't
सकता
know how the map is played, but I mean, it depends.
या तुम्हारे पास दिमाग ही नहीं है जो बाल होल्ड कर सके.
या बार-बार तुम सोफे पे सो रहे हो.
When we watch KC play, it looks like when they're able to execute their game plan really well, it looks like they do a good job of controlling the pace, moving around together, and being very explosive.
से बीजे कर दे नाम के टुस्की भाई को टेंशन नहीं.
To really get that. How do you think they're going to fare against Navi? Is Navi going to really stop them from being able to have that momentum?
Tuski.
I mean, I would say Navi's playstyle is good against KC, because I feel like they slow down the game and probably dictate the tempo more, and KC has that more. But it might also be the opposite way.
बात ही नहीं करने.
In their face a lot, so I mean, it's definitely a good matchup.
Production be like, क्या ये गाना NCS है? एक बार चला के देखता हूँ.
It's really interesting one because of the fact that KC obviously very much believe in their aim, but perhaps maybe lack a little flexibility. So if we're seeing
अरे बाबा पाली के गाने का लाइन था वाईफाई वाला. हाँ क्या? I am sorry बाबू. I am sorry. My apology video tomorrow morning. माफ करो यार.
Random English idiom. I'm thinking how can KC disrupt?
ऐसा गाना सुनता ही नहीं यार मैं. माफ करो यार.
It's just, I mean, not letting Navi play their game. I think KC has to come out
tomorrow apology video.
Aggressive, I think, and make Navi play their game.
बेचारा को ऐसे तोड़ दे. Sorry.
Hopefully.
अरे वो ऐसे आते हैं ना, no jokes, but ऐसे आते हैं comments थोड़े chat में.
कोई ना, चलो माफ कर ला.
Because it's just like, yeah, you just let Navi kind of trip over
देखो
themselves.
टुस्की भाई भी हंस रहे.
Misunderstood हो गया.
In a so to speak.
बढ़ गया, लेकिन कितना अच्छा स्ट्रीमर है देख रहे हो. मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग में हाइट दिखाया वो.
Is that Navi, they can be so good, but then they can also
Zero by thank you for the 40.
themselves up. Yeah, so we
language muted बड़वे.
From KC, where on Breeze at the start of the round, KC are attempting a map control play.
Muted hide करेगा
ये. लग रहा है मेरे को उसको बहुत फ्री का मेंबरशिप मिला है.
And they're trying to converge into an.
अरे अबे उसका 11 महीने 12 महीने होने आए.
12 महीना मिला है उसको फ्री का मेंबरशिप.
And as Foot starts to move up middle, KC go to the next phase of their plan, which is they want to fight out Nest. They're going to drone out mid doors, but it doesn't matter because Foot's already, they Viper Molly into Nest, and then they're just all over the site. Tamazi was trying to play for the retake from half wall the entire round, but it's already too late. Foot's just flying out tunnel in main and getting superior positioning on KC, and KC don't even clear the base.
पे side by side stream कितने करते हैं क्योंकि I'm affiliated with Router.
They died I think 2 or 3 times from.
और मैं Router पे stream करता हूँ already.
Same thing on Lotus. They're postured towards B, decide to come back to A. Martin's here with his op, and then it's fine because Foot has res, and then KC want to press ahead, full speed behind the Fade ultimate, but Ada Captain puts down his Viper pit on after planting on the site, and they have that sage
आज का दिन कैसे गया? Fast
gaya off spawn, and then KC is just like
सुबह उठा चाय पिया boot camp गया,
and then they realize like oh well, we can't go anywhere. They're protected by the Viper pit, they have the sage wall down to block off spawn, and then you know by the time KC tries to save, it's too late for them to save. So I feel like on these situations when KC has
Navi for the win,
like their whole thing is about moving around, being proactive.
मुझे Zero for Snacks का 2 month
मिला
है और आपके friend के
They definitely struggled with CNED as well.
इसलिए मेरे यहाँ नहीं मिल रहा तुमको फ्री का.
I don't think they were expecting that, especially as it was such a different CNED that we saw.
देखिए इसका ब्लू टक करवा दो. करवा देंगे यार, जब जो होने का है होएगा.
No, you're not
Big
playing.
Mithul Nayak channel का क्या thinking to upload some videos?
In a few.
अरे म्यूट क्यों किया भाई? सुनना है मेरे को, सुनना है मेरे को। क्या हो
Mithul
गया?
Nayak चैनल का क्या सीन है पूछ रहे हैं लोग।
मेरे पास लॉगिन आईडी नहीं है उसका।
मेरे पास है, फॉरगॉट पासवर्ड कर लेंगे।
तो तू कर ले,
शूट कभी करेंगे साथ में।
तू कर। मितुल नायक है, मितुल एंड ध्वनि नहीं है।
वाह, देख रहे हो, इसको चैनल में अपना नाम चाहिए, देख रहे हो ना। 100K होएगा वो चैनल पे, तभी प्ले बटन में आपका नाम डाल देंगे।
नहीं, मुझे अभी चाहिए बिंक्स चैनल पर।
मितुल एंड ध्वनि नूबड़ो ऐसा डाल दो।
एंट्री है, म्यूट। देखो चैट, इसको देख रहे हो तुम लोग? ऐसे स्ट्रीमर को वॉच पार्टी
with a young team hopefully benefiting from Eng's leadership. I say hopefully, they really have been. A win over Navi will be a statement of intent and a sign that Carmine Corp are a However, Navi have had such a
by heavy team है, by Navi heavy team है,
all eyes will be on them to set
by Ardis by मारेंगे पूरीस।
the pace of KC. They're going to be showing why they could be the strongest.
वगैरह पे टाइम आउट दे दिया।
in the
This is
region.
my last question. Please tell me how to convince
This is
parents for
probably
those things
the most exciting
like you
matchup,
have
I have to
said
say,
for loan
of
and
the
all.
week.
Please reply.
I would say so.
Do
I think
what
that
your
both of the
parents
teams
want
have a couple of
from
things
you
that they
यार।
need to
और
improve
वो
on,
चाहते
right?
तुम
We saw
पढ़ाई
Navi
करो तो
losing
पढ़ाई
rounds
करके
and making
दिखाओ,
some mistakes.
उसके बाद बताओ
They
कि
shouldn't
मैं
be
खुद का
making,
कुछ करना
especially at
चाहता
this
हूँ।
state, because if we were to see
समझ रहे
KC
हो?
making the same mistakes, we can make an
तुम्हारा
excuse.
फैमिली को
They're
तुम
not
ज्यादा
experienced,
जानते
they
हो
haven't
यार,
been
कोई
together
तीसरा
for
थोड़ी
that
कमेंट
for
कर
so long.
सकता है कैसे
Honestly,
कन्विंस
if we look
करने
at the
का।
head-to-head, the
bubble.
Magnum versus
समझ रहे हो?
Angel, the experience as an
अभी मैं
IGL
मेरे डैड
is
को कन्विंस करता हूँ,
astonishing
डैड
for
मुझे
the
तो
side
गाली
of
देते,
Angel,
मैं ही
right? It's
खुद
many,
कन्विंस हो
many
जाता
years.
हूँ।
And I feel like probably going back to what Steel was breaking down is in the rounds is that mid-round, right? Is that
पापा के पास
decision-making
जाओ और
once
बोलो लोन
something
चाहिए,
that you're not prepared
सिंपल।
for comes into place.
One of the things I noticed here for Carmine Corp is that they have the 1-0 plushie, advantage. Navi having 0 plushies out here, which means that Casey's going to take the series. That's my.
Bye bind आ गया, let's go!
They do not want to see KC aftermath. They've been banning the Ascent, and the first map is going to be Bind. So most likely we can expect the Gecko head to head. And Leo, as a Gecko expert yourself, what do you think?
फीलिंग्स आ रही है किसी जीतने वाले। भाई नावी जीतेगा। मैं नावी ने बाइंड पिक किया, मैं बदल गया। नावी जीतेगा। नावी ने जो बाइंड सिलेक्ट किया उसको मेरे लिए सॉफ्ट कॉर्नर है, सॉफ्ट कॉर्नर।
Whoever the flasher, the second flasher is, if it's like Sky or KO, it's like you really have to sync up.
We saw that you guys did that really well in your game the last time you played on Bind, where you had so many combos.
Couple reels on Mithul channel, reels ही नहीं बनाते भाई।
When you're in these chaotic situations,
अब
how
hard
is it to sync up? Because Sky doesn't have rechargeable flashes, so now you have to be a little bit more deliberate.
It definitely took time to get to the level we
उसका है आईडी पास आपके पास?
a few months, and in the beginning,
Oh, is that good?
the timing was off. But I think right now we're feeling super.
Adi.
Well, we're seeing the two teams getting ready to go. I was interested in what the Gentlemates streamers said the other day when they were talking about the fact that to beat KC, you just have to shoot them first. I don't know if that means that Navi are going to be upping their momentum on this one, but talk us through this drop.
नरेट भाई मारेंगे आज। भाई देखो गेको है तो तुम्हें ठीक है। नावी के पास ब्रिम के लाइनअप है, वाइपर के लाइनअप है, केओ का भी लाइनअप है, गेको का भी लाइनअप है। 4 लाइनअप है। नावी जीत गया भाई। प्लांट करके उनको बस बेस में जाने का है। सिर्फ ऊपर देखेंगे चारों एजेंट्स, पावर रेंजर्स जैसे।
I think it depends on the player, but if I was playing, I would prefer Omen because I think you can do a bit more plays. But obviously the Brimstone is not bad. You have probably a better ultimate. So I mean, probably just comfort pick, I think.
Consistent streamer award. Thank you.
Who is most comfortable on the stage in just a moment, because we're ready to head over to our casters to get this match.
Let's go. Let's go.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Good to have you back here. And what a stacked desk we just had. But Tom, now as we get into this game, there's only one question left. Is Navi's flawless run going to keep on going? Or are we going to see KC put a stop to it here?
I think that's the question on many people's minds. I'm not going to be the one to answer it. I don't know. I think it's going to be
OP game होने वाला है, ये OP
I was
वाला है.
surprised to see that we
ये
went
OP
through the
वाला है.
veto and Breeze was actually banned out by Navi. It's been a weaker map, but that's the thing. I feel like
तरुण भाई shout out to you. काय धमकी दे रहे हो?
it like changes up quite regularly. It does mean Sunset will be in there, which we have seen them ban quite often throughout the tournament so far. So maybe going to see
बस
something a
मेरी
little bit more
बंदी
there.
walked जैसे बनने को बोल रही है. Walked नहीं रे,
Defensive
वाकले रे.
side for Navi. So expect them to be better in the second half.
मेरा बर्थडे है आज विश करो अक्षय भाई मैंने हैप्पी रिटर्न्स ऑफ द डे भाई ये लोग अटक चुके हैं बिलोंग पे ये लोग अटक चुके हैं
running for the TP. B site most concretely secured and a 5v4 post plan for Navi. I see Angel quite far away.
Yeah, he might even just have to go back through the second TP, but from this point for KC having this level of an afterplant, it's going to be difficult for Navi to get back into this one. Smokes continuously put through. The spam has done quite a bit of damage, and nades being placed, but Tomazi already winning another battle in towards that hookah position.
क्या बोला था मैं बोला था कि नहीं KC जीतेगा.
Yeah, good lurk out by Tomazi. Too many players spotted an elbow that distracts them, draws their eye. And although he goes down eventually, it looks to be done and dusted. Zipan trying to land that extra shot on Shin. Would have left him in a winnable 1v1, but a little too much to ask. 1-0 for KC, and a very well-handled start to this. We already see Navi look for a bit of control, and they are shut down immediately by KC's aggression.
Yeah, it was the pace that they actually took things through Hookah. I don't think anybody was really watching that angle, and again, these flashes, the supportive flashes from the right, and that's one of the swap-ups they had from their prior comp. Like, we saw them running a Euro on this map, and then they had the Raze as well, but adding that extra little bit in on the get-go, I think the rate has been one of the best we've seen in the region so far.
अरे नहीं जाना नींद आ जाएगी मैडम.
With that pistol under their belt. Now, Navi, they're going to invest a little bit into this one. Shorty in lamps, other than that, just going to be a couple of showers.
Good potential to get damage done even with that bind. The flash is perfect. The swing on the back of it even better. And Xiao gets out with 2.
Nice.
It could have been more, but 2 is still good enough. Artist tucked in on the side is baiting. Trying to draw their eye again, but Angel's being spotted. Artist dealt with, and the pistols are forced back. At least most of them are. Zipman's gone swinging into heavy traffic. Ends up flattened. And with damage done to Narrate, yeah, Navi could make this costly, but the chances of winning from here very low.
Yeah, the only real thing would be as if they can get
एक और गन गिरा है तो गुडी को क्या बोलते हो?
It doesn't look like there's much to really be found.
एक और गन गिराना भाई ये लोग राउंड ही जीत सकते हैं. हेलो
now it's left on to Angel. He's retrieved himself a sheriff. Up against Martin, the advantage still firmly sat with the player on KC's side, but the major issue is that time is going to begin to tick, and Angel can almost just play with that, try and wait for him to go for a plant. Doesn't really need to get into position. And Martin obviously wary that if he gives up this spot,
भाई मार्किन मार सकता है क्योंकि एक ही बचा है. 3 कैसे मारेगा?
Timing. He's just managed to cross for free. 15 seconds or so, should be able to get the plant down, but it looks like Angel wants to pick up a weapon along the way. 35 health. Not a favorable position to play from, and that nade could block him out, but instead, somehow, Martin plants in the open, ends up taking a fight that he should not have won, and wins it. Well, fair enough, 2-0 for KC, but not in a conventional manner.
No, I can't believe that's the spot he actually decided to plant it. I was like, anywhere else on the site,
he heard the TP.
It's terrifying, but hey, he gets it over the line, manages to win that final duel. An incredibly good round for Navi though. Like the amount of damage that they've been able to do in this position.
KC.
Oh, a little bit frustrating, but yeah, all in all, dropping 4 weapons. You can see the bind that's coming up for KC is a pretty ugly one at that, while rifles across the board for Navi.
A frustrating round for Angel, but still a good one. 4 players spotted here. KC put in a box immediately. Navi have that info, and they have slowed the push. What was going to be a very pacey take from the side of KC, the element of surprise combined with the numbers advantage. This time, though, they've been halted, and they're left with a pretty tough choice. Going through this smoke, you know they might have rotated. As we can see, there are 4 players waiting for these attackers to walk out, and once the flashes subside, the kills come in far too quickly.
Blind mara hai side pe.
Yeah, it had to be a weaker purchase in this round for KC. Obviously wanting to play that as a bit more of a bonus. Already a couple of ultimates are going to be coming online. Thrash available for Narrate, but also if they fight for the Orcs, they could have Tomazi on a Viper's Pit.
Last one
On the other side of
left
things, it's going to be that orbital strike available for Xiao, but this is exactly what you want for the side of Navi. Just being able to basically bounce back immediately, keep the majority of the rifles onto the board. And now we look to see what KC have got planned for their attack. Seems a little bit more defaulty than the last couple of rounds.
Husband fight too, obviously, bro. Obviously. तूने मेरा boxing देखा नहीं लगता.
The round off to too quick of a start.
One Punch Man किस पे बना जरा देख के आओ.
KC pump the brakes, play the default, and this is
knowledge रखे knowledge.
They've got something to fall back on with an
Anime के end में मेरा नाम आता
those
है.
rifles in hand, there's no need to be over rotating. They can bunker themselves down. But I don't see any attempts at early information gaining, bar that knife going out. I've spotted one player in hookah, and at some point, you're going to get a little suspicious of this play. You can already see those players gravitating towards B long. We may have the flash out, the swing on the back. I'm just curious to see that Angel isn't popping up that dizzy every now and then just to clear out long, and it looks like he just has.
But that is the thing. Up until now, they'd literally used zero utility, so that they can still throw out the nade or whatever they like to try and just go for the plant denial. Thrash is going to find absolutely nothing, and Sugetsu's going to use this to try and reclaim some space. There is the dizzy from the other side with a flash through, but he still wins his battle. The trade's back though from Martin, and the rate fantastic, leaving things on to just one Martin, attempting to try and do it. Oh, and he's going to take down the final player of Ardis as well. A huge round from Martin, and he will gift KC their third.
Oh, that was a battle between Martin and Sugetsu. Sugetsu's pathing was beautiful, dodging
एक
flashes
round में चार
after his
मारे
position was
तेरे
given
जैसा पूरे
away,
गेम में नहीं.
repositioning to catch him completely off guard, but well, looks like he just got one-upped by the player on the other side. And of course, big conversations behind the scenes about some of these young guns. Martin, I mean, we just saw Durka in the previous series, Tom, and I think if you're to compare him to anyone, the younger form, it could be this man here, 7-2 at the moment, and someone that, you know, he's had a spot of inconsistency here or there, but I think overall a very promising player for the future, even for now, to be honest, after international performances and the depth they were able to run going through kickoff. 3-1, KC leading. But Navi have something up their sleeve. Viper's Pit deployed, and the rocket doesn't get fired out in time. Sugetsu holds his ground inside of hookah. And again, KC's aggressive push is put to a stop. Narrate is taking a lot of damage in that corner. He's gone down to the snake bite. An interesting decision. Perhaps he thought he'd get the upper hand as Sugetsu went walkabouts. Instead, he has perished to a snake bite. It's not what you like to see.
No, definitely not the start they're looking for in a round where their economy is on the line. Viper's Pit is available, but they're actually just going to go peeking. Angel goes down. Maybe not expecting anybody to swing that wide. Tomazi also given another opportunity. The nade is going to leave Shin at least a little bit lower, but a round that was looking done, well, it now starts to look a little bit more done with Shin dropping to the judge.
Tomazi was even trying to catch an angle as Xiao came out, or someone emerged from spawn, but he's caught in the back. Too many players on Navi still floating around. Magnum needs a big old play to make this happen. One flash still to work with, and one kill found, but that is where it ends. 3-2, they're right back in it, and well, that Viper's Pit from Sugetsu, it's rare that you see one almost giving you the assist, but there was no way back out. I figure we're going to get a replay of that. There's the first, and look at this. Even if he runs back through at a certain point, he's dead because of the decay of the pit. But standing in the corner didn't see any different of the solution.
Maybe hoping that someone was push, catch a timing, but it hasn't worked out. And now things, well, financially are about as bad as they could be, surviving the last round with a singular player. It puts KC in a bit of an awkward position. Now they do have themselves the Viper's Pit. I can only assume that will only be utilized if they're able to do a significant amount of damage. The one weapon, it may have only been a stinger, has passed hands within the first seconds of the round.
Rough timing by Ardis there. He's caught with a little shot, but still they need to follow up on him, and to do that, they've got to get through Xiao. This time around, spike down inside hookah, player down on A long. And with this, it's just Narrate.
चैट गेस करो कि गेको ने वहां पे स्काई पे
not a single kill to be
इतने अच्छे से
found.
कैसे
The
मारा? गेस
scoreline
करो.
is tied up 3-3, but Navi have got the ball
वैसे
rolling.
टफ एंटरटेनमेंट सभी है, but still for you between EMEA, Pacific and America, which one you like the most and which region is the toughest competition? Which I like the most is Pacific because of TRX.
Okay, that's it. Still got that Viper spit,
समझ
still
रहे हो?
got from the shadows they
TRX
can try
is
and
love.
throw in to cause a little.
And the toughest region I feel is NA.
These more defaulty rounds have just
Like-
been given those individual fights over to Navi, and they are more than
EMEA
happy
is
to take
more
those.
about strats,
Even from round 2, Tom,
slow
we saw
plays,
that with pistols in their hand, they were able to do so much
इधर
damage.
से उधर भगाना,
On the side of Navi,
pick
under a little bit
करना.
of pressure. We saw the snake bite land
But
and force Angel
NA
into
is
the corner,
about
but I'm not sure that they
headshots,
know he can safely be stood there. And
Headshots.
they're definitely not watching it. But the Molly forces them back, or at least stops them going forward. Their own decisions send them in the
Seriously,
other
gameplay
direction.
कहीं
Seems
नहीं
the
मिलेगा
A
ना.
site is the
तीनों
new
region
target.
में नहीं.
With Navi being so close, though, they might spot that out pretty soon. In fact, I already see Angel moving down towards long, and we may have seen a flash go down.
Oh, timing, it could be everything. He's actually given that up because the showstopper, it got baited out by the from the shadows. He went to TP heaven, and Zipan just uses it to try and kill him off. And because of it, they've just wasted that. Oh, that's a brilliant trade for
भाई
KC. I don't think they were ever
ult waste हो
expecting
गए,
to
दो
get an ult
ult.
out of it. Now though,
Gecko
back
और
towards this B
Raze
side.
ult.
Angel is still in this corner. Hasn't been cleared, but it's only going to be the one. Even still, it gives the information over
भाई
to
मार्टिन मूड
Xiao.
में.
Viper screen immediately goes up, and he's just looking to brawl, but he loses this time.
And Toxins weren't there to keep it on up, and Martin caught around the side. What's
Ardis
happening with
भी मूड
AORUS?
में.
It's just found 3 kills, quick as
Magnum
can
भी
be.
मूड
But
में.
Magnum
इनसे
somehow
क्या चल रहा है?
stands to equalize it. A 1 versus 1 Sugetsu, who's been sublime thus far, but spotted out by the floating cabbages. Magnum
क्या चल रहा है
realizes
भाई?
that player's a little too close, so the rotation comes in. The plant could be secured. It looks like it will be. Nice safe angle. But on the way back, there's a bit of danger. The timing could be perfect for Sugetsu. He rounds the corner, but just about misses him. Magnum's managed to slip away. And Sugetsu doesn't know where to. It could have been the walk to mid. The timing would have to be perfect. I think he'll suspect this position.
क्या लगता
Still
है?
2 directions that Magnum can take it. Cat and mouse for now.
सोलो वन हैशटैग
First
वन ये
draw Magnum, but he's not
सोलो
afraid.
पे
He
बोलते
thinks it's all a bait, and what a way to read that ruse. 3
भाई
kills
क्या
for Magnum,
सीन है
and a
बे?
Red Bull clutch to put KC back on top.
मार्टिन हेवी मार रहा है,
Needed a few of
आर्दिस
them,
फिर
but in
हेवी
these
मारा,
rounds
फिर
that they're
मैग्नम
winning
हेवी
are
मारा.
mostly with one player surviving, and
हाँ, neck
yeah,
to
that was a
neck
huge
चल रही है.
clutch out from Magnum. That was a scenario where Ardis looked like he closed the round, getting 3
NA
kills on the
EMEA
entry into the
strategy
site.
Pacific
And
fun,
then Magnum
fun.
does one better, like just does exactly the same in response, clears a
Entertainment.
couple from the site as they peek him, well, in pretty decent spacing. He's able to isolate them, and while just playing with Sugetsu at
हेवी
the
गेम
end.
होगी बंक्स
That's going to
ये
be 4-3.
या नहीं ये वाला हेवी है.
KC reclaiming their lead, but I think even though it's a celebration from from Zeish, I think Eng has decided this might be a good time to take a tactical pause, because the rounds they are winning are with one player, and eventually that's going to end up with, well, probably Navi winning the half.
Well, that's it. Navi running away with it.
नरेट भाई मारेंगे भाई, नरेट भाई जब मारेंगे ना नावी गया.
Can be matched pound for pound
किससे
on
बोल
that
रहा हूँ?
defensive
नरेट
side.
का एम जब
But yeah,
चिपकता है ना,
1v3 is not really repeatable.
ये
More
10 में
times
से
than not.
नरेट का
4 on
एम
the board
एकदम
already.
वैसा वाला
Attack side shaping
चिपकेगा
up. We
तो.
know Navi's second half could be scary. KC, they can't let anything slip, and they're not exactly close to destroying
भाई
Navi's
आज तो
economy. It's not
हेडफोन भी
like
गरम
that
लग रहे
round
थे.
win gives them a free one after. You can see it on your screens there. Still going to be rifles in play.
Right,
And
right.
Ultimate's coming online. The orbital strike for Xiao just one away.
Nice.
And Ardis, no surprise after last
Yeah,
round. He's
cool.
got his ult online and ready to go.
वो देख
That
ला.
can help them a lot on the way back through. And I think KC have a lot of
नहीं मिलेगा.
dangers to keep in the back of their
नहीं
mind
मिलेगा.
moving into round number 8.
मैंगो मिल्कशेक पीने का.
It's definitely a matchup as well. I think we have to talk about both of these teams looking like they're in decent form. KC, obviously having
Hey,
a
Benji, do one
matchup
thing now.
already where they fell to foot,
Let's
so
go.
not wanting to head into the sort of 2-2
डरते नहीं
danger
है.
zone, and for Navi, they're yet to lose on Martin again. He got off to the races very quickly in this matchup. Someone we know can take over these games, but it has been absurd
कैसे?
the damage he's been able to do. And again, a double opener to kick off this round. The only
कैसे?
danger here, I was gonna say there were
क्या
3 players
मारा
within the
भाई?
B-side Mitch, but now it's left to 1.
कोई समझाएगा क्या मारा?
This is big. slowing utility to at least buy some time has already been used. That nade was thrown down quite cautiously on B long.
If scream written in KC most strong or not. No
if he
idea,
doesn't
bro.
spot these players on long, which would just be Tamazi on a timing. Oh, he's seen him. Yeah,
No
I was
idea.
going to say, he's going to go to A. He's going to think he's flanking
वो
the
तो
real
result
play.
से ही पता चला.
Instead, he does get back towards long,
Listen.
but what can he really do? He's going to flash out. AORUS is going for the play. He went big last round, but this time he is shut down before he can even get started.
Yeah, it's Martin to take the fight and take the damage. His teammates had his back, and KC, well, this round is in the bag. Again, off the back of Martin. Like, he has been superb thus far in a lot of these opening battles. And that was one of the things we sort of mentioned within the desk, because we know that there's going to be moments where Navi are pushing. We know that they're going to try and push teams into awkward fights. They're going to play crazy sometimes. Martin has done well to really just shut them out in these opening fights and make sure that any of that aggression on the defensive side is just denied almost immediately.
9-0 map ball. KC.
It's a dangerous factor to have a player like that as well, who can almost settle the round mere seconds in. Got to be on guard the whole time. For Navi, they'll see that lead slip further out of their grasp. They've been there before. Never too fearsome of giving the advantage away. They can pull it back, but now we see the credits go down to the last. Said they still had money, and they did. But this round here is going to be the last buy for Navi, and we can see KC absolutely run away with this early half. Ultimates, though, are starting to come online. The same can be said for KC. This round, you got to keep your eye on Martin after so many kills and a couple deaths. He's close to getting that showstopper back online. Add to that Narrate. Could well have Thrash to play with.
क्या बात है, क्या बात है, क्या बात है.
Tamazi still goes Viper's Pit.
भाई बहुत कुछ होने वाला है, बहुत कुछ. But I'm very excited for the next 30 days,
These
dude.
rounds have been so quick to start. And he's been winning a lot of those early battles. I think Zepan might have taken a chunk of damage as well. He's down to just 42 HP. AORUS with the flash.
मैं walk in कर रहे बे,
He's just
उसको
throwing
idea
it to
तक
them,
नहीं है.
maybe to catch it. Not really a way that anybody can act off that. Maybe just trying to put into the heads that somebody was close.
Triple hook है, triple hook है क्या? Triple hook है?
Hookah, maybe they hear it, think there's a long push, something like that. But yeah, I mean, they were stood there looking at it, thinking, well, what the hell is the idea behind that? Okay, he has one less flash, I guess. Easy peasy. Okay, so I was going to make the point. Viper's Pit, probably see it used here, Tom. Nope, not anymore. Not needed. It's a 5 versus 2, because you've or 5 versus 3, pardon me. One player trapped in elbow, no way to get revived, and a ton of control. I love this from Magnum. It's not even checked.
No, they are being picked apart.
एक और गन जा सकती है.
The remaining players just going to try and back out of there, and Xiao's caught on the way as well. This is not looking good for the side of Navi. The few rounds that they won were relatively clean, but again, it's these opening picks off to a good start. I feel like KC are one of those teams as well where their 5v4 conversion is always very good. I think their fundamentals, I think you've got to give credit to Eng on that. Very good at their training. And you can see that Navi, in response, a lot of the time, they're going to try and gamble. They're going to try and take risks, and that's exactly what they were waiting for. You could see Tamazi was just holding that pixel angle, waiting for AORUS
Let's
to gamble.
go, KC!
And well, this time, the remaining player of Sugetsu had to fold. It is going to be 6-3 now. Already a solid attacking half for the side of KC, and you have to bear in mind, this is the pick of Navi.
It was funny that a second before that kill, I was thinking, will they, won't they commit that Viper's Pit? And then Tamazi got into the same debate about even using his Poison Orb seconds later. Too clean of a round from KC, double the scoreline of Navi. But as we mentioned, that was a round where there wasn't exactly the most to work with for Navi. There were some weaknesses. Now they come back in, ready to rumble.
But
up
this
against
time
the lot.
पे rotate
Flash
हुआ.
is the first to be used. It's going to be sent right back to mid just to be reclaimed. After the orbital strike burned up, but Tom, again, a very early orbital strike, considering it doesn't cancel out Thrash. You know, 15 seconds later, Thrash is back and ready to go. You don't have an orbital strike anymore.
But yeah, this is a few ults now we've seen from
Well,
Navi.
City वाला lineup कहाँ से फेंकता है Viper?
Would almost assume that they'd taken full
City
hookah
smoke
control
वाला lineup
already.
भाई बहुत अच्छा है वो.
Instead, though, Angel now. It seems like he's looking for that 1v1. Magnum It's just waiting within that faded smoke. And now we're going to see the second usage of that thrash. This time they are pushing off it.
Oh, no chance for Angel to trade, though. Could be good for Xiao if it wasn't shut down so quickly. Tamazi there to play, and with a Viper's Pit still to work with, this could be the round where we see it get used. In fact, he's the one planting. Questionable. We'll see if it does get activated. There we go. At long last, the Viper's Pit comes into play. And this is not what you want to see if you're on the side of Navi now, having to defuse the spike and play through all this decay. And you won't be finding Viper all too soon either, because you've got a lot of players up close ready to take Tamazi's place in these duels. The fight around the back sees one kill traded out, but with the spike still to be touched, that's where the real problem comes in. Of course, the pit doesn't fully cover, but they believe they've got utility, and they've certainly got the positions to fight back with time ticking away. A kill is needed very soon for Navi, and in fact, they'll find two. Now it goes back to winnable with no snake bites. Does he has to run in? Shorty, and he can't get there in time. Just about. It will go across the line for the defenders, fighting against all odds to close the gap.
It's just another it's peculiar that they're able to get that back over the line, because again, the post-fight, as you said, you had the Viper passive, the two aggressive positions, and then you had Narrate even in hookah waiting back to try and cut anyone who wasn't going to go within the pit. It looked like a really good post-plant scenario. But then you just have, again, Ardis and Zipper, this duo. And I think that might be one of the players who's actually benefited most from Ardis coming back, is Zipper. I feel like we've seen that across many different series. His individual level looks to have gone up. And what Navi, it's weird, this is both teams now have taken pauses after winning a round. And it seems like Navi are going to do the same here.
I think you could see as well, going to the coach cams, the frustration on Zeish. Understandable. That's a round that you very much feel like is locked in. You've got a good chance of winning, but once the Viper's Pit comes into play, the advantages, the positions they had as well.
Maybe that's why they don't use
Maybe without that pit, they win the round every time. That's the problem, Tom. They cut off Narrate's sight line, so he couldn't take the fights. Granted, he hasn't been going too well in this map, but that'll turn around. I guarantee you that if you've ever seen this guy play. But compared to what could have been now a 7-3 scoreline and a stacked possibility for KC's late game. Remember, the economy again was being invested heavily by Navi, and they lost most of their players. It was 2 left by the time they win. It could have been a very good foundation set in this half. Instead, well, it could still be equalized by Navi before we see the side swap.
Yeah, lead होती थी by 8-3.
Similar sort of default. A lot of the aggression from Navi hasn't had mass amounts of success, but running this Gecko alongside the KO, they're able to get quite a bit of information without having to push too far. Sugetsu in the close corner, but the entirety of KC looking like they're going to go off the back of this showstopper. Martin, first one through, but for now at least, just walking up.
Did they see Sugetsu? It doesn't look like it. The reactions aren't there just yet. The flashes caught him. It delays him a moment, and he goes down. Martin even found the kill onto Zipan with the showstopper. Navi now on a serious back foot.
Good paranoia.
Paranoia and double peek out.
Heavy खेल रहा है भाई KC heavy खेल रहा है.
On the side of
भाई
Navi.
ये तो save है.
Could almost be thinking about the save already.
हाँ? ये मैं नहीं मानता bro. ये नहीं.
For a fight.
वो all around ठीक है, ये वाला नहीं.
This seems to be the thing. When KC go for these more sort of disjointed like defaults, it seems like Navi have an opportunity to actually pick them off. And in rounds where they just go for the direct takes, the executes, and Navi just get blitzed. Like that was perfect from them. I think especially again you have to just give credit over to Narrate's utility, because that Gecko flash, if it doesn't catch out Sugetsu, he's at least getting 2. I believe it.
100%. And it's not even the fact that it stops him from killing Martin, which would have almost certainly come through if you look at the timing on him going through the wall. Add to that, Martin wouldn't fire off. He wouldn't be able to take down this player on the backside. So you have 2 kills cancelled out, and it's all because they get that information. The big difference between a Sky Flash and a Gecko, and why we see Gecko used so much, so powerful with that Dizzy, because it doesn't just tell you there are players there. I have blinded someone. It also tells you with the sound cues, he's there. You can follow those little blue tracers, and that's a ton of information that you see capitalized on this time. Round 12, 7-4. Still can be a good half for Navi, but they've got to do it here, and there's weaknesses, a Bullfrog and a Guardian in play.
Definitely not the greatest weaponry, but definitely workable. Again, just look at the pace though. KC switching it up. Tamazi's positioning could be perfect. He's waited, but actually Xiao just gets the perfect timing. Shin goes aggressive, and while this very quickly has divulged into madness.
7-5.
So many individual fights being taken, and all of them being won by Navi. It leaves Narrate alone. You know that you don't want to give this man too much. They're just throwing the utility at him. He found 3 in quick succession. Down to just 38 HP, in fact 20. As the spams do even more. He needs to hit these final shots, and he needs everything to miss from the side of Navi. You said he'd been a little quiet so far, but you can see that Navi are giving him the respect he deserves at this stage. Sitting back within, he's found his 4th of the round. May not know the shout's there, but he's able to reposition. He's able to fall back towards his Misai. And as you said, he's got the perfect ultimate for a 1v1.
Bhai, main nahi dekh sakta.
Might be one of the most
Bhai, no. 1v
setups
100 wale
to an ace that we've
situation
seen. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
The way he picks off each and every angle, but one more still to find. Position should be perfect. Even if he doesn't get checked. And actually, when that spike gets tapped, Thrash might be able to path up very close before it's spotted. In fact, he used already. Very early on, Narrate thought he heard him drop down, but it was a fake cue. Xiao now knows where his opponent is. Thrash won't be here to help. It has to be the shot connected from Narrate. The ace just a bullet away! And there it is! An absolutely unbelievable play from Narrate! 8 rounds for KC on the back of it. And yeah, he had been quiet, Tom, but we knew it was a matter of time until this guy woke up.
Narrate, bro, 1v5 clutch.
Navi were the ones dishing out
I
the
think
nightmares.
this is the only
This week
1v5 clutch.
Narrate's just pulled off one of the greatest aces we've ever seen in the EMEA. A 1 versus
1v5
to take them home their 8th round.
1v5.
It truly is absurd, the individual ability that this man has. Positioning, perfect, aim.
There is no way Navi wins after this, bro. There is no
Navi
way.
have got to feel like fools.
There is no way Navi wins after
took
this.
because of what I would put down to overpeaking from KC without Viper's pin in play. Seems fitting that they end up losing one of their own to the very same. Zipan, hello. He is going very quickly. The nade already dug deep, and the shots, they're not really hitting. And Narrate answers right back with a clean shot. The advantage now swings towards KC, but the spike has been planted. A chance for them to hold on to control, but they are being flanked on every which side. And these players now separated out, isolated in every duel. Molly line up for Xiao. Maybe he can buy a little bit more time, but Angel's going to have to go nuclear on this side. Good luck to him. He doesn't even get the one.
The Molly. That's at least there, but as you said, we now need back-to-back 1v5s, and they're not going to allow that. Instead, it's the opposite.
KC1, bro.
It's going to be an Andaluthia flawless for KC. And that's the thing, there is very few things that I believe can shake Navi, but losing a 1v5 in the final round of the first half, maybe that'll shake them.
That will shake
1v5 BT ho
the
gaya
fashion that they did as well.
Kya lagta hai base ka bhi shot.
Even in the 1v2, by the time that they said, hey, let's take this seriously, Angel was 10 HP. It's already too far gone at that point. 9 on the board now with that pistol for KC. And Navi, they're coming in with nothing. Classics and a few sheriffs to work with. This seems set to be double digits for KC. And Tom, we started this map out with you saying, well, we expect Navi to be better in the second half. Well, they're going to have to be a lot better to pull this one back.
Yeah, well, no matter what the stat lines will suggest, they've always been an attack-sided teams.
ये टीपी किधर तो देखा हुआ लग रहा है भाई नरेट भाई नहीं रुक
going into this map when they won versus Vitality. It was 7-5. It wasn't anything too crazy. But when they find it in them, we know what this Navi squad can do. This though, it's not looking good. And KC, they don't feel like a team that will let these sort of leads slip when it's going well for Carmine Core. They really do seem to just run away with these matches, and I think every little thing that could have gone right has done. Martin has said he's been the best player in the server so far. He just got wrecked with Artis on a classic. Let's see what he can do with this
मारेगा
gun.
लग रहा है.
Not much for a second. Stunned up. Few shots through, and that one lands eventually. Artist down, but they're defending that weapon still. Players taking fights across the board. It's Narrate that's mostly on the other side of it. KC finding themselves another round and a big build up. Narrate's going to take that defuse, I believe. Yep. So just 2 away from the Thrash. An ult that actually, I don't think we've seen that much impact from so far, but it can have a ton. Very much like Narrate in the first half. It can be quiet, but when it answers up, it could get you around.
Wow, 10-4. We've seen Navi in down and out positions before, but again, different opposition.
10 kills in a row uska. 10 नहीं, 5 मारा फिर से.
I don't think I see it happening this time. Like genuinely, we've seen a few rounds where a few players have looked good, but the time they won this map was Angel getting like 25 kills. He's currently bottom of the board with 3. He was able to just blitz Vitality almost on his own, and I'm liking these setups already from KC. A pop flash on either side, aggressive from Shin as well. The Outlaw's gonna kick things off. That's shell gone. That's just smoke's gone.
ये round हार गए तो भाई.
Yeah, it's funny because you mentioned the Vitality game, and I think what Vitality say about their roster with 3 duelists better than anyone else in the world.
भाई कितना खतरनाक
think they're talking about KC when they say that. Because this roster, I think that applies to, and a lot of people out there will agree with that. Martin, Narrate, and Tamazi, unbelievable players in their own right. Magnum has had one hell of a year so far. The year's only barely started, but he's been so impressive. A lot to be done by Navi to fight their way back through. That's a good start with Shin down, and even managing to take Martin.
It does seem like Navi, they don't.
Navi is back, baby.
Duels, but
अभी यहाँ से
they
comeback
have been
चाहिए.
good. It's been a response. Their
यहाँ से
4v5
comeback
stats must be pretty decent at this stage. For Tamazi, it's about damage. Can he remove any extra weaponry? A first goes his way, but I can tell you now, there shouldn't be anybody peeking. Especially with the util that's there, and eventually, Artis is going to be the one to bring home their 5th. Of course, for KC, Mitch, it was a bonus round. So, expectations on Navi were to win.
Excuse me!
Yeah, absolutely. This is a round they should win, and a round they do win. It's a formality, if anything, and I think a lot of it comes down to, will you see it being a dominant victory? Do they seem like they have control, or are they struggling? The funny thing is, in those rounds where they should win and so on, KC kind of struggled starting this map out. They were shaky in some of the easier rounds, and then they woke up later on when the rifles came through. But what worked for them was pushing through the Navi defense, was sending this team to the back foot, playing those post plants, converting those advantages. It's harder to do on the defense. Every push comes with a risk. You leave a weakness on another part of the map as you strengthen one side. Magnum not looking to give away anything.
He does have the gun.
And he falls right back. Lovely.
Yeah, the Spectre is not the gun you want to be fighting that battle with. Again, just looking for information across the map. They've been doing this with the Sky utility throughout their short stint on the defensive side. Looking like Magnum's going to be the one under pressure. Does have support from Hookah, but he needs to get out of here. Has a few supportive flashes. Straight in goes Zipan. A comfortable entry. Maybe not the most comfortable shots onto the Thrash.
But it's time, baby. It's time for comeback. 10
just
6,
trying to
10
preserve
7,
in case they ran
10
through to
8,
follow up on the
10
Thrash
9,
instead.
10
Thrash is on the
10,
floor.
10
You got
11,
no value for it, and you're
12
not going to get
10
it back.
फिर
So, very well
12
handled
11
from the side of
and बाद में
Navi.
12 12
They've
OT.
locked him out and
याद
locked in
रखना
another round
मैंने
win.
क्या
I'm
बोला
just looking
याद
back, Tom,
रखना
at the Lotus versus Liquid, because I remembered in this series in particular, it was shaky, but you mentioned KC very good at finding opening picks. Navi very good at fighting from disadvantages. It's almost perfect between the two. In that game, just on Lotus, they were -7 versus Liquid in opening duels, and they only barely lost the game. It's somewhere that they're able to consistently fight back from. I think it was similar in the split as well.
Come on, chat.
Minutely positive. Now, this is a team that doesn't mind playing from behind, and listen, with a player like Angel on the roster, you better be comfortable with that.
I think the thing that's worrying for me, though, is that just looking at this KC team, a lot of their first half wins were just them playing off the advantages. Like, they are a lot less likely to give up the man advantage in those scenarios. 4 rounds now, and they did manage to save the weaponry. The problem is, what's going to be brought up along the other players is not going to be much. So I almost want to see like a buddy system. Like, can the players that don't have guns steal it off the corpse of a friend if the fights don't go to plan?
बस मैं बिना सोए अच्छे सपने देखता हूँ शर्म
Goes your knife. There goes your
ये
information.
में Sentinels का जर्सी
Two
देखा
players caught by it, a third here. And actually, a third about to give away their position as well. I think Magnum going for a deep flash. No? I'm looking at the mini-map and just seeing 3 players shift their way down B long. It's a quiet play, a contact play from the defensive side, and they've seen nothing. So an early flank, but it's not that early. Navi are gearing up for this push as we speak, and I think a big factor in it is going to be Angel. He's the one separated from the squad, taking individual fights, almost catching them with utility in hand, and indeed he'll finish in off eventually. But now they've got to deal with the players behind. Spotting one just now, a second indeed, Sagetsu's out of it.
Yeah, he headshot Magnum through that wall. Magnum's actually a little bit lucky to even be surviving at this stage. The Rain needs to win this battle, and no, it's his counterpart, his doppelganger, that takes him down. And unfortunately for them, it's the pistols mostly that are surviving. Zipan looking like he's closed this one with the Bazzi again, just looking for damage. A headshot to either Zipan or Sugetsu would net him a kill, but
everywhere Sen man, Sen के fans
other than that, again, this is the problem. You've had your round, you've had your crazy round that has gone your way. Now Navi are not going to let that happen again. If they lose another crazy clutch like that, I think that will be an anomaly. They do it once.
This is it. They did it once because the Reigns were eased up on. They were in a 5v1. They felt like it was their round or 4v1. And they went sweet. And that was the mistake that got punished.
Navi back from sleep. What hide दो इसको? Sleep spot बोल रही है.
At least not if you're a team like Navi. Very good round from Angel also. As I said, he was isolated, not there.
Let's go, KC.
भाई क्या skins use कर रहे
लोग?
Still manages it, and that is Narrate's response. Right after getting domed by this much older Gecko on the other side, but with that he brings some more experience.
Couple of years.
Yeah, a couple of years. Just over a decade.
No, a couple of years.
Actually, not just over a decade.
Everybody is there, yeah.
Still,
you know
he's
what
got those
reactions.
Respect your elders. Pace change though from Navi. They're gonna use all of that to take out their utility. Martin still does well. Zipan should get a trade. No, actually, it's just damage. A lot of damage, in fact, that's been done. Magnum's not going to be able to survive any longer, but Shin a little bit more great with the spam, but Zipan again, he's now tagged down to 5 minutes left. The 1 versus 2 hits that first shot. Tries to bait in Tomazi. It's going to be Vibe on by the timing here. Tomazi looks pretty good, but round the corner goes Sugetsu. The poison orb, and he's going to drop it just in time to take him down. It is another clutch one, another single player round for KC, but they won't mind. They're getting themselves ever closer to that map point.
It's a step in the right direction. They can almost see the ribbon at the end of the race. 2 more to go. They'll have pulled this off. Navi on their map pick of bind. They come in today undefeated, putting those points on the board week after week. But this was the game that we knew could be a turning point for that squad, and we heard the conversation on the desk earlier on about how important this week's games are. This is the week where you'll come out of it with a good idea. Are we 1 away from making it through? Are we in that danger zone?
5,000 लोग देख रहे हैं. किसने सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया तो जल्दी कर दो.
Could be the first loss on the board.
Heavy giveaway होने वाली heavy.
Sunset and split up next, and well, I'm excited for a competitive series.
Only 490 subs left.
As a leg up going into the next though.
That's the other thing as well. You have to talk about, even though it seems quite early with a few weeks left, in playoffs, if you finish in that first place spot, you skip a little bit of the playoffs, and then if you win, I think it's just maybe in 1 game. I think you actually make it to Shanghai. So, that's the scenario you could be in if you manage to finish in one of those top 2 spots. You also avoid the other top place from the other group. So you really want to be putting yourself in a position where you finish in that #1, and both of these groups, as we've seen, have been very competitive. He's already taken their first loss. Their second one could put them in a position where they end up slipping a little bit further down the board. And from this spot especially, you do not want to allow Navi back into the game. I am looking at Martin again. that showstopper in play. He has been fantastic thus far. Again, though, their economy is on the brink. A Spectre and a Judge currently in play. Now, the Judge, we've seen that work out on this map in particular many a time. But the Spectre, I'm still waiting to see it.
I don't think you'll see it on this angle, Tom, if I'm being completely honest with you. Again, same old play, spots him, falls back. Seekers confirm what he's seen, but that could be a little bit of a problem. I believe that player is detained, is caught, but the TP comes through from KC to conserve the numbers. Narrate picked up a double on the run-through. The spike was in their spawn. It didn't matter about the side push, to be honest, once Narrate had his teeth into the round.
I feel like I've just had a stroke. Everybody died within like a second.
2 seconds में गाली कर दिया
admins restart the round.
Just an absolute
again, 11
trade
seconds.
of kills.
2 seconds में बे.
It's absurd. Oh, here we go. This was the push-up.
Oh!
Wow.
Because it looked ridiculous to me on the mini-map, but that is outrageous carry on.
Yeah, he's almost taken the top, by the way. I think there was a point where Martin must have been on something like 13, 14 kills, and he was on 5.
4 and 8.
Here we go.
भाई पड़ा बे
They
उसको.
have stemmed the bleeding.
पड़ा बे उसको पड़ा.
Navi, what was about to be a pace attack. I
Heavy
love the
वाला
rotation they did there as well. Their
flick वाला
teammate gets
चप्पल
detained,
पड़ा.
the full squad rotates to make sure Tamazi's defended. But Navi, they still have plenty to play with in this round. They are not on the brink just yet, but 5 rounds in a row needed.
Went on a little longer than Magnum is ready for. Well, it looks like another test for the young guns as the old guard of Navi set their sights on the B site. Now, a nade's gone through, but the snake bite delays them. Reposition from Tamazi, and the shot breaking. The boom bot was from far away. They might not clear the corner on the way through with so many players here. Orbital Strike draws the line. And now here's the opportunity for Tamazi. So low on HP, but Narrate capitalizes as they look to trade. Now, I don't know how Tamazi got the second one. Still on 24 health. And it's the Getsu who's going to have to capitalize. Sure, 2 of these players, but they're still healthy and ready to fight. Just now making it to sight with a Viper's Pit, blocking out Zagetsu, and Spam's coming back. It's a formality at this point.
भाई मैप तो भी केसी का क्या लगता है 2-0 होने वाला है.
That's what we're witnessing here. Short of 20-second
1v4
through a Viper's Pit. Frankly, end the
the
series here if Zagetsu wins it. Give him the win.
Yeah, I think he's given up at this stage. 12 seconds, otherwise the map is done, and it is dusted. KC will take their opponent's map choice. Some impressive plays coming out from their side. I think the highlight definitely has to go to Narrate. And I don't know if Navi are going to have a response, but they're always pretty good at the comebacks.
That they are, Tom. That they are. You can never count this team out. I've learned that, as many players have, the hard way. And for viewers, well, it means we're just going to have an impressive series ahead of us. The next map up is Sunset. KC's pick. They'll look to take it 2-0 after this.
Navi 2-1 kaddu mera kaddu.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca.
Lola. Chat like करो 6k likes नहीं हुए. कैसे हो बग्स भाई बुरे तो नहीं आर्यन भाई कैसे हो? How's the shadi? How to play with teams who play on discipline? What's the best counter for teams like DRX Fnatic, which heavily plays on discipline? You play with discipline too. Make good rotations, good use of util, have good crossfire, play better post plants.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and
Sorry, like करना बोल गया था अभी like किया. Love you.
You're gonna be able to fight this.
भाई कुछ भी बोलो, सब्सक्राइब तो हो रहा है नंबर डालने के बाद. क्या बोलते हो चैट?
Red Bull gives you wings.
पहले क्यों नहीं कर रहे थे? मतलब नंबर इतनी जरूरी है यार लाइफ में. ये क्या आवाज निकालो? गाने का आवाज था भाई. म्यूजिक तो है. नेक्स्ट मैप कितने टाइम में? ये म्यूजिक के बाद 2 मिनट, तो टोटल 5 मिनट. भाई गाना अच्छा है भाई. Six by Nacho.
I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it. I feel like a champion.
Happy Ram Navami, believe in God for G comeback. हैं? भगवान का क्या हाथ बे जी कमबैक में? हैप्पी राम नवमी मेरी जान मानव. देव भाई ना मान रहे, कैसे हो देव भाई? मेरी जान के टोट्स द गोट्स.
MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. Snow, let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it.
देव भाई ना मान रहे. आइए. जीपी बता लवड़े एक्सक्यूज में. मेरे को पता है लेकिन मैं बता नहीं सकता. These are better reception की तैयारी हो रही है. Very nice. भाई म्यूजिक पे बे 300k पे स्पीड जैसा कैम जंप पागल हो गए. ओके भाई उसमें बहुत एनर्जी है बे. कैसे को तो पैसे लगा. एक्सक्यूज मी, शर्म करो भाई. ये सब मत करो भाई. ये सब मत करो. जीत गए तो समझ रहे हो. मत करो यार. इसके बाद वहां पे होगा स्ट्रीम. हाँ इसके बाद रूटर करते हैं. रूटर या फिर यहाँ पे गेम खेलते. कल दोपहर को कर लूंगा रूटर. क्या बोलते हो? या फिर सीधा रेस्ट लेता हूँ. कल दोपहर को करूंगा जल्दी सो के. क्या बोलते हो? वो भी ऑप्शन है.
Narrate is the goat.
Narrate
is the
goat.
secret well wishes their fanboy or something?
Good तो. Pinky! Pankadao! Pankadao! Come here.
Dude,
Huh?
pay some attention.
What are you sleeping? You're sleeping? I'll give you
Give it
3
a
options.
time like first time with you guys.
Okay. Option number 1. I do router after this.
200 take you.
ठीक है.
Yeah, sure.
Option number 2.
We'll see.
I just sleep after this.
Sounds good, yeah.
And option number 3. I do Router after this and do router tomorrow after.
Very interesting opening map between Navi and Casey. Was talking about before the game kicked off.
I slept at 8:30 and woke up at 12:30.
If you don't shoot Casey first, they will come for you. And actually, to be honest, even when Navi did get some opening kills, if they didn't check narrate for a pulse, they found out the hard way that he could come back and take each and every one of them down. Let's take a look at that incredible ace from the end.
काम करते
It's not only that, it's
अगर 2-0 हुआ
it's a 1v
तो हम 1-2 गेम खेल सकते
he narrate translate one kill
2
into
गेम
transfers one
max
kill into the other. He
ठीक है
makes this very good call. Angel probably
कल करेंगे हम
even though he had all
router
the strats, he
दोपहर
didn't see this one coming. Walks all the way
सो के
out,
कल
gets
कुछ
the
है
plant, everything. You're like, no
कल
way,
तू
right?
भी नहीं
He's
है
only 20 HP. Shao
What time
goes
is it?
in, he throws the thrash to find nothing because Shao is still waiting. He just used
Morning
the smoke to clear the corner.
ओह
You think that
तो फिर
Evan is
कल
like,
दोपहर को रूटर
no
भी नहीं
way
आएगा मेरे
Navi
कुछ
does this
फ्रेंड्स
one
आ
because
रहे
it's
हैं
probably
समझ
the
रहे हो
first 1v5 that we have in the entire year.
फ्रेंड्स के साथ पार्टी
But
करूंगा
in the end,
आओ
it's not right. He does it.
And when we're talking about like the defense here,
what time are you coming back
That's the funniest thing about that clip for me. It's not even Zaish's reaction. It's Eng just
फिर
being
chat
Eng.
परसों ये
Like
नहीं
I really want
तो
to
मैं
have
भी
a
थोड़ा
series between
स्ट्रीम नहीं
him and
करूंगी
Epic.
परसों को
It just makes me
परसों
think,
my friends are
right?
coming
It makes me just spend some time thinking about how it has to be on
Copy
a
कर
daily basis in Prague, right? Because Eng is completely
Equal.
oblivious.
एक second
he
एक
doesn't
second
care about the fact that Eng is literally shouting in his ear, and he's just like, I wonder if it's like that every day.
I also do want to actually look inside his wardrobe and see how many of those black coach tops he
बात तो
has.
है
Yeah. Let's take a look at who's warming up in the AIM Labs warm-up. I believe it might be Mr. Martin. I mean, all of these
Hey,
players,
my old
I would
friend,
love to
how
just
are
be a
you?
fly on the wall during
Martin,
their practice.
bye.
'Cause, I mean, what happens when you get a team of duelists together? You get moments, obviously, like Narrate, even though obviously he's not in that role anymore still, and you just get magic moments.
yeah, magic moments indeed. I think one of the things you need to really focus on though, is like on the defense, because like we saw that in the one versus five that Narrate got, and obviously he has really good aim and he was able to convert that.
सोफा में मत
We
देना
just
इससे
need to see
कल
like the defense play a
इसको
little bit
बुलाया तो
tighter.
दी
Angel doesn't need to peek. They could play the
मेरे
2
को
versus
पता
1
चल
after
जाए
Narrate plants.
Hey,
And then there
Jimmy.
were also
अरे हाँ ना
rounds that KC could have closed out. Like they could have won with a larger margin if their
खुद बाहर जा रहा हूँ
defense was a little bit tighter when it comes specifically to rounds where
थक गए
you just
bro
have to pick
1
one spot
month
to
से
fight
only
hookah
calm
or
and
fight
Binks
long
by
or play the
Kishin
retake.
luck
You can't kind
you
of be in between. That happened when, way too much.
Yeah, let's take a look at Agent Select, because I know that we've got to talk about Sunset. What's really interesting to me is the fact that we haven't seen Navi play this map since kickoff. Have they gone again?
बस मैं स्ट्रीम कर लिया मैक्सी लग रहा है कल ही किया था मैंने
They have changed it up. So this is a whole new look that Casey have to contend with.
Yeah, exactly.
This
is one of the things that we were
Zipian,
expecting
Neon
Navi to eventually get into
Zipian.
the competition, surprising the rival. Even though Artis did a good job on the chamber, this is a complete turnout of events. They should not play in the same way. Of course, Zipan is going to be set up, and if he has taken notes about what Team Heretics does in this map, you know, I mean, it was a great player to learn from.
Literally, after we come back after this map, because I'm confident that this is going to be a full 3 maps we see today. It's just going to be you on your own. I'm going to put you at the telestrator wall. Let's go over though to Mitch and Tom to get this map underway.
chair लेके जाओ
You know what? I like it this way. Let's not hear from Steel. I've heard enough from him over the last. I'm kidding. I love you, Steel. I'm excited for this one though. KC coming in hot after map number 1, and of course Sunset now. I don't know where my expectations should sit because Navi, they had a couple of rounds where they were firing up, where they were looking like they were activated again. And then you have an ace come in from Narrate, and then you have the momentum swing to KC. Do we expect them to bounce back? We know Navi can.
तेरे को कुछ होएगा चलेगा एनीमे को कुछ ना आना चाहिए
Really excited to see Zipan come in on the Neon. I'd like, it's not something I can ever remember him playing before. I'll go have a look in a sec because I was not expecting the agent to come through at all. But I think for this map in particular, a lot of high pace openers, and he's already running it down.
Oh bhai, bees on the blind.
The way quickly too. Can't quite move quick enough, but the trades come in, and Magnum is forced out of the B side by the looks of things. KC already going to be finding themselves in the back foot. Never mind. That was a blind spray through the smoke. Magnum's going to make a smile on his face, and he's right to. putting the numbers in their favor. The damage down as well with Xiao tagged up a little bit. KC can group up and work this one together. Still the flash on the rate to make their way through, and a wingman to help on the defuse. This is going to be a strong round for KC as they get some information on the way through. Player on left blinded up and not taken out. In fact, it's the shock dart that finds a kill, and Xiao triples up. Now it's all Tamazi, and the shoe has quickly found itself on the other foot. Navi with 4 kills from Xiao claim the pistol.
They play better from a disadvantage. It's actually becoming a real storyline. It doesn't make any sense. The openers, the initial contact from KC, the ideas look sublime. Like you have the pop flash that just seems unavoidable, and then the fight back again. It's mostly Xiao. It is the Xiao show once again. They catch players on the cross. The utility looks decent, catching them with flashes, and then Angel gets one with a shock dart, and from then it just falls apart.
I mean, it was almost an ace from Xiao as well. He did enough damage. He was the one doing the damage in the first place that let that shock dart get the kill. So he walks out with 4 kills and 1 assist in the opening round. Xiao is getting involved, it's fair to say. On the attack side now, hearing a lot of steps and seeing a lot of players pushing up on B main. They might have taken it to A, but it's a little late for that even. These players are up close. Look at the scrap. So they stick around, they do some damage, and now they set up for the late round with a nice advantage in their back pocket. The orb is the only thing that KC managed to claim as a positive. And in fact, I'm just looking at the HPs, it's not even a lick of damage done in return. Until then.
The bitch bang curse is even greater. Well, AORUS again, cleaning up some of these kills. To clarify, this is the first time we're ever going to see Zipan playing the Neon. Normally, if he's on a duelist, it was always a race. We never really saw him on anything else. It was mostly AORUS in that role. I guess he just likes the pacey movement characters. That's what we're talking about. The agents that give him that maneuverability. And again, we say this a lot, Tamazi is going to be there to try and do some extra damage. Now, he is someone going into this series I really want to highlight. Maybe not so much in this position. I don't think it's possible. But in their victory...
Bro, I think Navi's gonna clean this map up, yo. They're playing like
I believe that may have even been the first time he played the Cypher after what was a string of Viper. Like, we saw him play Viper pretty much all the way through kickoff as well. Switched up to the Cypher and was utterly fantastic.
अभी 20 का हो आर्यन भाई 28 चलता है.
Glued to Zipan. It's mainly the attack side, that space taking, that quick zipping around the corners, and any agent that gets in from the barriers into combat quicker. Will always be one that I vote for. Now, I'm looking at the setup for Navi, and it looks like some A crunch is about to be attempted. The recon through gets them information. Martin, I love this. You know, he gets revealed, he gets suppressed. So what does he do? Runs forward and takes the orb. The guy has no fear, and rightfully so, because he's got an orb and some map control for his team, leaving one behind to watch it. Shin is quickly going to have to give that up.
Yeah, of course, normally you'd look at this as a bonus round, but
Navi have smooth
gone for the classic and purchased up those extra rifles after a singular casualty.
Okay, then give away bad round. It makes this basically a 4x4 for them.
Just a little bit risky, but gets away with it. And now they have a 4th player, and that's the thing for KC. They've got that rotation already into position.
Looking to take this one pretty quickly. Magnum's already been dropped in the way through, and an isolated Shin has every direction to look at. Not quite able to catch the player that was stunned up, and now they're closing the distance, looking to take the fight themselves. 5 versus 2, 5 versus 1.
भाई Navi
on the side of
snowball करने वाली है मैप में. मेरे हिसाब से ये एकदम 10-2 वाला half type होएगा. जिस हिसाब से खेल रहे Navi. बोले बाद Neon के पास answer नहीं रहेगा मेरे हिसाब से.
To bring the weapon through to the next, but not a great start to KC's
Navi ये map का पूरा pace वो करने वाली है.
No, especially as a team as well, that we've sort of marveled at how good they've been
in
these retake scenarios. I almost wonder if a lot of what this composition allows for Navi is to just disrupt them. Like, they've got so much like sort of awkward utility. You see the stuns from Zipan is basically just put into those backlines. They're trying to jump in off the flash.
2000 या 1600 या 700 जो भी skin night market.
This now comes down to can he hold on to his gun, and while he is doing well, at least in the initial fights, but it is going to be that trade out. It is going to be the bonus round victory for Navi.
Round 7 तक 300 के हो रहे भाई नहीं रही. अभी है 2-3 दिन है.
Weaponry going into this round, but that's exactly what I'm talking about. Just look at it. It's the sheer pacing
सब बहुत slowly बढ़ रहे लेकिन slowly.
You're never really able to build back into a retake when a team is playing against you like that.
I didn't catch what it was. I think it was the wingman as well that was thrown out, caught a stun on Zipan, but in the chaos they couldn't follow up on it. Can't help but think if you take him down, how different that round is from a space-taking perspective from Navi, from being able to follow up on some of the utility like the nade, the fragment that went down.
battle pass ले सकते हो तुम
Could have
लोग.
been a different round, but it wasn't. And KC now
Battle
find
pass लेगा
themselves
तो
going
तुमको
into round
radiant
number
points
4 with
मिलेंगे,
sheriffs in their hand
जो
and
बहुत
a
costly
Spectre to
मिलता
work
है.
with.
तुमको
A
free के
slower
बहुत
start
सारे
for
skins
this
मिलेंगे
squad.
अगर
They
तुम
were a
लोग
little
grind कर
slower
रहे
to
हो
start
game
in the
को.
previous map. Like we said, there were some troubles around the easier
लेकिन अगर
rounds. They
कोई
were taking
एक
a lot
ऐसा
of
जो
damage. Their economy
favorite
was being
skin है
tested, but then they
Vandal
woke
का,
up
वो ले सकते
and
हो.
it felt like there was no way to take their foot off the gas once they got going.
कैसे बांट लेना है वो
That won't be
300k के बाद
happening, as
बोलो.
we already see Magnum go down, and it's not like you can really follow up on that trap from the current positions. Some easy space taking for the side of Navi, as long as they can avoid these pistols, maybe even the stinger too, because the rate's got a double. And now the round is winnable again for the defensive side with the spike dropped out of the open. And it's not like they've got anyone that makes it easy to retrieve that.
Nade.
No, a dart was just used as well, so they can't even try and clear any of these.
If no
angles.
value
the
ID,
only thing that
then
really
कुछ नहीं कर
benefits them
सकते.
is that none of the guns are retrieved yet.
और Valor ने
And I
खेलते
almost
तो
wonder
फिर
if the side of KC are just going to opt to play the
फिलहाल
numbers,
मैं Valor के
try
लिए.
and group up, try and push this one together. Shin has got
30
to be
seconds
careful.
left.
He's almost walked backwards into the angle. Angel now just looking to try and
जी का
blockade.
बंडल कितना
but
इसका
instead,
वो
just very worried of where these
1000
players are going
points
to be
है वो
coming
भी ले
from. Just
सकते हो.
watching to see if anybody is looking to get a little bit ahead of themselves. Instead, he's going to throw out the dart, try and use that to almost distract as he will get the afterplant.
Reposition for the paranoia. I love it. It hasn't caught them, but it's forced them into a wider angle. Sagetsu down, and they know where Angel is, but look at the damage done. Already just 5 HP on Martin. It has to be Shin to help him out in this fight. They need to swing together, and the trade is found. Shin with a wallbang headshot on the Sheriff finds the first round for KC.
That looks like one of those shots where you're running away from being
You
killed
know,
and you just shoot.
I
Like,
sit
you
on
just
the
fire. If you miss, you've still got a few more bullets left to play with. But this was fantastic from KC. Again, just the timing of Tamazi. This is another statement that I don't think too many would disagree with. I think Narrate is the best Stinger player in the world. Like, I don't see anyone use it like him. It's just so absurd with what he's able to get away with on this gun.
Narrate जान में जान डाल रहे टीम के पे जान के जान डाल रहे
And again, I believe, is this their pause once more? The second they went
Silver
around,
से नीचे
it's
वाला को
almost
battle pass
like
दिला और
Ang's
ऊपर
going,
वाला को
calm down,
पसंद
lads.
किसे
Calm
दो
down,
मर्जी
straight away.
Get the pieces together. I mean, this is it though, Tom. I do like the approach. You've just found yourself on some unstable ground. You've found yourself a little bit of foundation to stand on, and you want to use that like a launching pad, like it's a diving board to make a majestic entrance into the map. And I think following up on the back of this, you've got Navi's economy not really threatened due to their early buys, but Ultimate's online, and then that's a big deal for this squad. On the attack side, artists can delete their utility and make their way into a site very quickly, and obviously you'll have Zipan sliding through angles. He's
Store
got
से
a
कोई skin ले
stinger in
सकते हैं.
his hand,
Store
as we
से
can
skin
see.
लेगा तो महंगा
That
पड़
means we're
जाएगा.
likely to see the finger guns come out.
Night market का discount में एक skin मिल जाती है.
Yes.
Stores में तो पूरी
To be
bundle
honest,
आती है.
at least it's not the worst I've heard.
People will understand.
That is true. That is true.
I think you know there's not many abilities in the game that correlate with finger gunning.
Maybe in a few years. Maybe in a few years.
बैठे बैठे बट टूट जाती रहेगी हाँ.
Looking like even
मारो
still, it's gonna be
मारी.
more of a default.
ये राउंड अगर जीत गया ना
Hasn't put this
केसी
into
भाई
play, but I
बीटी हो
think they're
जाएगा
almost just selling this as a
मजाक
ruse,
करते
and the ruse
वो
so
लोग
far
heavy
hasn't gone
lead
too
से
badly. 3 players in
heavy
mid, one
scenes
still
में बदल
waiting
जाएगा.
towards the spawn. It leaves just
Fnatic का
one
मैच कौन
man
जीता बहुत इजी थी
sat
Fnatic.
within the confines of the A site.
सिंगल स्किन आती है ना
They
वैसा
were
लेना
looking
वैसा
to
ले.
just split this, which is exactly what it's going to do. Overdrive in play, looking for that fight onto Shin, and we'll find it. The rest of the team are able to rotate quite quickly, but they're taking damage as they do. Narrate does well on the trades, and it's going to be down to just Tamazi, the rotator. But he almost has to fight this quick, otherwise they're going to have too many players to deal with.
Man, that's a tough round to watch. They fought ahead of the Cypher utility that was still online. Tamazi was playing in spawn specifically to keep those traps online. And they fight ahead of it. They give them the opportunity on the side of Navi to take duels. and play this round on their own 2 feet.
Down A.
1 kill already, and the low HP artist hasn't yet been spotted, and Tamazi's spidey senses are tingling. He has to give away his position, and artist was more than ready to find him as he emerges around the corner. At time, I can't help but feel like this is a round that KC set up very well, but the execution just wasn't there.
Yeah, again.
कितने टाइम में यार 3 years 300k 10 years 1 million. Let's go, baby.
But yeah, they go very aggressively. I think it's just that reactive play though. Like you have that many players in position, you go
for it.
Okay, are they all going to run around that corner at once? Someone's probably got an elbow. Maybe we can catch them before they get into the site. This time, no, it doesn't work out for them. Facing off against Zipan, facing off against the full force of Navi. It's not worked out. Shin is on a hero rifle. And he is just TP'd forward into mid. No chance of retrieval if he goes down, and he does immediately.
They're going to fight for this space. There's no way to leave this rifle on the floor, the flash used, but here's a paranoia Shao. He's in a lot of danger with that nade, almost goes down. Despite how close they've made some of these duels, just 4 HP. Shao is clinging to life, but he'll continue to cling. Artist won't. He falls straight off that ledge. Good shot by Tamazi. A lot more to do, even at that range. Headshot would be enough to take down Zipan, not so, or even Angel as well. They were both tagged up, but they don't land. And now the way back through seems riddled with danger.
Yeah,
6th year चल रहा है. Yeah.
Looking at a kill or two first. There needs to be something, and Sugetsu hits the timing. Nigh on perfect. 5-1 into the lead this time, a lot cleaner when it comes to their anti-ecos. But again, the thing is, I'm liking a lot of the ideas that KC
5 years on YouTube का party क्यों नहीं किया अपन ने बे?
Setups. The utility is fantastic most of the time, putting players into awkward positions. The fact is that they're just winning a lot of these fights.
में शुरू किया था.
Putting them
first
5-1
plan stream कभी की थी? वो तो YouTube ID pass बना रहे.
Galore for the side of KC. Every single ult available for this round.
When is giveaway after 300k subs?
Because it does seem like with the pacing of Navi's takes, if they don't have that info early, they're in trouble.
They are slowing down the take this time. Looking across the map, more of a default again, but jump peeking mid, sending players out to see the push, ensuring there's no walk up on A, and then the knife goes down outside B main. There's no aggression, so they give him a couple seconds and then double check the KC aren't getting
3 years हुए भाई.
Once that's not in play, I think Navi you're going to
मेरे को
realize
Vandal
they've
skin
got
चाहिए Prime Valley.
the say
देखो
over how
भाई
this round
giveaway
goes.
का देखो मैच देखो पहले.
They may just have
Chat मैंने
blinded
याद रखना मैंने 10-2
the
बोला था.
recon
ठीक
in
है
time.
याद
The
रखना
drone doesn't
10-2
actually
बोला था.
see those traps on the way through, but I don't know if they're going to. They are going to go for B. They're rotating back straight into the Cypher setup.
Yeah, I think the plan initially
Lower bracket है ना बुक्स भाई.
hope that
वो
the
round
side take
robin
went
है.
well and then from the
ये
shadows
बंदा
across
almost
the map
300.
into the
आप
backside,
सोचते हो
but they
कभी
haven't been
अगर
able
value
to
नहीं आया तो
get the space that they wanted.
आप
Hunter's
सोचते
Fury
हो
maybe could be
कभी
used to
अगर
try and
value
get in
नहीं
on this,
आया
but
तो मतलब
with the cam still up, checking into mid.
value नहीं
it's
होता
just
तेरा
gonna
भाई
try and
7
almost walk it
finger
through, and there is
pyro
the
on
Hunter's
रहता
Fury.
भाई.
Hasn't connected on that first player.
Happy for you, love you
A little bit more,
already.
but they haven't really got anything from it whatsoever.
Wait,
Tamazi,
okay.
though, this time falls immediately in the trade. Well, it's a little bit labored. Magnum's still alive. Shin has now come onto the table as well. And now, well, with all the ults just still in play, still being used along the way,
बोला था कि नहीं
Navi
मैंने.
don't really stand a chance.
No, well, the 6 seconds
7-5
left on the clock
switch.
certainly doesn't help out, nor does
बोला था
the
कि नहीं.
disadvantage in players that continues to stack up. Sugetsu now, question is, can he save this rifle through to the next? Can he make it costly is what he's thinking, going out to
मुझे
fight
champion
KC, but
Vandal
finding
चाहिए
no
बंस
one
भाई.
in a second
ये भाई
round,
आज का
acquired
chat
in the
revenue पता
bank
कितना है?
for that defensive side. They need to
120
keep.
rupees यार.
Yeah, look, it was actually the blind was
ऐसे
down
बड़ा
near
पाव
perfect.
पता नहीं.
Unfortunately, Tamazi did go down a little bit too early for those traps to do anything, but that was an
Enter कैसे
interesting
करे बाद में
facet,
पता
just seeing it
चलेगा.
go right past them unaware. But the price was not paid in the end.
Yeah, this time you see what happens when KC are there on time. Obviously,
3 ulti use किया कोई सीन नहीं भाई. जब तक round जीतते तो कोई problem नहीं.
3
और ultis use करने के
utilizing that
बावजूद
round
हार रहे
again. Just
तो
look
problem.
at how pacey these takes are. Past all of the utility already. They know roughly where the setup has been already. And Angel now leading the way. They did the same again. Flashed off his drone. He's not going to find anything for it. And even though they got into the site, they
भाई
lost that
trap
first
का
map.
क्या scene?
They have. The Navi love to fight from behind. This is somewhere they find value again and again. See if they can make it work this time, as the plant still needs to go down. Martin falls, and the aggression from Sagetsu shouldn't be expected. The flash is good. And Tamazi's fall even better now. The info as the hat comes off the head. Thrash finds its mark. And Angel, well, he's all alone up against the full might of KC minus Martin, and that's too much to deal with. A third round now for Carmine Corp. The gap down to 2.
Yeah, I really like the way they're actually playing within this B site. Denying a lot of information of the pop flashes onto the drone, but you also just have their ability to retake together. Like, if they can keep that man advantage, they'll do their best to hold on to the backside, but ultimately they're very content to just fall back off and just play together in those post-plant scenarios. They've almost disabled Navi from having those aggressive positions that they want to have and fight them before they can get into the retake. 2 rounds on the drop. Still though, we are going to see them with a buy on the Navi side. And Ultimates couldn't be further away from the majority of the KC players. Martin though, he'd just gone straight down mid. He wants to fight them immediately.
Yeah, I like the high flash that they're using to try and engage on that part of the map, but Navi stepped back, they were cautious, and now the reward is being found. Quickly retaking the space, punishing Martin. Him down and out of the round early with Shin on 50 HP. This is a very good start for Navi. The only problem is they're moving towards the A site where, like you say,
love you yaar and love you.
3-man stack
मेरे पीछे कोई नहीं है
by the time the push comes through.
And guys, thank you for membership. Rohit bhai bada pav me. Love you.
Nice. Almost getting that kill through the box. It's some extra damage.
Rohit कितने लोगों को giveaway मिलेगा? 20-25
still within the site, but for them to deny anything here, it has to be a fallback into the retake. So they had all of this initial control in play, but unfortunately, because of that lockdown, they're not going to be able to do anything to deny this plant.
They know Angel's here now. That flash was thrown up and over. Paranoia through. Good double to start with, and Tamazi's not letting go. They know where Angel is. They've known the whole time. Now they can narrow it down to just the one player, and no defuse necessary, because they still haven't got the spike planted. Navi slow to the start as it's 4 to 5. The gap down to 1, and KC looking
300k pe 100 rupees. Love you, meri jaan. And
I was thinking they're probably going to get the plant.
Thank you for the 5 and the 5, meri jaan. Thank you for the 10. Love you, love you.
Before Navi can even react, you can see them just making their way around the elbow to get into a position to even put that spike down.
He's right, man. This time he was just better.
And he is up there, 10 and 7 again.
$1 से उसके लिए भाई बाप रे उसका earning पता है कितना है?
Initially when I saw him come into this roster, I was like, Jewel is going on to a Sentinel. We've
उनको
seen that
पता
one
है
before.
N की earning कितनी है?
Looks very comfortable, very quickly. For Navi, not feeling the same at the moment.
3 of those assists as well came off his ult. You know, I feel like so far Tamazi, when it comes to his utility, hasn't found nearly the value that I've seen.
300k today आज नहीं आएगा लग रहा है.
Players about to run into his traps. The team faces ahead of him. He gets caught by the ult. Same thing on B side where they go to push. They don't see the traps. They're on their way out. Tamazi swings and dies. And you know, to still have a good game when the core of your agent is not really working out for you. The utility's not hitting, but his shots are. And that's something else to talk about, that KC have always got that in droves, but so too to Navi. 2 teams we could see, even if the game plan goes completely out the window, they can still win rounds and even games just off the individuals they've got on their roster. This time a real brawl on map number 2. Navi were silenced early on Bind, their map pick.
I will not playing up to its standards and not hitting the
series could go to 3. We need this attack side to show us a few more and a few more rounds. And this is not a good start. Traded out early. Martin stays alive.
Firepower तो है Navi में.
I don't think Span is expecting 4 players to be peeking mid, and are actually going to go pushing it, realizing that the gun is there. Sugetsu though, now they get the firefight, and it's Sugetsu to clear them all up. Tamazi, he said he's just better, he's going to try and do exactly the same. A second one though. They're just facing up against this guy finally. They're going to go and get themselves a post plan. I've been waiting for it for a couple of rounds, but they didn't need to fight him. And now, 1 away from the neural theft, he gets a kill here. He's already on a fast flank. Might not necessarily be expected. In fact, Xiao is just going to go walking in. Lucky for him that he survives, and Artis is there as the backup plan, but Oh, for a
मेरे को
second,
लगा
I thought
ये
the
भी क्लच होएगा बे मेरा हो
Portuguese
गया
youngster was going to prove himself again.
God, they had a 1v5
लाइफ में
last
दिमाग
map, could have been
फ्रेश
a
करूँ
1v4
वो
here.
भी
You remember what
पता
happened
नहीं
to Navi
लगता है
after that?
कभी
Morale
कभी
went in the bin, as
चिल
you'd
करो
expect,
लाइफ में
as
एक
it
लाइफ
would, and as it should.
गाने
Great
वाने
round by
सुनो सीरीज
Sugetsu, though,
देखो
to put
मेरी
Navi
स्ट्रीम
back on
देखो
the map. Back in the game, the lead extended
I
back
think
up
कल हो
to
जाएगा ना
2-6 guaranteed. So an
एक
even
दिन
half
में
is now the
100
worst case
सब
scenario, but we know the side of Navi, they're good on
Will
attack.
India win
They can
any
make this all
time
the way
in
up to 8 if
esports
KC
of
aren't
any
careful.
game?
That's the thing
by
as well. That
mobile
was just a
games
couple of
में
hero rifles in play for Navi. That was a
जीतेंगे
round
हम.
that they never really
They
should
can
have
win
won.
यार.
but
Maximum I think एक साल में इंडिया
KC
गेमिंग में
after
बहुत आगे जाएगा.
taking that man advantage, wanted to fight again. Navi, they don't give us a second notice. They are going straight
2026.
through. They've had a lot of success getting into the B site, but the retakes have been solid. Martin again, Tomazi from the back, already giving them a double man advantage. A post-spawn should
भाई कैसे
be
improve तो हो
available
गया.
for Navi.
हाँ?
This is the thing. Look at
क्या
what
चाहिए बंक्स भाई
almost
300
all
के
of the
पे भाई
utility
देखो
and neural theft to find that
ज़्यादा
extra
कुछ नहीं
information.
चाहिए. समझ रहे हो?
Good luck, Navi.
एक
It looks like
बड़ी
that
सी
neural theft
cruise.
came in early. I don't know how
ज़्यादा
he's
कुछ
predicting that with pinpoint accuracy,
फिर
but
एक
Angel's got to be
11 BHK
frustrated.
का
Tap down to 50
बंगला
HP through the boxes.
जिसमें हेलीपैड हो.
Last pack in the back, another one
ज़्यादा
going
कुछ
through, and
नहीं
the push
बचा.
will come on the back of it.
और
Gonna
एक
catch either player in
पर्सनल
the crossfire, still
हेलीकॉप्टर.
good, but the defuse underway, half already, and there's no
ज़्यादा कुछ
chance
नहीं.
to
और
answer
एक
back.
फाइटर
50
जेट.
HP Angel was all that was left, and he deals the
Self-defense
first
kill.
blow to KC right at the end of the round. 6-5.
ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं.
The defensive side looks to equalize things at the half. They've definitely got the money to do it. Over on Navi, I think they're going to be a little
कहना मैं
bit
Esports crazy level का.
facing a little bit more of a struggle as they go to invest into this final round.
ज़्यादा कुछ
This
नहीं
is the
चाहिए.
thing with this KC B-side defense.
भाई KC भाई तो
They're so
घुस के
quick
मार
to
रहे
react
हैं.
to everything that
घुस के
Navi is
मार.
doing. It's pacey from Navi. It's direct.
ऐसा लग रहा है वो लोग को
but
देखने का
not once
किसको
do I
लेफ्ट
feel like
देखने का
KC have been
किसको राइट
truly
देखने
caught
का
off
पता है.
guard by the things they're doing. At least from the first few rounds. Once they saw how quick things were going to be, they've been so good at reclaiming space. This round was in mid, just getting back in behind them, but also
ऐसे
just
टेक में
playing off those
एनर्जी
advantages
उसको
once
देखा
they had
तूने
them.
एनर्जी वाले.
And Navi looking like a broken record. They're going to try it again. This
उसको देखने के
B-side
बाद
success has
हमको
been
एनर्जी
minimal.
चाहिए रहती है.
And, you know, this time they'll get success, as in they'll get towards the site and even find a plant. What to do with it from there? Angel picks up another orb, so you've now got a Hunter's Fury online and the plant coming through. But the big deal is that showstopper. Martin picked up an orb earlier on and now has it online to work with. Magnum dropped right off rip. But now they'll look to entry back through, and here it comes. The showstopper any moment now as the nade goes through to the right. Martin gets up nice and close. Blast packs in play. Does he find his mark on the way through? They've fallen back, and he will find Shao. But at what cost to trade out? It forces them into the angle. The Hunter's Fury firing off all the while, and now they can spray up against that wall. Not finding a kill as they do, but the shots coming back confirmed. There's two. They know this round is already in the books.
7-5 बोला
For the
था कि
side of
नहीं
Navi,
chat 7-5.
the round not going to matter what
बोला
happens
था कि नहीं.
afterwards as the half comes to a close. It's 7-5.
मेरे को लगा था ये वाला राउंड कैसे
Good
जीतेगा
showing by
पता
the
है.
attack side here.
जैसा
Pistol,
वो
though,
रेज ने
could
नेड और
narrow that gap massively.
Navi
Yeah,
जीतेगा.
I'm also interested how Navi are going to make this work on
Navi
the defense,
जीतेगा
because
bro.
they've got a lot of information. That double
2-1 Navi कैसे
initiator
गया.
with the Sova and the KO. The thing that I'm questioning is the
समझ
need,
रहे हो?
because you're going to have a lot of
भाई साहब
setup play.
तेरी फर्स्ट
A lot of the
स्ट्रीम
teams, when
देखने
they've
में क्या
had these
मजा आ
more
रहा है.
aggressive compositions, might throw something like a breach in, so you can have those aggressive stuns, but a lot of that is just going to be Zipan on his own, trying to push the map. And the thing is, when you have it Neon, most of the time, your opponents are going to be able to assume that you're going to be doing that.
600
I
subs
feel
करो
like
आज
KC
करना
are
है
gonna be able
300
to
के
sit
आज
pretty and almost be
impossible है.
patient in a lot of the early rounds here to just try and
आज
deny whatever
impossible.
plan there is for Navi.
Well, that's what we saw Navi doing quite a bit. I think after map 1 as well, where KC had a bit of flair to their defensive side, a few aggressive pushes that caught Navi off guard. It makes sense that they'll come in with the same sort of approach. Now on that defense, looks like retake set up on B. KC have a lot of players to deal with on the way through, but that blind is perfect. No chance for Sugetsu to fight. Shao, though, does some damage on the cross. Angel down as well, and KC yet to find an angle to fight from. Looks like just recovering that
दोनों एक एक लो है. Equal game है. क्या लगता है retake होएगा?
Smoke online for Shin, but not used. They just want to fight this, and it's worked out to start.
That was disgusting. Peeking ahead of the util. This time, though,
मतलब
the trade
उसको
is
ही
in.
बेचारे को one tap लगा.
Information should be grasped, but they don't actually spot the third player. That could put a little bit of doubt in the minds of this Navi side. The spam not connecting anything, but now they need to get onto this. Sugetsu can only find one, but they are sticking it on that defuse. They've made it to half, but both players are within one shot. In fact, all it takes is one bullet from Magnum. They will get things within one round as KC are on 6.
Now the pendulum swinging a little bit more towards that KC side. Early injection
चलो
of rounds
बंदा
with the
जाता
pistol
है
under their
ठीक है
belt.
ठीक है
And a scrappy fight. The fact that Narrate sticks around on the site to look for more, swings into a stun as well, using their stun almost as a signal for himself, letting him know, oh, we're going to push now. He knows there's a target there to be claimed. It's a narrow margin, but one that ends up sitting towards KC. Now they look to equalize things, and you can see that Navi don't have a lot to work with. Even despite the weaknesses that are in play, they don't decide on the defense to group up, play the numbers, and try to win some brawly fights. Instead, spreading out, evidently feeling the potential of those lighter weapons. Early on, spotting one on A, and the rotate on the back of it, Tom, as we can see, is very well gambled by Navi. 4 players on B.
Problem is there really isn't any real weaponry to play with. They're just going to have to be hopeful. Some mistakes are made, some shots are whiffed. And what you can see, at least for now, that's not happening. Martin just farming up the frags, looking to get ever closer to that showstopper, which will still be relatively far away. The player's low, there are still opportunities. Now, he's been given the pistol because they want him to actually hunt. If he goes down, it's not a problem. They'll still have themselves the weapon for the next round. And for Angel now, try and find someone on 14 HP. It isn't going to happen. Scoreline equalized as clean as can be really for KC with only a ghost dropped. And now go for a similar buy into this one.
Chat, like कर दो. We are close to 6k likes. Only 160 left.
Could have seen another weapon falling to the floor. I think it works out for Martin though, hunting to try and get that extra orb.
By 2-0 नहीं देख सकता यार मैं. Please Navi come back कर.
Into his back pocket. Now you've got Martin 3 away.
Navi जीतेगा.
Showstopper's not going to be online in this round. Well, you never know with Martin. But it won't be used if it does. If he gets 3 kills, I don't want to see him popping it for Narrate. 1 away.
Favorite
Very
player
possible that we
in
get a flash,
PRX.
and in this round, especially when Navi put their credits on the line, any ultimate could be massive to bridge the gap between your 2 buys. KC side, see aggression on B. And the reaction is to shift their way towards this A site. Paranoia used, and they'll quickly make their way in. Problem is it's a very passive setup from Navi, so KC wastes a lot of time just throwing out this util, clearing every corner meticulously.
भाई वो लोग आ तो गए.
Utility that can buy extra time. I think that's the main goal. It's not worked out though. Sugetsu goes peeking. Zipan is caught trying to fight into mid. It's not going well for the side of Navi until Shao at least manages 1. It's 2. He's on the boost. That's such a common spot for Omen players. He's got away with murder.
I guess again, tunnel vision by the flash that went through. They see a player on the side. That's where you're looking as you swing on in. Not expecting sneaky little play from Shao. He escaped with 44 HP as well. Tamazi gets nothing in the way of information other than 1 player close, which is something they could have guessed.
That's why मेरा comment पढ़ लिया करो नहीं तो
Knife gets nothing. You start the rotation. Start to think about where these players on the attack could be taking the spike. That's why we see Angel on the other side of the map, but AORUS has to stand strong, and it's only 1 kill found. Now they move ever closer. Rash is used, of course. They expect more players to be here, but it is wide open for the taking. The plant needs to be safe, and it looks to be. Nothing to really push them out. Angel might have a shock dart ready, but he's got his rifle in hand instead, looking for the fight to separate it. Shock dart through to force him into Shao's waiting arms. It's only Narrate left. One of the strongest players we've seen in quite a while, but he's got to get on that spike. It's being diffused as we speak, and he's forced into 2 different angles. No way to win that with Angel landing an 8th round for Navi.
Yeah, that's an oversight. That's the difference in the round.
आप तो वेट कर रहे हैं 23 को GS में कह रहे हैं 23rd का है क्या? उसके पहले नहीं है कोई? मेरे को लग रहा था 23rd को लास्ट है. Pacific Watch Party.
And that was what recovered the round. A fantastic round it was from Shao. Right up there on that scoreboard. About 8-7. Lead taken by Navi once again. Still, there's going to be plenty to purchase in with. Bear in mind again, for KC, that was their bonus round, even if it had majority rifles. They're going Go into the default.
भाई ग्रे फॉर्स डिस्बैंडेड रात को मेरे को कॉल आया था रे मैंने
Martin,
उठाया
in
नहीं करके
fact, well,
डिस्बैंड
Timmy
किया
Natara is gone, but that's the showstopper more importantly as the orb is claimed.
Okay, see a team that does well once they find those early leads, Tom, but I think this younger squad where they could be tested,
What are your
especially against
thoughts
a
on
squad like
BT100?
Navi.
Beluga bhai.
The difference is the experience is what they have to fall back on. And sure, Magnum's been on
एक
that stage
नया
a million
channel ही
times. But
खोलना
the rest
चाहिए
of the
मेरे को.
squad,
What are your
they're that little
thoughts
bit
channel?
more green. Certainly, I think Angel probably has more competitive years combined than the entirety of KC combined under his belt.
We get it. He's old. You could leave him alone.
Elderly. Elderly is the word. But
पढ़ने
that's why Navi
के
can
बाद
go
भी मेरा
10-2 down, still win the map and win the series afterwards. The side of KC, we've yet to see that sort of, well, from most teams, we've yet to see that sort of comeback, sort of resilience. TP used, cancelled, and now spotted 2 players towards the spawn. They know exactly where these defenders are. They might not know that there's 4 players on B, though. It's stacked up. Martin on his way through. Good rocket. It hasn't found the kill. In fact, these players still on Navi are dishing out damage. 3 versus 2, down to a 2 versus 1. But Tamazi has to retrieve that spike, and, well, if he sprints through, he's going to pick it up for free. He's in and he's out.
Immediate shot and the reveal available. Timing here is going to be absolutely
Navi
everything.
जीता भाई.
Just slightly ahead
Navi
of where he
जीता.
expected
क्या
him to be.
खेला बे Navi.
Way too close once
क्या
again. We've seen
खेला
so
बे.
many rounds within this matchup come
Heavy
down to
trade
just a
ना
singular player.
heavy. Crazy.
While KC with the space, with the showstopper, again there were expectations that they could have taken that round home. But it's just these gamble plays, these risks taken, these fights won from the side of Navi. They keep them in the lead for now. Unfortunately for Carmine Corp, this is going to put them in an awkward position financially. The Sheriffs in play, which, you know, they've been able to do quite a lot with very little with some of the gambles that they've had.
10-7 बोलते, चड्डी
Might be a little bit more
खोलते.
difficult.
Flash and smoke heard going down in mid as well for KC.
I have
what you can do about that, but it will get the alarm bells ringing that mid take is underway, that there could be players now pushed close, ready to fight.
Yasin ने chat kill जो अच्छा है Yasin से
And we see a lot of the numbers for KC. In fact, all of them focus towards this part of the map. They're going to dump a fair bit of utility to retake this position, but now spotting a passive Xiao, start to realize what you're truly up against. And a spam from AORUS gets a kill.
Yeah,
I mean, that is just unfortunate.
Cleared one out. Angels repositioned, but it's a little bit labored. And then look like they're still tempted to fight this. Bear in mind, the weaponry is so far in Navi's favor that they don't really have a need to take gambles here. It's worked out for AORUS though. Winning every single fight put in front of him. On for the ace, as Magnum is the only man remaining. May just try and get a plant in. Instead though, he's gonna go pushing. He wants to give AORUS a fight, and AORUS will take it all day long. An ace to put their 10th round onto the board. His ult's online, no surprises there. But that, of course, was a low buy round for the side of KC, so expectations not the highest.
For sure, I'll give you that, but it
Rello
got a
is the
little
best
scary.
sentinel
I think
sunset.
AORUS has done a remarkable job to pull this back. If he even grabs 2,
इससे ज़्यादा बदला sentinel life में नहीं देखा.
Yeah, synchronized as well. They've been practicing that one. 10-7.
By
3
Tomasi
round lead for
be
Navi.
top
Map
crack
3 will
baby.
be sunset if we make it there, and it's becoming increasingly likely. Sunset? Hey, we're gonna
play this one again.
We're going again. I've liked watching these guys play it so much. I want 40 rounds. We had that one before on Bind. But as we look towards this A site, KC stacked up, ready to go, rifles in hand, but the main thing I'm looking at is Narrate. He's got his ultimate, it's not going to be used instead. It's just Martin going out. Their own recon drone.
Wow.
From
0 to 0.
मतलब वो लोग का plan ही वही
He's
था.
already gone, pop flash over the top. Angel and Xiao already again. It's these preemptive retakes, but grouping up as a unit. Sugetsu has been able to find a gap. Martin low, but a high-low setup makes this fight fairly awkward. Maybe not quite in line though. That will leave it up to Magnum. 2 kills already to his name, 2 more needed to be found. And he's gonna have to take a peek around this. Does manage the kill onto Sugetsu, just 5 HP remaining for him.
क्या बाद में था भाई उसने फिर भी मारा एक
him in the end. Again, it comes down to one player. We've seen it so many times.
तो फिर आज गेम वाला स्ट्रीम है
At least in this map, they've been on the wrong end of it.
ये मेरे को कॉल भी करना I got
Fights
work.
on the way through. I think for
इस पे
KC,
क्या
there's
मिलता
a
है?
moment
EMEA में लैपटॉप
where you
मिलता है
start to
सर?
see them put the pieces together. Seems like everything's lined up for them, but that 2v2 opening pick, there was no
Ring
way.
का refer से
And
Binks
yeah,
बोलते
I mean,
हैं।
the call was obviously made. They started to do the math, realize he's not sitting pretty on HP, so fire a few through. Echo locate the reload.
Radiant Cup.
The ultimates for Navi now towards the end of the game. 11-7,
वो लोग
2
भी तो अभी
rounds
भी खेल
needed.
सकते हैं।
They've got 3 big ultis online, a lockdown just around the corner as well. The worst timing possible for KC to be facing off against such a stacked ult economy. They've only got thrashed themselves to try to
कर
find the
सकते हैं कि
value
कमबैक
back.
नहीं लग रहा है ना, क्योंकि अभी एंजल का और जिपिन का जो अल्ट होएगा ना, मतलब बहुत बीटी वाला अल्ट होएगा। एक बंदा ऐसा झूठ के जा रहा है, अल्ट मार रहा है, वहां से 100 अल्ट मार रहा है, डॉज करना इम्पॉसिबल हो जाएगा।
Although that was a weaker purchase.
प्लस वो स्टन मारेगा वो अलग।
Setup already being put into place though from Navi. A paranoia set up against the wall if they are to try and face this A site. Navi desperately hunting for some sort of information, but it is very slow from KC, trying to give absolutely nothing away. It's difficult to do when you're playing up against the Sova KO combo. Normally find something, and while they've spotted one in the back of mid, Angel doesn't need to overface this now that they've got that man advantage.
और किसको छुपा लग गया ना, अल्टी मारेगा वो।
That drone just spotted 2, maybe even 3 players on mid. Good bit of information to play
30
with.
seconds left.
Although the shock might not find its mark, Navi just need to sit back.
सामने का
as Thrash
KO
comes
अल्टी मारेगा
through,
करके नहीं
clears
मारा
out
है,
some
नहीं
space,
मारा
but a glorified recon drone and indeed cancelled out by the ult in play. A good attempt by Magnum to find value, but spotted with perfect timing from Xiao. The defensive side stacks the advantages now. 5 versus 3. Hunter's Fury is called in, and another nail in the coffin of this round. It was almost a guaranteed kill for the Hunter's Fury, but Artis went swinging ahead of it, leaving Tamazi on 5 HP, trapped in a corner. To even get out of here with the weapon, I would be surprised. Here they come. And okay, he finds the stack 3 afterwards. Okay, keep the weapon, Tamazi.
It's yours, it's yours. I didn't mean to take it. I'm sorry.
It's 22 and 15, and they're 12-7 down. That's not a bad scoreline for a Cypher, but it's a bad scoreline for KC.
I love this though.
The
combination of utility. You can see KC. I said they're playing up against a Neon comp. You're expecting aggression. You're expecting all of this different sort of pushes and util and something to give it away. But Navi really didn't do a lot. They held everything until the last few seconds, and you can see KC just fumbled it at that stage. Running through against that Hunter's Fury. Orb claimed, but at a cost of HP, and considering this could be the last round of the map, look at the buy. A Bulldog, Guardian, Stinger. It's not pretty.
Thank God Tamazi saved that.
Is for impressing your
Could have been
friend.
very awkward if he had went down. Against all odds, he managed to repel that final push. But now it's them that has to find success on the pushes again and again. 5 rounds in a row for KC to get back into this one, and the blast pack hasn't worked out straight into the path of the bullets of Navi. The wall up, and Shin will try to cross. He'll get safely into the corner. But Xiao is around here looking to drop them, even as Artis is pushed back, and he'll just about make it out.
Yeah, they had to retreat. Neural theft gave them away. Throne will do the same on the other side, but Narrate is going to deny them at least a little bit of extra space. Still the rotation coming through from Sugetsu. A single kill for him will get his ult online. Spotting a player in the back corner, but again, this group up, this aggression coming out. It comes down to 1v1. And Sugetsu's going to be there to close it. Locked down for a little bit of a celebration. But ultimately, once again, Navi lose their own map. They go into their opponents, and guess what? The exact same scoreline the other way around.
We almost should have seen this coming, Tom.
2-1 for Navi.
I feel like we've let you down at home. It might even be 13-7 on split. To who? Who knows? After this display, Navi are certainly not down and out of the series yet, but there's one more map to decide the victor. Let's go to split after the break.
Heavy. क्या बे, हर एक बंदा 2-2 3-3 मार रहा है, हेडशॉट्स मार रहा है.
I I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces.
मत करो जिंग
Stay away
भाई
from
नहीं
them.
नावी जीता
Stay
नावी
away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande.
भाई अभी 5 मिनट का ब्रेक है तो मैं बात करके खत्म कर दूं
But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you.
कैसी के लिए दिल का दरिया हो जाए एक बार मुझे थोड़ी दुख कर रहा है कुछ तो क्या लेकिन ये बंद करना पड़ेगा ना यहाँ पे अगर से
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and valorant.
अभी बात कर लेता हूँ ना वो रात को उसको जगा के
Gonna be able
रखो
to fight this.
अब तो बाइंड है वो नावी इजी विन आदित्य भाई जो भी आप मार रहे हो ना आप ही मारना किसको देना नहीं ठीक है जो भी आप मार रहे हो
Red Bull gives you wings.
Stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. You here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy,
चैट अपना अपना क्लिप्स रेडी रखना ठीक है अपना अपना क्लिप्स थोड़ा रेडी रखना हो सकता है गिव अवे में आपको काम आए समझ रहे हो? बेस्ट विफ, बेस्ट विफ, कुछ फनी चीज जो आपके साथ हुई है गेम में, वैसे सब समझ रहे हो? Heads up.
What did you think of the performance?
Well, I think Navi had a really good start to the game. They had the first 3 rounds, they got pistol. Round 2 conversion was easy. Round 3, they go into an ace split on what would be their bonus round. And once you
उसने तो अभी है 3-4 दिन गेमिंग करने के लिए.
and elbow, and you're able to converge on the site, it's just so easy for you to just wipe out anybody on the site. And that's where KC was. They lose that round, then they pick up the next round on an eco note, nonetheless, by having a really good, you know, just timing flash from the get-go.
Back to 9-0. Last map Navi. यार मैं खुद Navi बोल रहा हूँ. लेकिन चलो इस बार मैं आपके लिए KC. लेकिन दिल से सपोर्ट नावी को कर, लेकिन आपके लिए केसी मेरा पीसी पे रिकॉर्डर नहीं चलता बम. ठीक है, दूसरा गिव अवे में ज्वाइन करो. मतलब वन ऑफ द गिव अवे इज विद क्लिप. एस वाली क्लिप को लैपटॉप मिलेगा क्या? क्लोव लेगा? नहीं, ग्लिच है ना उसमें, थोड़े ग्लिचेस है तो ठीक हो रहा है.
That give you the confidence boost to if you're going to take this to a map 3 to
भाई स्ट्रिक्स किधर है यार?
Did you think that Navi were relying on these individuals?
I'm missing my son.
More of a case of right, they're feeling themselves right now. Let's just let AORUS go.
I honestly think that they understood how to play against KC, and as Josh is saying, like being able to turn this fight into your.
मुझे गिव अवे कब?
It also brings us back to the point that we were making
before
the match.
किधर है? पीछे म्यूजिक की आवाज आ रही है. आवाज आ रही है. हाँ, कौन सी लड़की बात की? कौन सी लड़की बात की पीछे से? एक मिस कर रहा था यार. किधर है तू? Submission? Excuse me? Assignment. अच्छा assignment. ठीक है. ठीक है. कभी है फिर गेमिंग सीन्स कब से?
पता नहीं भाई, टाइम पास 1-2 कॉम पे खेलता बीच में.
तो फुल कभी से?
अबे सीन कैसा, लाइट ही बहुत जाता है.
वो ठीक है, तेरा एग्जाम असाइनमेंट्स वो सब कभी खत्म होएगा?
वो मतलब फुल टाइम तो नहीं कर सकता, बाकी ऐसा बीच में खेल सकता है.
हाँ, शाम को खेलते. शाम को कभी लाइट तेरा सबसे ज्यादा कभी जाता है?
अरे कभी भी जाता है भाई, सुबह शाम. अब भी 2 बार किया, मेरे को बैन लगा 1 घंटे का वापस.
हैक करके बैन खाएगा और बाद में बोलेगा लाइट गया था करके. समझ रहा हूँ मैं. शर्म करो शर्म.
शेर टाइगर जिंदा है.
मत कर. ठीक है, चलेगा. स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ, तेरा आवाज बिल्कुल नहीं जा रहा है. ठीक है. ठीक है, चल फक ऑफ. भाई साहब, बेटा बड़ा होते जा रहा है यारो. हाँ, बेटा बड़ा होते जा रहा है.
Down last week, actually,
तब
that's
पर
when they
फ्रीज
did
हो गया.
change the
कोई
tempo.
कर ही नहीं
That's
रहा
when
यार
they did
तब यार.
get into people's faces.
I am lonely.
Yeah, definitely, and it wasn't split, you know. So,
Yeah.
so it's the kind of
Exactly.
map where even if they feel the pressure, is the
फोन
kind
पे
of
कौन
team
था
that it
जो
doesn't matter
जीपे
what
में नहीं था?
the score says. They will try and bring it to like their place. It's not like. Even if the other team has got the momentum of getting a 10-1 half, ended up in a 10-2, they have the resilience and obviously the experience to even take this further and also adapt on the fly. Because like bringing back a 10-2 is not
भाई यहाँ पे
something that
मैं
many
रुका हूँ
teams
यार
can do.
बारिश के लिए, पता है?
It's also a testament to kind of where Split was a few years ago to where Split
I
is
love
now,
rainy season.
where, you know, there's so much back and forth. Like,
कौन
it's very
freeze हो गया?
defense
Freeze नहीं हो गया?
sided.
कोई
Oh,
कर
now
नहीं
it's
रहा
very
है.
attack sided. And depending on who you're playing against, depending on what side you're starting and depending if there's like a breach in the comp, for example.
अनसब कौन कर रहा है? बासुंडी.
Such very different results and score lines within the match. So we might see them playing a really good defense, one against one opponent, and then a really strong attack against the other. And it's just, you never know what side you're going to get because part of it is their loose play style individualistic.
हमारे यहाँ अहमदाबाद में भी बारिश का आपका क्या सीन है?
I like it a lot when it's paired
क्या
with
लिखा था? FNS?
Killjoy. There's a lot of cypher plays or picks on this map by a lot of teams, or you'll see just the double controller with
मैं
no
Navi
sentinel.
अच्छी वाइब कर रही है अभी.
I think Killjoy makes
think
the
Navi
comp work
wins.
really well, but we're seeing a lot of like double duelist with the breach.
I think that it also looks very good, but maybe it's
Check
becoming
कर
a
रहा हूँ,
little bit
सब
too
कौन चल रहा है कि
predictable
नहीं.
for KC. And their match against Gentlemates, we also saw them using the typical plays that Martin
एक
used
song
to do in
performance
kickoff.
मैं singer
But I
हूँ.
think he knows really well how to get the best out of the Euro. But the problem is that we see them, we see those rounds, and they happen time after time. You know, like from one match to another. If Navi wants to come prepare, and if KC doesn't change anything, they will know what to expect and how to react to those things.
Well, last time Navi ran this comp, they didn't even play a sentinel. There was no killjoy, but there was a breach.
Actual में impossible है.
Yeah,
पता नहीं
when you have that,
क्योंकि वही लोग
when
देख
you
रहे
go
हैं जो
into
लोग ने सब
defense,
किया.
you have to make sure that you can't set up the traps.
10
So you
लोगों को
either have
heavy
to do
amount
a lot of these
gift होएगा.
blind type
Chat
of plays
सोचो.
where you have
10
to
crore
just make a
gift
decision to
हो
fight an
सकती
area
है.
without
सोचो
information,
heavy
or
amount.
you have to save and hold your utility
Subscribe
for
करो
the
जल्दी.
retake, and that works really well after the attackers use all of their things, like all of their abilities, and they have nothing left, and then the defenders come in fighting heavy.
Yeah, and most of it, not having that sentinel comes off with having the Viper, right? That kind of responsibility relies onto her, on how she can defend the sides, how she can retake the space and regain the control over zones, as important as the mid. As we're saying, no changes in the compositions. This is exactly what they played last time that they played here in EMEA. Probably both teams not expecting to get this far into the day.
Heavy cash amount
giveaway. And I remember how much of an X factor.
Which one of them?
Sorry, you're right. Carmine Core. Where narrates, usually he's a flex player, but when Martin's on Yoru, narrate gets to play Raze, and they do this double.
Use your friends and family phones.
Pardon me?
It goes boom.
विशाल भाई इतने रात को ये लोग ने फैमिली फोन लिया ना.
I know, I'm missing the Raze joke.
कैश लेने के लिए लोग खुद में आ पाएंगे पता है.
Have you been broken?
A little bit, yeah.
We've literally been waiting all day for you to break.
Okay. Narrate, when he gets to play not
बेचारे ने बंडल सब बंडल का नाम
he is
लिखा था.
such an X factor for this team, so when he gets to be really loose with Raze, really cool things happen. He goes boom.
I can't wait for things to get loose and wild.
भाई
We head to
इतनी
this
गर्मी हो रही है ना
deciding
कान
game
में
of
भी.
split. It is, of
अभी
course,
इसका वीडियो देखा
KC
देखा ना.
versus Navi. Who is going to take it?
वो गलत भी नहीं है लेकिन प्लेयर्स भी नहीं है.
Well, that's a tough question to answer. So tough, we've spent the last 2 hours battling it out, trading map picks, and moving down to the final map, Split. Tom, coming into this, where's the momentum sitting? I mean, they've traded round for round, 13-7 for 13-7. Any advantages you see coming into Split?
You see?
Probably the attack side, at least for Navi. There's some history there the last couple of times they played it. 11-1 attack and an 8-0 attack the 2 times they played it. Both versus Liquid though, so hopefully KC are going to be able to hold on a little bit better. For now though, they start on that defensive side.
Go karo by Yoru.
When it comes to this map.
Breach meta
they probably
जीतेगा.
knew was coming because KC have been very good at this
Breach
map.
meta जीतेगा. मैं मान ही नहीं सकता कि Breach split पे हारे.
They're going to start things
Unbelievable.
out on that attack side. Exactly where you'd want to be. For now though, it's patient, tempered, expecting maybe some sort of aggressive push. As I said, they don't have a sentinel. They don't have a whole
10k
lot of
per
information
person. Oh,
over on that Navi
10k
side. So
cash
there
per
has to be
person.
the push
10
and
जन
pull
को
of the map.
देंगे
They
विशाल
have to
भाई.
go looking. At least for now, they're not doing that. They are sitting
सोचो.
back, they're waiting.
Biding their time. A patient face being shown. KC looked to quicken their pace on the attack through mid, but
क्या opinion है आपका? He said.
whole intention here
We
just
are
to draw
into
these
BGMI.
players and we'll rotate. And for a
Yeah,
second,
babe.
it looked like it might have
Not
worked.
that we
Zaketsu
all are into
started to
BGMI.
move towards the spawn. The early
नहीं,
rotate
उसकी
though
thinking यार,
cancelled.
उसका opinion
Still
है,
with
क्या
lots
करें?
of utility on that B site, but it will be hay that's tested instead. Artist,
अपने आप पे value बहुत
belt
grow
of
हुआ है.
util that he's working with, no shields. The impact will be felt as already slowing down the heaven drop.
बस वही है कि लोगों को अच्छे गेम
push to site. They'll try to scrap with the players on ramp
Antec
already,
नहीं
dropping Magnum, and now Segetsu's on the right clicks. He's found himself a double. I haven't seen AORUS either. Oh, it's looking beautiful. It's looking clean. And it finds
भाई हेवी मारा मारी बे भाई नावी में बोला ना ब्रिज मेटा नहीं हार सकता वॉल्यूम बढ़ाएगा थोड़ा बेंच
AORUS, he made them pump the brakes.
Yeah, he just denied them that explosive pacer they wanted. That is the thing when you're running a composition that revolves around a Yoru and a Raze, you're going to be looking to pressure with these sort of explosive moments because you don't really want to be in these sort of slower rounds because it doesn't really fit with the composition that they're running. So the fact that he was able to delay them, pull the rotations from the other side of the map, Navi are going to have themselves the pistol. And because of that, there's really nothing invested for the side of KC. Normally you might see a sheriff, a ghost, something at least to try and put onto the board.
Bring them down.
But they have gone flat out classics. Well, selling a bit of a ruse even with the paranoia, the space being taken by Martin. Now the rest of the players are going to go pushing. You even see that Xiao, though, is still there.
Grey Fog shutting down here after winning split one.
That PC utility being used, the paranoia, it will often grab the rotations. It'll draw the eye, but not this time. Push out, not even going to allow that spike to be planted with Zipman picking up every which kill. 4 away from the showstopper in round number 2. And still a few kills to be picked up. They know Martin was on the ramp earlier on, and he is slowly making his way towards this site. Angel about to spot him.
Do not forget, Navi came back from 10-2 in this particular stage.
Hunting him down.
By Navi at 30.
What can they possibly do from this position? 40 seconds, a ton of utility.
सबसे बाप बंदा है मेरे को Xiao लगता है Xiao
doesn't look like we're going to see anything, but damage. Well, he needed 3 kills before Navi felt the sting of it.
30 seconds left.
I think just having a little run around, trying to find something. Shim will at least kill off
GEELI
one.
CHUMMI देके मारा.
They even saved the pistol.
Something going to be hit the ground, but that's it. And for the side of Navi now, this is where, again, you're going to see those investments.
विशाल भाई ये सब मत language use करो. Time out दे दो उन्हें.
Going to be able to close the gap a little bit going into this next round. Of course, though, this is where the rifles will be on the board for every single member of KC.
Chill karo, Vishal bhai, chill karo.
A lot of what their comp revolves around is going to be those explosive hits. That's why you sort of saw the rotation slightly pulled off that paranoia. There's not a whole lot for them to play off of other than that to take them space.
Vishal bhai, chill karo.
Clearing a lot of these corners. See this Yoru play with his team a bit more supportive than we'll sometimes see. But even in that second round, the ideas from KC were clear. They had the TP up on the paranoia. Martin doesn't need it this time, though. Taking the clean fight onto Xiao and trading out the advantage now for a little bit of HP lost. KC sit with a ton of map control as well, and the pressure being applied to Angel with players still in mid, I thought was going to drag the rotate. But again, Tom, they start to move away from this A site, but decide to play the numbers on site itself instead. It could pay off, but KC haven't decided where they're going.
I feel like this might just be a gamble based on past matches. Like a lot of the time, we have seen KC lean towards the A side of the map. I think, again, just having more opportunities for where you can TP on the Yoru. And it's a lot easier to sort of create dysfunction. Instead, though, narrate, it's just an attempt to try and sell a ruse. And in fact, it seems like it may have even worked. Angel started the rotation back, but now they go pushing as well. Nothing really being seen. The fake out is going to give away that the players coming in on A, where all of the Navi members are waiting.
So ready for this fight. Segetsu's good for the first, but Magnum's done a world of good for this attacking side with 10 seconds left. They set foot on the site.
Living on the edge,
we'll see the floor in the last couple of the round. KC 3 versus 1, and it's the leader of Navi leading by example this time if they're to have any chance. And well, that paranoia has sealed his fate. 1 round on the board for KC.
And the fact is, the gamble from Navi definitely was the right call. They had Angel on the other side being able to hunt for information. But a lot of it just came down to the battles. Sugetsu not really able to land the shots that we've come to see from him. And
good job, guys. You were full blind. That's why she picked. Good job,
they do manage to clear things out. 2-1 though.
And
I said, an immediate response in terms of the purchase. Navi comfortable. With the rebuy. Now, From the Shadows is available. This is one of the maps where I think you've already seen the defenders actually mark. And there's going to be an expectation that either you can see from the shadows or just a straight TP and pressure immediately in onto Navi.
BRX की आत्मा आ गई है किसी में.
There will be a moment to breathe as the A site is realized as the true target. Sagetsu picks off the player on B, but now they see it's wide open. Sprays through the smoke. A little bit of damage done, but KC took away. 3 players on site. And Martin's not got the best of positions. It is a good spot, but as we can see on the map for this retake, it doesn't look like it will find any fruit. Said he has to be swinging as they make their way out onto the site, and it's a very narrow gap in margin for him to take, but he'll find one off the reveal. The snakebite is perfect. As he even swings in for a headshot on Shao. That one was a little quicker than I thought. Once the first bullet was fired, it was only a second till the round was decided.
Yeah, the utility combos there were perfect. Magnum having his C's for the late round, stopped the first players coming through. Then they had a snakebite that went a lot deeper to hold them in place, even getting a kill itself. And then you had that contact play from Martin to swing off it as well with the flashes. That was perfect in the post plant from KC. And you can see the reason they're willing to sort of sacrifice Narrate in is because they have so much in terms of that extra utility just to create a horrific re-entry from the side of Navi. An immediate equalization. As said, expectations definitely lean for both sides to have a prominent attack, but Navi in this round, well, I don't know if they're going to have much to resist KC taking the lead.
Could be some lucky plays to start.
full combo कर रहा है ना?
Full combo That's one way to handle it. And you know what? They make this much noise. I like it because once they slow it down, this is where KC start to ask questions. You've seen the nade, you've seen the stun, you've seen even a reveal go up and over in the haunts, but nothing else afterwards. They maybe have given it up, they're rotating, but no, there's a judge close. And now they start to realize what was going on, why everything got so quiet so quickly. The advantage sits to Navi, and in a round like this, oh, it's so valuable to be able to group up. And sure, the trades aren't likely, but if you find them, the round can be yours. The lead can stay to Navi.
Oh, the thing is though, Angel, he's actually going to go pushing. He manages to get 2 of that. I felt like he should have been dead almost immediately. And just catching them a second time. You got to feel foolish for KC at this point. 2 aggressive pushes, 2 with massive success, and even the stinger is going to be there to close out Martin.
The 30 HP stinger.
Yeah.
He couldn't even take a bullet there.
Bobby, let's go Navi.
That's a huge blip. Like,
Yeah,
the judge, I feel
side.
like you can be forgiven. Maybe needed a bit of utility, but that's just absurd. The fact that Angel's able to get away with 2 kills off the back of the Sheriff. This is the thing with this Navi roster that's always so difficult to deal with. Is even when they have an advantage in a low buy, they're still looking to push you. They're still looking to kick you while you're down.
Cutting through. This is it, it was hard to really see anything for this squad. I like that. A little bit of ground on the game. One player spotted up top, one player down below. Nightfall used. This is for Navi now, confirming that there's no one outside A. They've sent the rotation of Zipan already. He wants to make it to Heaven, but Heaven's being lost. It's being given up. Showstopper makes its way down below. Hasn't been activated just yet, but as the ults come in and the players cascade onto the site, here comes the rocket. A big opportunity, and it's found 2. Zipan on point with his 3rd shot, swinging in for more, and he'll eventually be shut down. But he's done his job, and he's done enough. 3v1. And Magnum has to dig deep to have any chance at taking this across the line. They know where he is. The C's is perfect, but he was already low. It does little to change the outcome, which is another win for Navi.
Yeah, they've been, again,
heavy combos वाला map हो रहा है. Let's go KC after the rush by. अपन दोनों KC side.
This is the thing. I know, like, you look at these set executes from KC, and that's what we sort of marveled about with their attack.
Guys,
is they'll just very quickly build into rounds and then just explode into the site. Well, you've had disruptive stuns coming through from artists to slow them on the push, and then just these players just sprinting through smokes, taking aggressive plays to try and catch them as they run into the site. Obviously already knowing they were there because of Artis' life being sacrificed.
ये मेरी chat दिख रही है. Hello,
already caught with the C's on the ring, just about gonna scrape through that one.
क्या लगता है आज मारेगा वो?
Early util just causing awkward fights, awkward situations. for Carmine Court.
भाई
Well,
एक अच्छा है कि केसी बहुत जल्दी
they don't have that
space
much to
ले रहा
play
है
with in this
double
round. In
digits
fact,
लेकर
it's diminishing
वो
as
अच्छा है
seconds go
space
by.
लेने के बाद लेफ्ट राइट हो रहा है
Well, you heard Angel at the end of the last round of the
तो
replay.
कब
He
से
was
चालू
saying,
होएगा
I'm a
नेक्स्ट इवेंट से
genius.
चालू होएगा
And
शायद
it was the ult on A that gave them all the information. He called for the early rotate. It was well managed. But now that they're up against the lighter buy, they've picked off Tamazi easy. The numbers locked in their favor, 4 versus 2. Spike was dropped earlier, could now have been retrieved. But look at the reposition by Sagetsu as well. Up close, Narrate doesn't have anything to clear this corner. Bar nade, of course, it would be blind. It's more the boombot not being there. He can't get the information. Swing is good. I like the idea by KC. They're giving themselves a chance. That chance quickly fades away in the face of Zigman. 5 rounds now for the side of Navi. The defense building them up. And we don't expect them to slow down too much moving into their attack. We need to see KC get on the board soon.
Yeah, I wonder when the pause button is slammed, because these last few rounds it does seem like Navi are almost reading from the strat book. They've managed to get information early in the majority of rounds. As said, like a lot of that, when you're running only one initiator that actually gets you information, can be quite difficult. But even if it's an ult that doesn't find any tags, it's enough to pull those rotations.
मस्त खेल रहा है नावी
Aggressive start to this one for Xiao. He's definitely gone down once or twice, but after the spot is in, Viper's Pit will deny this space, or at least you think it will. They're setting up a Prowler. They're going to send the fake out in.
They know
Showstopper going to be used, and Sagetsu goes down to it.
That's so smart.
उनको
The
पता था
decoy was
उनको पता
sent
था
through. As soon as it's broken, they can put him in a box. They know exactly where he's playing, and in the worst case, he can't get away.
Nice
shot by
blind
Paranoia as well was so well timed.
The nade too. Not only are you blind, but you have to move as well. It's so much harder to keep your crosshair pinned on those ropes and fire at the right time. When you can't see a thing, and you got to move. Quick trade as well. Navi, I would say keep the advantage. This defense spread thinner, but it's where KC are going. It's the steps towards B main that's been taken. Navi have already stepped in, taken this angle. Although Xiao is spotted, it's the second player. You might not expect Angel to be here. In fact, you may almost try to pressure after you've taken the side in towards this angle, and that's when they strike. Only 1 for now. And they know Xiao is here. He's the player that was accounted for in this play. So they're gone looking, they're gone hunting. And yet to find him, did he slip back to main? The question now running through their mind. There's the answer, but it comes at a heavy cost. Again, down to the 1v1 with Navi still having Rolling Thunder, 15 seconds left, and here it comes. You're going to be pushed off the site, back into a safe position, at least for Shin. But here comes the stun, and after that, the aftershock. Oh, it's going to get a little dangerous. No, the utility's not put down. Instead, AORUS swings his way around the smoke, up close, and catches the back of Shin. 6 rounds now for Navi. They don't show any signs of stopping soon.
I feel like AORUS looks so comfortable when it comes to the way he plays around his utility. Like, a lot of people, especially when you hit that plant, as you said, you put an aftershock, maybe you run in and try and spray down again. He knows that in that moment, if he makes no sound, no spray, no nothing, Shin is going to assume he's wrapping. Because why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you put utility through there to try and deny him? Or why wouldn't you run in with the last few seconds? But AORUS is so calm in that moment that Shin has to take a gamble, and fair, he's got over one way, tries to put a smoke the other. But that couldn't have gone better. Another 1v1 scenario that heads in the favor of Navi. Pace might be the aim of the game here. Majority of players all built in towards this B site. Angel, well, that's definitely going to latch onto someone. He definitely doesn't know how many.
It's not like they have a stack just yet. It will still be a tough hold on the site. Prowler goes past the decoy, catches the player in main, slows them down yet again. Snakebite on floor, but there's a gap, and they're on their way. Reveal up and over. Catch a few, in fact, it catches most of them. Good info to play off of, and great execution. Angel's got himself a triple, and he's not even gone down. AORUS comes in to save the day, cleanly closing it out 7-2, and there was barely a sweat to be broken by the defensive side, easily repelling that push.
I feel like I've highlighted him almost every single round, but I feel like AORUS should have about 16 assists at this point. Only says 3 on the board, but the stun, again, just comes in as they look to sprint onto the site. As they finally get over that, he puts an aftershock through the wall, and then there's also the reveal coming in. Like, there's just too much utility for KC to deal with. And then they just look flustered. Like, there's just too much for them to try and run through. Every single time while that is happening, someone over on the Navi side, be it Angel, be it Zipan, be it AORUS himself, is swinging off of that utility. And they're just unable to cope with how disruptive this defensive side comp is right now from the side of Navi. Now, the sort of silver lining for them, ults are there. Viper's Pit is available. That was probably the plan in this round. They had a load of stingers. Okay, we rush into the site. Navi probably, okay, maybe we trade. We trade a couple of kills. We use the Viper's Pit. We play the post plant when everybody's low on HP. That works out for us. They didn't even get close. Like, they were close physically on the site, but in terms of the actual round, not even remotely. Nightfall in combination, though, that should give them all the information they need, and hopefully for their sake,
Immortal 3 पर Esports start कर सकते Immortal 3 पे
Navi are running away with this.
Well, it's crushing because that round 5, you know, it looked like somewhere that KC, they were equalized 2-2. It felt like they could push that lead into their favor and start to extend it somewhat. Face off against one buy round in round 6 and go from there. But it was stolen out of their hands, what should have been their lead. And they haven't come close to it ever since. A streak of rounds, 5 in a row for Navi. And a pause here to hopefully put a remedy to that, put a stop to the building rounds on that defensive side and put them at a deficit. It won't happen in this half. We can still see 5 rounds for KC if it's nothing but flawless play from this point forward. You mentioned they leaned a lot towards the A site. We haven't seen them there for a while, but certainly a successful opening as they've already dropped AORUS.
दोनों पे डलते ये round tough है Navi के लिए.
They've really been struggling with in terms of just utility usage.
ये round tough है Navi.
That Viper's Pit is used, but they've still got their own.
अगर ये लोग ने clean race को मारा ना तो शायद कुछ हो सकता.
Navi opt to throw in. Paranoia is still available as well for Xiao. Straight away, Angel's going to try and clear some of these close corners. They've got so many players to try and get rid of, but a bit of an unorthodox spot from the Ray is not going to be checked. It doesn't win the battle, though. Shin, however, is very quick to trade things out, but Navi have turned this back into a winnable scenario. Zipan with the showstopper, but so low, it might not be the time to use it. He almost does it anyway, and if it's placed in the right spot in the corner, he's going to take it home. It seems like Navi at this stage just can't lose themselves around and while the defuse. It's not even going to be that close.
Yeah, plenty of time left on the clock for Navi.
Raze
Margin of 11 HP, but it puts them in a victorious spot. Zipan takes the cake in that round for a number of reasons, not just the final play, but even look towards the site. My guy blast packs out on site when you already had a haunt on the right. Only position it didn't clear was right there, and he turns around on a dime to take that kill, destroys Shin after a trade, and sets it up like this for the 3rd and 4th kill in the round, winning it single-handedly, and I didn't even notice that by the narrowest of margins, and that did cost Martin results.
1 second उसका ulti चला गया.
Great
for the death.
That's fantastic, isn't it?
That's brutal. That's about as brutal as it gets, because there's a counter, split second later, and he's probably won the round.
Probably.
The good counter, though, to Angel's aggression is to shoot him. Shin has taken him out immediately. An upgrade on the gun, and well, for Xiao, it's not really much he can do. Hit by the Nightfall, not going to be worth the risk here.
Okay, we got a nade through, but
they expected it.
No Angel, so no C's. And even then, they'd stepped off site, like you say, Tom. They expected it. Narrate had a nasty spot last round and got punished hard for it, despite what looked like an advantageous position. Now nade up top, he'll be falling back. That's, you know, it is a nade. It's a nade that we have seen, and that's all I'll say about it. For Narrate, they might not expect him to... They expect him to still be around here, and Navi take every kill. I mean, we can't even see one because they all come in at the same damn time. AORUS for his triple in 9 rounds for Navi, in what seems to be an unstoppable resurgence from this squad. The last map was close. The first wasn't for them, so they felt much more dominant. But here, it's incomprehensible.
So the last couple of times they played this map, obviously everyone remembers the last one. They got 2 defensive shutdowns. And the time before that, they got 5.
Again, for those that don't remember, the last time they got 2 defensive rounds
and won
the map.
Yes,
which is
they had
insane.
an 11-1 attack. So
Navi,
if it wasn't bleak before, it definitely is very bleak because they're doing it on the defensive side, the side where they have looked rough. But they're also just winning absurd retakes. Like that's another one. This time Zipan actually goes down. It's not him to do most of the work. It's AORUS with the heavy lifting. You also lost your initiator immediately. One of the things in the first map I gave credit to KC was they work well when they have the advantage, but they don't anymore. They're losing a lot of advantageous positions, even with ults put in.
We saw some utility expended by Navi just to clear out that these players weren't in main. Shin has now taken that space, and it looks like that's a big part of the plan for KC. 1 player in main to catch that extra angle, but most of this attacking squad will be making their way through middle. And they've managed to at least gain quite a bit of ground from what we can see. Expecting Martin's flash to come through, but no, it's the Prowler to lead the way, showing players to be slightly further back. Decoy to clear it, and they now know, okay, 1's further back up top, 1 definitely on the site. And what's the decision? Looks like they're going to commit to it. That gate crash will be spotted and followed. They're waiting for the TP.
Right, it is going to be this push. Multiple players here. Martin is already dead. It will be a trade out though. Saigetsu still somehow surviving at least a second longer than he should have done.
KC बोल रहा था मैं, KC बोल रहा था, Navi ने.
No one can really play off it, but there is still the Rolling Thunder available for AORUS. Look how far away Zipan is, though. I think they were still expecting this to be a rotation back to the other side of the map, so he is a country mile away from here. Tamazi wins it with relative ease. AORUS going to throw his ult in, might as well, but he has to clear the close angle, does do it, but Tamazi is dead. 9-3, the best defensive showing we've seen from Navi on this map so far this year.
Well, Tom, I've made the mistake before. I won't make the mistake this time. I'm not going to count Navi out on the attack. I would have said that even if they had 1 round coming into this. Now, I'm almost feeling like I see the conclusion written in front of me. KC have been good, but Navi, despite some struggles, despite some shaky starts to some of their games, they're one of 2 teams that's yet to lose in this stage. The other one, of those teams in the same group as well, which plays a pretty big role moving into playoffs, and well, sucks for everyone else in their group because they've got a lot to catch back up on. This was looking like it could have been a 2-0 for KC. A couple rounds into sunset, you'd be forgiven for thinking that was going to occur, but right here, the 2-2, the equalization of KC, and they end up with 3 at the half. The push is good. Martin's in. But he's not out. Not using the gate crash yet, and could have been a costly mistake.
I didn't expect Sugetsu to be there on another late lurk. That Tinker's just been connected onto Tamazi, and Sugetsu, his only plan here is to be annoying, to waste time, to be in their back. Disgusting. Already, they're going to try and get back in. Angels found another. It's awkward, but Shin wins the fight still. That man is lurking in the backlines. Look how low they are. They might all go down, but instead, it's a quick trade. Shao now stuck, surrounded, has to try and isolate 1, and that's exactly what he'll do. But the snake bites might have just done the job. He is sat there in the back. The second one will be going. And Shin, the time is ticking away. I don't even know if there's anything he can do at this stage. Just looks to try and get the final kill. They didn't clear this man out, and he will close out the round for Navi. Again, they fight from a deficit, and again, they extend their lead.
And a lot of that even comes down to the damage done by those players holding onto the site, just chipping away, allowing those snake bites to be deadly in the late round. And a double snake bite setup post plant. It's nasty. It's nasty to come up against that in a pistol round, but
Angel could have killed all of them there. They were all with like 20 HP. It really could have been a quick end to that pistol, but
गेमिंग हो सकते हैं आज नहीं सुबह जल्दी उठाएगा ना पिंकी को जाना
has won them that one.
पिंकी के जाने के बाद जल्दी रूटर
करेंगे. Trying to bring about the Stinger meta, investing into all of it. Now bear in mind, Angel has not bought even a Ghost. Maybe expecting a bit of a risky play out from their opponents. They've gone for mostly rifles in this one, similarly to what they normally do, but
एको राउंड में डिफॉल्ट करना रिस्की तो है.
A bit more purchased up for them
उसको
this
ढूंढ
time.
के मार दिया रहता तो
see
the force है.
on the side of Navi. I like Angel just taking a classic in this round as well.
भाई वो लोग स्लो खेल रहे मतलब अभी तो सब टीम को समझ जाना कि चाहिए कि 3-1-1 हो रहा है
to really take those fights. And if you're KC, it's
बहुत
probably
दिन
not
बाद
what you
फॉलो
want to
कर
be
रहा
coming
इस
up against
वेट
those rifles
टीम क्या हो गया
stacked up on
वेट टीम
shields.
इस बंदे को बहुत टाइम हो गया
And well, jump peeking into 3 of them. That's going to make it even worse. Look, Tomasi actually doesn't take that much damage, all things considered. He's still able to fight in the late round, but most importantly, they've denied that rotation for a second or two longer and even set up a nice little angle that Tomasi somehow wins off of.
Zipan's face said it all. He was surprised as anyone. 2 players looking to try and reclaim that ground. It's going well for KC, but there's always a response. Xiao is on just 1 HP. Last lease of life and already trapped, but I don't know if anybody's actually going to be able to push AORUS off of the angle. The seize was good, but they didn't get the kill, and well, you don't kill this man off, he punishes you.
शाओ को पहला मारता तो शायद
Fighting for him. Oh, nice kills though. It's only Tagetsu and he can't even run the clock down. He has to win the fights and he won't. KC come in with stingers and I was ready to count them out, Tom. I wasn't seeing it. They've made it work for a 4th round and a lifeline to keep the dream alive.
It definitely seems like these guys practice with the stinger more often than you might think. Again, just finding the kills,
बहुत मुश्किल गोल रैंक होता माफ
dueling up, and they've given themselves that lifeline. For the side of Navi, it's interesting. A returning of the favor to Angel. He's going to be on the hero rifle. A couple of other players are going to buy shields. It's almost like they don't expect him to live.
Angel, I don't know what you could be talking about.
I can imagine him being there and comms like, hey, what? Why you buy? Why you buy shields?
बहुत improve किया है रे सारे टीम
That's why. That would be why right there. Well, the
Navi लेकिन अच्छी टीम है
back up at least.
Sugetsu's like, yeah, got my shields, don't worry, got my gun.
And now the real game begins. Yeah, KC as well. Martin's got his ult in his back pocket, ready to roll with if they do see any signs of danger. But this kind of round, it doesn't pose a lot of threat. A little bit of damage done. Players cross, nade going through, but Tomasi, does he go up the rope to take the fight? Off the back of the utility, you would think so, and it's a good seize. Decaying him somewhat, making the follow through so much easier. Snake bite up and in.
Hero Vandal कुछ कर सकता है नहीं?
Is it landed in the roof? Where did that go? Gone to Kingdom Come.
This hero rifle still yet to have the impact.
Team में toughest reason शायद है ना यार मेरे
KC definitely showing respect to the side of Navi, using their utility to try and make these battles favorable, something that Navi at the moment don't have as a luxury. And for KC, the one sort of shining light in this matchup is they have a prominent, at least in their recent match versus Gentlemen, on this defensive side. They pulled out a 9-3 half of their own. Xiao, well, shouldn't be anything for him here. And unless Sugetsu's about to pop every head that comes through heaven, I can't see a way that they're able to take this one over the line. Left into a 1 versus 5, but they are going to group up and make sure he gets absolutely nothing.
Clean
A mountain to climb for KC, but a clean round like that won't go
clean
amiss.
defense.
See him trying to Sugetsu.
Hero Vandal का क्या मतलब रहता है? मतलब टीम में एक ही Vandal.
No chance.
और एक ही Vandal लिया तो उसको Hero Vandal. क्या वो Vandal इतना impact कर सकता है कि वो पूरा round.
Another round for KC, this time flawless and a big money builder for this squad. It'll give them a safety net to fall back on. An ult start to come online too. Over on the other side though, they didn't have a lot invested. This wasn't a round they expected to do a ton of damage in. Just the one rifle that fell very quickly. Here's their opportunity. Rifles come in, utilities there, shields on most. The only downside is the even distribution of kills and deaths leaves now in the start of this half. Leaves Navi in a position where they don't really have any ultis to come online soon.
भाई प्रॉब्लम क्या मालूम है अगर 10-6 ठीक है और 10-7 तक गया ना उसके बाद सीन है अगर केसी ये राउंड जीत भी गया लेकिन 10-7 बाद का सारे लोग का अल्टा जाएगा उसके बाद रोटेशन में सीन है
Definitely a little bit awkward. 3 players currently stacked up here. Zipan I'm sure he was hoping that would go a little bit further. They really want to try and fight this. And well, eventually he'll go down, but the trade is immediate. An Angel like shooting fish in a barrel takes Narrate's head clean off. That fight, I don't think I've ever seen a team fight that aggressively in towards the fence. And well, KC have paid the price.
I mean, Tom, we have seen those rounds, but typically when there's big weaknesses there, you know, you're going to use the blast pack and flying up the rope to try to take advantage of the chaos and pull the round in your favor. Here with rifles, it's a crazy risk to take. It doesn't work out. The side of Navi have a huge advantage to work off of. No need for any risks. They will group up together, play this one as a team. Even putting the Nightfall into play, it will not catch anyone. This was looking more towards main. Magnum's closer now than he was expected to be, but that stun from Artis, his utility has been on point. This is a player that in the early days of Valorant was known for being on a team full of no-brainers, just aimers. G2 back in the day, it was painful to watch them play because they didn't give a damn about defaults, set strats, executes. No, they executed you. He's come in here on a breach and his supportive utility makes you wonder, what if they did that back in the day?
Well, yeah, it definitely used to be a few run it downs.
I
still think Navi do that sometimes, but
they do.
He definitely has been sublime with the utility that's been put into play. Frustration for the side of KC especially. As the success just wasn't there with those aggressive plays.
We're 1v1. We're just peeking 1v1.
Just peeking 1v1. Well, there'll be a lot to discuss coming out of that pause. And Tom, you know, the team that KC lost to was Foot. The team currently topping Omega Group, tied up with Navi. It's only 2 rounds that separate them in the standings. It does still put Foot slightly above. And now they're looking at the only other team without a loss, sitting opposite them on the stage and not looking to put a loss on the board here today. Navi and Foot used to always push to those international events. I think they've got a bone to pick with KC after Madrid.
But that is the thing. I feel like there's not often time where we sit there and go, okay, Navi have been given the data to know what they need to fix, and they've been given time to fix it. And I think we're witnessing a lot of that right now. They were only 1 match away from actually making it to Madrid in the first place.
DRX.
At the same time, they've been practicing, they've been at boot camp, they've been working
DRX
to improve, and I think those improvements are definitely seen. Still, I think they need to work on the maps they choose. That seems to be one of the bigger problems for them at the moment, but nonetheless, Split is a map that you might just want to avoid them on.
Without the
win, at least. Still a buy, still an all available. Still opportunities for KC to try and drag this one back.
Football में मैं सिर्फ Messi और Ronaldo भाई को जानता हूँ.
Well, KC will be the second team in their group to hit 2 losses, joining Team Liquid. Wouldn't be a pretty way to start this. It's a stacked enough group and some easy games ahead for other teams. It could cause problems for them. It's hard to imagine a world where they don't make playoffs, but that top spot will be looking to sit with Fnatic then.
Mbappe.
And a return to form for the old days of EMEA.
ये तीन नाम जाते.
2 rounds. All the Navi need to lock in that 3-0. Take back that top spot from Foot.
They are grouping up. That's what KC likes to do. Push this one together, although deciding which direction to head in. The site's going to be taken by Zipan. Not much they can do. Stop that great horn, though. That's going to be a freebie. And that space that was garnered has quickly been lost. With his life, counter utility put in though, not going to be denied, but Dimensional Drift is going to be thrown in just to get all of the information KC could ever need.
Got 2 players, well, one of them's already dead. There's the 3rd spotted and all accounted for. Good paranoia, fantastic paranoia. It didn't catch Xiao, but the bullets of Tamazi certainly did. And Artis is now, after retreating and being spotted falling back, left with no choice. He wasn't going to have to go down, go around for the hills to try to save. That was the only choice he really had. The round was going to KC either way.
Yeah, no, that was just wonderful. I think, again, just showing how that Your Ultimate can be put into play in such an effective way. Like, just using it to get every single piece of information, and then they play utility off of that. So it's, okay, we're going to throw through a paranoia straight in towards where my teammate just was. We know where he is, and then that's going to help us clean on the way back in. Very well played from KC. A solid retake, and again, that's what we've already sort of credited this team for. Their retakes, their synergy has been sublimed. I think that's why in the last round you saw that frustration from Eng.
Both be like, "माँ बाप है, ऐसा बोला उसने."
Well, already, if this was the first half, Tom, I would be sitting with KC pretty convincingly. They've managed to have a fantastic start, managing to push Navi back in round number 2, building up rounds on this defense. That's all you can ask for, especially against Navi. We're damn good on the attack, but it's so late on in the game. 5-round gap still, 2 for Navi to take it across the line. They start this one with a disadvantage. We saw Zipam blast back in, get blasted out of the round, but still some more players to fall back on. 3 rifles left in place. Sagetsu 2 away from the pit. They can make their way to a site. Things could swing back in their favor.
Yeah, as we've said, they've been so good at fighting back from a deficit. To get to a little bit ahead of the smoke, but I think he realizes after being spotted that there will be a response. You can see the TP also being thrown across the map. Expectation maybe there at the moment from KC that
A is not bad. A is not bad.
Still in position. Shin, however, does have his paranoia. He'd be able to slow them down if he needs to.
30 seconds left.
For now, at least, it seems like again they're happy to play that post.
Even the attempted spams through. Pit's gonna fall in a moment as the rotates begin. Or have indeed begun. They haven't fight. It's everything. Tight position for Xiao, some damage done. He's got some support down below in the vents. They just need to distract long enough for Sagetsu to strike, and that he will. A quick double and a clean bit of control for this side. The drop down to sight is going to be tough to follow through on. Okay, the paranoia is actually good, but look at AORUS just repositioning immediately, having control going to be retaken. The plant spot, not great. They do have to flood back to the side if AORUS goes down, but he is holding strong. Tamazi still hadn't left heaven, he'll die there. Giving 12-6 over to Navi, a 6-round gap, double the score of their opponent.
And it's too many ults, too many. GG,
looking pretty stacked in terms of ult economy.
Yeah.
And in terms of chances.
अच्छा खेला. दोनों टीम अच्छे खेले. KC बहुत fight लिया यार. बहुत fight लिया KC ने.
Again, Navi is so good at knowing. Okay, if we allow them to go for the retake, if we allow them to set up with their utility,
Chris Verma को जानते हो?
They probably will win the round. They have that advantage, and when they're given those spots, KC are very good. The second there's disruption, though, that's when Navi are able to strike, and that little bit of distraction allowing for Sagetsu to aggress.
सब लोग अपने एक्स को याद करो. Navi भाई.
Set them up for success.
सब लोग अपने एक्स को याद करो. बस इतना ही काम करना है.
Rolling Thunder
पहली
immediately
एक्स,
set up
दूसरी
alongside
एक्स,
the showstopper. The site control is going to be taken. I don't think there's anything that can be done to stop it. And with a Viper's Pit still available, Navi can set up into an almost perfect post plant.
आखिरी एक्स. सुगेतु भाई आपकी एक्स
This will be a very tough round to break. They're already going in. The pace is how they want to solve it. But Navi have answered back.
आवाज आ गया उधर. Retake चालू हो गया. जल्दी आ.
Still with utility. In fact, almost a full belt of utility to play with. And as they've broken the pace of this retake, KC slow it down. Start to focus on the site. Sagetsu's got his flank underway. They're buying time. And they'll buy plenty of it on the site. AORUS firing away his utility. Tamazi grabs 2, but they still have to deal with Sagetsu. Still have to drop this man. And he's got a double with a pit down. The spray will not catch the kill. Tamazi has 4 kills to try and claim this, and he won't find it. Sagetsu closing it out. Fantastic play on Viper. Beautiful work and a beautiful game from Navi. 13-7, 13-6. Domination on the maps that they win. The flawless.
भाई नावी क्यों जीता पता है? क्योंकि नावी को नावी मुंबई से सपोर्ट था. Love you. Facts. Facts.
From the depths of the other side, you can't really blame KC for not seeing that one coming. You would expect your Viper to be in there. But that's what this team does. Disrupts and causes you issues. And after losing that first map 13-7, the response once more from Navi was unbelievable. 13-7, 13-6. This team is looking in some of the best form we've ever seen them. As resilient as ever. And if someone somehow manages to break this team's mental strength, I'll be shocked.
Well, we've got...
Guys, अभी सारे कैलसी लेके बैठना. ऑडियंस में जितना भी प्लशी देखा ना, into $30 करना. एक प्लशी $30 का. चलो. That is it, guys. Thank you for watching the stream. It was fun matches. पेनेटिक से एकदम क्लीन मैच था और नावी और केसी से एकदम ट्यू 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 ट्यू। एक सेकंड ना, कुछ तो बात कर रहे हैं लोग।
This time round, it was just completely
इसके
in their
बाद
hands from the
जाते
start. Yeah, I
नो
think
रोटर
that
कल
they
ही
were
करते
also
हैं
very confident in
मेरे को
everything that we
सुबह
were
उठने
doing.
का ना
We
पिंकी
were
जा रही है
seeing a
काम
Zipan that was so comfortable playing the Raze and all the plays that we were doing. And Sui Getsu in that second half was just so important. We saw it in
Very
the pistol
important.
round, right? Like the way
Very.
that he had the plant and the way he throws the mollies and how confident he is in
बराबर।
everything that he's doing. We're just seeing here how Zipan was having the time of his life. He's not only hitting the shots,
Yeah.
he's like being so confident to do this kind of things and being so successful.
Let's
2
go.
weeks ago, he was offing himself with that rocket, but today it's a different view, and especially on this third map, I
Crazy.
feel like Navi is such a resilient team that it's just beautiful to see
Yes,
how
so
they
I'm
are
not
so
going you.
far
Huh?
undefeated, and they could be the one team to have like this perfect run to Shanghai potentially.
How much better do you think they're
क्या
playing
बात
than
कही है यार।
kickoff? Because it wasn't the worst showing at kickoff.
I think
टूटेगा
that
तो मुझे टी
the
बनाना
thing with
पड़ेगा
Navi,
अलग।
right, and
Let's
them like
go.
changing compositions and trying stuff for the first time, it comes with a price, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes that price is going to be that you're not able to win just because everybody's testing out stuff. They came in to kick off with all of those things
बात
prepared.
कर रही है,
Now that they've
correct.
had more time, and also I've mentioned this a couple of times, how every team came to EMEA to play Madrid and they got to play against them and prac against them. I
बराबर।
think that everything's more solid now that they've managed to look at their mistakes and learn from them.
Do you think they've benefited from not going to Madrid then?
Oh, yeah,
Plus
for sure.
two.
I think that every team,
Plus
like,
two.
I think that there's benefit, especially for the one in Madrid, as I say, with the teams coming over, you
Plus
obviously get a
two.
benefit, especially with all the changes that we saw for kickoff. Feel like Navi, the expectations that we have from last year, it's like, oh my God, it's Navi. They're going to be changing stuff all the time and this and that. And this year, everybody brought in new changes, right?
Yeah.
In a way, at KC, they didn't have that international experience. They needed Madrid more.
Can we have
whereas
like
Navi
100
was
more
almost just like,
questions,
okay, right,
please?
we'll take this time out.
बहुत
We
कुछ
know what
सीखने
we're
मिला।
doing on an international stage. We've been there,
क्या
done
बोल रहे
that. Okay, 2023 wasn't our finest hour, but now we can actually reset, got artists back, and we can
Yeah.
make the magic happen from years gone by.
Yeah, and especially even today, like for example,
क्या
they
बात
decided
की।
that the
क्या
chamber
बात
did not
की।
work for them. Actually, we can ask them about it when we have them here.
Yeah.
They go onto the neon and they make it work. I think that also for Navi, this format of playing week to week instead of a
Crazy
smaller
format.
and more compressed
Crazy.
tournament, it benefits them so much.
Yeah,
And
best
Gecko
format
doesn't
है।
benefit them
अभी
on Sunday.
अभी तक का शायद best
But at least
format
they
यही
showed,
है।
you know, actually, no, I take that back because we actually don't know if Gecko benefits them because they didn't need to run it in the end.
Yeah, exactly. I think that the important thing is that even if you don't decide to run it because you decide to go for something else,
Yeah.
Navi is a team that might surprise you and might end up playing the Gecko anytime. You know, that's the good thing about them being so flexible, right? You have Shao, for example, now playing on the smokes, but you know that he's a brilliant initiator.
Just saying मैं और Shao
Angel
by
can
friends
do
है।
anything. Zipan, he also showed his
Zipan
flexibility
भी।
today. Looked very comfortable. Artist, again, I think that everybody's on
Artist
that
तो
line.
मेरा
And then you have Sugetsu, which
closest।
is one of the most deadliest sentinels that we have in the region.
Can I just sort of break the fourth wall for a
बात
moment
तो
and just
है।
explain to people this is my first time in the studio for VCT and having the teams like massively on the screen
भाई वो
behind you,
कोई
but you've
तो
got
है ना,
someone's-
right से ही हो
someone's
शायद
hand coming
ना?
at you. It's almost like a horror show. I can see though that we've got a couple of players waiting to come on and join us. Angel's just like, do I go around here? Angel's done this before, hasn't
चलो
he?
अभी इंटरव्यू है। चलो गाइस, that is it. I hope आपको कुछ तो समझा होगा। ठीक है। चलो गाइस, बाय 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 बाय। आदियो, चड्डी में पादियोस, टेक केयर, गुड नाइट, लव्ड यू, सी या, मिलते हैं, बाय बाय। होपफुली और 3 दिन में 300 के हो जाए। समझ रहे हो? पर डे का अगर 100 सब्स हम गिने, 3 days 300, क्या बोलते हो? 300 के मतलब। चलो बाय 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 बाय, सी या, टेक केयर। सब करते करते जाना, ठीक है? सब करो, खुश रहो, सब करो। चलो सब्सक्राइब करो, जल्दी करो, चलो।